the key to what happened that night, but he'd been evasive with her, suspicious of her motives. Somehow, she had to gain his trust. Not an easy task, she thought, as she stepped into the Orion's mirrored elevator car and slapped the button for the door to close. As agreed, Jack Logan sat in the darkened booth of the Red Eye Cafe, a small dive near the airport. It was a smoky bar that he'd used before when he didn't want to be recognized. He spied Jason Danvers and swore under his breath. The man was dressed in a double-breasted suit, for crying out loud, and he'd pulled up in his Jag. "Why didn't you just put a neon sign on your back?" Logan growled, nursing his glass of McNaughton's. "What?" "You stick out like a fucking sore thumb." Danvers frowned. "I don't intend to be here very long." "Neither do I." Jason ordered a whiskey on the rocks and waited until the waitress left the drink and picked up the bills. Ignoring the drink, he reached into his jacket and pulled out the tape, which he slid across the table to Logan. "What's this?" "I hope nothing." Jason filled Logan in on all the details. "How many copies of this are floating around?" "God only knows. She gave me one, and I gave a copy to Sweeney." "None to the police?" "Not yet. I thought you should check it out." "Should go to the station." "Too many leaks. I turn it in, and it'll be on the 6 o'clock news." Logan grunted. He couldn't argue with that logic. "I'll see what I can do. But she's been nosing around." Jason froze. "What do you mean?" "She's called my house a dozen times, and even came up the front walk." "You talked to her?" "Not yet." "Shit!" He ran a hand through his hair. "This is worse than I thought." "You worried about her?" Jason's gaze darted around the bar. "Hell yes, I'm worried." "Think she's London?" "No!" "But you're not sure." "Nothing's sure, Logan." "Looks just like your stepmother." The two men glared at each other for a second, sharing a secret neither wanted revealed. Then Jason finished his drink. "Just don't talk to her and find out what you can. If she goes public, we'll give the tape to the police." "But not before." "Nope." "You say Sweeney's in on this?" "In Montana, right now, checking out her story. He called yesterday." "He's an asshole." "Work with him on this, okay? Keep your ear to the ground and your mouth shut. If the police get wind of the story, let me know." Jason left a 20 on the table and staggered outside. "Bastard," Logan muttered under his breath as he quickly exchanged the 20 for a 5. Manny was right. The ranch could run itself. Zach didn't need to be here. Once again, he wasn't needed. The story of his life. He smiled grimly to himself as he walked across the dusting of new-fallen snow to the shed where Manny was repairing a tractor. Tools lined the walls, a stained workbench stretched along a far wall, and the smell of oil and dust hung in the air. Light flickered from fluorescent tubes, and Manny, cursing to himself, was half lying under the tractor's engine. "Damned fool. Think," he muttered, working on the fuel line. "How's it going?" Zach asked. "Like hell." He gave the wrench another tug, then grunted. Satisfied with his work, he crawled out from under the tractor and pulled himself upright. A full-blooded Paiute, Manny was a tall man with smooth, burnished skin, long braids beginning to gray, and a face usually devoid of expression. He found his black cowboy hat on the seat of the tractor and plopped it onto his head. "I thought I told you to stay in the city where you belong." Manny wiped a rag over his greasy hands. "Couldn't stand it." Manny flashed a grin that showed teeth rimmed in gold. "Don't blame you. The only reasons to go into town are women and whiskey." You can get those here." He thought of Adria. Right now, women were dangerous, especially a woman claiming to be his half-sister. Whiskey was definitely safer. Together they walked out of the shed. The sky was a gray shade of blue, the air crisp, and dark-bellied clouds collected to the west, hanging along the rigid skyline of the Cascades. "Family business all taken care of?" Manny asked. Somewhere in the distance, a horse neighed. "It'll never be," Zach said. If not Adria, then another imposter would show up. For the rest of his life, Zach would meet women pretending to be London Danvers. He just hoped they didn't get to him the way this one did. He knew that one of the reasons he'd driven like a madman over the mountains was to put some distance between him and her, to run back here where he could clear his head. "Got a buyer for the 2-year-old steers." "All of them?" Zach asked, trying to forget about the woman who claimed to be his half-sister. "Couple 100 head." "A good start." "Come on inside. I'll buy you breakfast, and you can bring me up to date." He spent the day at the ranch, reviewing the books, checking offers to buy and sell livestock as well as land, then rode through some of the fields. The water pump for the house and outbuildings was going out. The roof of one of the sheds was leaking like a sieve. There was a fight with the government over harvesting some of the ancient pine, and one of their regular customers who bought hundreds of head of cattle every year was delinquent on his payments. There had been an outbreak of a cattle virus in the next county, and several ranchers in the area were concerned. Zach was supposed to attend a local meeting of the Cattlemen's Association in Bend and order the feed and supplies to get the ranch through the winter. Same old," Manny said, as they drove through the fields and spotted a break in the fence where cattle could escape. It was true. Though there were problems at the ranch, they weren't insurmountable. Manny and the hands could keep the place going should Zach have to return to Portland. He stopped by his office in Bend and found that work was slow, as it had been ever since he'd turned his attention to refurbishing the old hotel. He made a few phone calls, met with a couple of realtors interested in starting a new resort development around a golf course, and conferred with his secretary, Terry, a petite, red-haired woman of 30 who was expecting her third child come February. Efficient to the point that she could run the office blindfolded, she knew Zach as well as anyone. "So, how's city life?" she asked when he walked back into the office. She was seated behind the desk, a pencil tucked over her ear, a neglected cup of coffee near the typewriter. She was studying a bank statement, and little lines of worry crinkled her freckled forehead. "Not great." "Jason called." She sat back in her desk chair, and it protested with a groan. "Here?" "He tried the ranch. You weren't in. Manny told him you'd come into town, so he tried tracking you down here. Said it was urgent that he talked to you." "With Jason, it's always urgent." "He was more insistent than usual." She set her glasses on the desk, grabbed her half-full cup and stood. Rubbing a kink in her back, she walked to the coffee pot warming on the hot plate and lifted the glass carafe. "Want a cup? It's just decaf." Zach shook his head. "Thanks, just the same." Pouring some of the weak coffee into her mug, she asked, "So, why does Jason think he needs you back in Portland? The hotel?" "Yeah, that's probably it," Zach said, but he guessed that the problem was Adria Nash. No doubt he'd have to drive back to the city. Resentment boiled through his blood. He didn't want to see Adria again, didn't want to deal with all the conflicting emotions she inspired. He grabbed the handle of the coffee pot and poured himself some of the tasteless decaf as the telephone rang and Terry answered. With a sweet smile, she said, "He'll be with you in a second," and snapped the hold button. "It's your brother, dear, again, and he's fit to be tied." "Why?" "Something about the shit hitting the fan. She went back to the bank statement, and Zach walked into his office. Kicking the door shut, he reached for the phone and sat on the corner of the desk. "Hello?" "Where the hell have you been?" Jason demanded, and Zach couldn't miss the agitation in his voice. "What's the problem?" "You know what the problem is. It's Adria. I think she's going to run to the papers with her story." "She told you this?" "In so many words." Zach felt his shoulder muscles pull together into hard, tight knots. "What happened?" "I called her, offered her a little more money. And she got pissed. Beyond pissed. Christ, Jason, you never back down, do you?" He was on his feet without even thinking about it. "Just get back here and clean up your mess. Do whatever it takes, Zach. You're in this as deep as the rest of us." Anthony Polidori didn't like his breakfast disturbed. In his later years, he felt as if an intrusion upon his meals or his sleep was a personal affront, and he left strict instructions with everyone in the household that he was not to be interrupted, even by his son. He sat in the bay window of the morning room overlooking the river and picked at his croissant with idle fingers as he scanned the newspaper for sports scores from the day before. The day was bright for late October, and he wore sunglasses to protect his eyes. Mario sauntered into the room carrying a mug. His hair was disheveled, and he hadn't yet shaved. He looked like hell as he poured himself a cup of coffee from the silver carafe on the table. Mario was uncivilized. He had no manners. Anthony didn't bother hiding his irritation. He folded the sports section of the Oregonian and set it by his glass of juice. "What is it?" His son wasn't usually up by noon. "Big news." Mario flashed his killer smile, the one that got him into all the trouble with the women. He walked to the glass wall facing west and watched a barge being pushed upriver by a tugboat. "It must be to get you out of bed while the sun's still up." Mario snorted, then plopped into the wrought iron chair opposite his father. "I think you want to hear this." "I'm waiting." "Looks like there's a new lady in town." "This is news?" Mario slowly poured a thin stream of cream into his coffee. "Could be. Claims she's London Danvers." Behind his sunglasses, Anthony's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "This isn't news. It's predictable." Mario's dark eyes twinkled, and he reached over and stole the fruit cup his father always saved for the last part of his meal. Annoyed, Anthony motioned to the maid, who had already anticipated his request and was scurrying off to the kitchen. "There's always someone claiming to be London." Mario rubbed the stubble on his jaw. "But you should see this one. She's the fucking spitting image of her old lady. Catherine, wasn't that her name?" Anthony's spine stiffened a bit. He didn't like foul language, not at the table, and he wasn't in the mood to be jerked around by his son. It was hard to read Mario these days. "So she resembles—" "Not only resembles. The way I hear it, she's a mirror image." Anthony set down his fork as the maid brought a second cup of fruit and a plate for Mario. He was enjoying himself, grinning as he sliced into a fat sausage, ignoring all sense of decorum as he set his elbows on the table. "Maybe I should meet— what's her name?" "Adria Nash. Hails from some hick town in Montana. I got a couple of guys working on it." "How'd you find out about her?" "I haven't seen a word in the paper or heard anything on the news." "She hasn't gone public yet, but probably will. One of our men spotted her at the grand opening of the hotel. She came in with Zach Danvers, then made the rounds, meeting the family." Mario took a sip from his cup. "Jason nearly hit the roof." "I'll bet," Anthony said dryly. "How authentic is she?" "Could be the real thing." Mario skewered his father with a hard look. You know, lots of people think you kidnapped the girl. Anthony picked up the remainder of his croissant. If I'd taken her, do you think she'd be walking up to the Danvers family right now and announcing she was their long-lost sister? He saw his son blanch and felt a glimmer of satisfaction. What does Tricia think? Is she worried? He asked coldly. A small muscle worked in the side of Mario's cheek. How should I know? Aren't you still seeing her? You took care of that a long time ago, his son said with more than a trace of bitterness. Tricia Danvers is like the rest of them. She doesn't give up, not ever. When she wants something, she goes for it. And my boy, she wants you. She always has. And she also used you to get back at her father. You were a pawn, son. Mario's eyes sparked with a deadly rage. Anthony snapped his newspaper open and wondered about the woman who called herself London Danvers. He'd have to find out everything there was to know about her. Maybe we should invite Miss Nash over, he said, flicking a gaze over the top of the paper. Mario had elbowed his plate aside and was brooding. Why? For old time's sake. Whit's dead. What could it mean to you? Anthony didn't bother answering. How could he explain to his son that feuds never ended? No matter how many of the players died, the vengeance continued and festered. As long as there was anyone named Danvers left in Portland, Anthony wouldn't be satisfied. He was pleased with the news that another London Danvers had shown up. Adria knocked on the door of the small apartment in Tigard, a suburb just over the West Hills of Portland. Within minutes, she saw a dark eye in the peephole, and quickly the bolt was thrown. The door opened, and a small Chicano woman with graying black hair twisted into a bun and incredibly white teeth stood over the threshold. Mrs. Santiago? For the love of Mary, the woman whispered, crossing her ample bosom. You are the image of the missus. Could I come in? Adria asked. She'd already called the woman Maria Santiago, who had worked for the Danvers family until her retirement shortly after Whit's death. She'd explained her business, and Maria had reluctantly agreed to see her. Please, please. Maria stepped out of the way and waved her inside the tiny rooms. Sit down. Adria perched on the edge of a floral couch that was worn around the edges, and Maria settled into a rocker by the window and put her feet onto a stool. Adria had already explained on the phone why she was in Portland. She'd sketched out her story, explaining that she was adopted, that she wanted to find her roots, that all the records were destroyed, and Maria, obviously lonely, had offered to speak with her. I don't mean to ask you to break confidences, Adria said, but there's just so much I don't know about the Danvers family. I thought you could help me. Maria rubbed her chin and stared out the window to the parking lot. A few years ago, I would not have said a word, she admitted. But then, the mister, he died, and Jason, he fired me. Now, she rubbed her hands anxiously together. What is it you want to know? Everything. That would take some time. There is so much. Adria couldn't believe her good luck. She smiled at the pleasant little woman. I've got the rest of my life, she said, and sat back to listen. It was nearly 10 o'clock by the time she returned to the Orion, and her head, as well as her tiny tape recorder, was filled with facts about the Danvers family, secrets, and the answers to some mysteries, including the feud with Apollodores. She considered celebrating with a glass of wine and a hot bath in the hotel room, because tomorrow she'd have to move to a cheaper and less high-profile place. After settling in, she had other important business to attend to. Since the Danvers family wouldn't recognize her, it was time to go to the police and press. As soon as she found a more permanent address, she'd contact the authorities and grant an interview with someone from the local newspaper to start the ball rolling. Then, of course, she'd have to speak with the lawyers for Witt's estate. She wasn't looking forward to any of the interviews, but she'd get through them. She'd be called a gold digger, a fraud, an opportunist, and an imposter. Lawyers would call her, attorneys with her interests at heart. She wasn't interested. Not yet. The press would make her life a circus. The Danvers family would go after her with all the money they had behind them. They would try to dig up any rumors that might discredit her, and they would look into her past, digging, always digging, and looking for any glitch in her story, any inaccuracies in their attempts to disprove that she was London. That's what she wanted. And what about Zachary? Oh, Lord, yes. What about Zachary? In her room, she stripped off her clothes, poured herself a glass of Chablis, then slid into a tub of hot water. She sipped her wine slowly and considered her half-brother. Sexy, smart, rough. Big trouble. Zach Danvers was a man to avoid, unless she wanted to lose her heart. Chapter 15. Half an hour later, as she eased out of the tub and buffed her skin dry with one of the Orion's thick towels, Adria wondered about her mission, her quest to find her true identity. Was she London Danvers? Did it matter if she was? Did she really want to be related to any of those people? The Danvers kin? None of them appealed to her. Except Zachary. Not that she trusted him. He was no better than the rest. But she couldn't wedge his image out of her mind. Rugged, whereas his brothers took pride in being polished. Outwardly irreverent, while Nelson took pains to look as if he played by the rules. Zachary was arrogant because he didn't give a damn. Jason was arrogant because he thought he deserved the money and power into which he'd been born. Zachary was different. Because of the blood flowing through his veins? Because he could be a Polidori? She grimaced at the thought, but found it intriguing. Her relationship with him would be easier to understand if he wasn't part of the Danvers family. She rubbed the mist from the mirror with the edge of the towel and wondered about Zachary, what kind of man he was, what it would feel like to have him take her to his bed. The thought was like a cold slap in her face. What was she doing fantasizing about a man who detested her, a man who could be her half-brother? Giving herself a swift mental kick, she stared into her reflection and told herself that she had to think of him as her brother, her irritable, woman-hating problem of a half-brother who was, without a doubt, her sworn enemy, just like the rest of the clan. She slipped into a t-shirt and climbed into the bed. The sheets were crisp and clean, but didn't have the same country-fresh scent of those that were dried on the line at home, in Bellamy. Funny, for years she'd wanted to escape. City lights had beckoned her young heart, but duty had kept her tied to the only town she'd ever called home. Not that it mattered, but the harsh Montana grassland didn't seem so loathsome anymore, and for the first time in years she thought of her hometown and felt the pull of her heartstrings. But she wasn't running back to the safety and boredom of Bellamy, not when she'd come so far. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, she reminded herself as she plumped a pillow. Closing her eyes, she heard the hum of traffic, an occasional shout, and, every so often, the distant cry of sirens. She wondered where Zachary was, and then, irritated that she'd allowed him into her mind, She rolled over and tried to force him from her thoughts. What did she care about him anyway? She was too smart to get involved with him. Even if he might not be her half-brother, even if he hadn't been somehow involved with her mother, even if his last name wasn't Danvers, he wasn't the kind of man she could trust, let alone fall for. Fall for? As in, fall in love? No way. No how. He was just forbidden fruit, that was all. Seductive because he was taboo. Erotic because he was so wrong for her. So very wrong. And yet, there he was, his image teasing her mind. She imagined his crooked, irreverent smile flashing against his rock-hard jaw, remembering how it felt to have his lips pressed hard and wanting against hers, could envision the play of light in his gray eyes, or remember the feel of his hands against her skin. For God's sake, stop it! Forget him! He's not someone to be attracted to. He's the enemy, just like the rest of his family. Think, Adria. Use your brain and be smart. Somewhere down the hallway, she heard the ding of the elevator and the rattle of a service cart. The heater rumbled as she drifted off to sleep, fitfully. She dreamed, erotic, pulse-pounding fantasies of sweat-slickened bodies, wildly beating hearts, lips that caressed the most intimate of spots, and fingers that whispered over fevered flesh. In her mind's eye, she saw him hovering above her, his naked skin gleaming gold in the light of a dying fire, his hair wet with sweat, and his eyes dark with a deep secret. She wanted him so badly, and yet there was something more. Someone else in the room with them, a faceless presence, menacing and dark, lurking in the shadows. There was a rustle and quick footsteps. "Who's there?" she cried, her gaze searching the murky corners, her heart pounding in fear. She looked back for Zachary, but he was gone, and she was alone. "Zach!" But her voice only echoed back at her, bouncing off unseen walls. Again the rustling, and her skin prickled in dread. "Zach, where are you?" She got up and started running, her legs heavy, her body naked. She was in an alley, fog surrounding her, something chasing her, footsteps pounding along the wet pavement. "Zach!" she yelled, desperate, certain she could feel the breath of her attacker. "Help!" She ran, faster, her bare feet slapping the uneven asphalt. Oh, God, where was he? If only she could duck around the next corner. Too late. Whoever was after her was closing in. She could hear his breathing, feel him closing in. A hand reached out and touched the back of her neck. Adria's eyes flew open. It was dark. Her heart was jackhammering, her body drenched in sweat. For a second, she didn't know where she was. And then she remembered. The Orion. Safe. The door firmly locked. Then why did she still feel unnerved, her breathing shallow, her teeth on edge? It was a dream. Just a dream. No big deal. She let out her breath slowly and climbed to her feet. She'd go into the bathroom and get a glass of water and... She saw it then. A slim envelope slipped under the door. Probably just the bill, she told herself, but knew better. Every nerve strung tight. She crossed the carpet and picked up the envelope. It was blank, sealed. Carefully, she slid a nail under the flap. It was a simple note. "You have a package at the front desk." What? She opened the door, but the hallway was empty. Something felt wrong about this, very wrong. Don't jump to conclusions. Crossing to a small table near the bed, she punched the number on the telephone for the front desk. "This is Adria Nash," she said when a female voice answered. She gave her room number and asked, "Do I have a package?" "Let me check." There was a click and a few minutes of nondescript music before the woman returned. "Yes, Miss Nash, you do have a package. I'll send it up." "Wait a minute. Do you know who sent it to me?" "No, I'm sorry. It was in the business office. Probably came by courier. I'll check the log and get back to you." "Thanks." Adria hung up, and within 2 minutes a bellman was standing on the other side of the door and handing her a thick, padded manila envelope with her name written in block letters. She tipped the man, and before she could open the bulky package, the phone rang. "Ms. Nash, this is Ellie at the front desk. I don't know how to explain it, but there is no record of anything coming in for you. Maybe someone forgot, but usually the staff is on top of this kind of thing and keeps a precise record of when the delivery was made and by whom." Adria stared down at the bulky envelope in her hand and felt her insides curdle. Whatever was inside was soft. "The hotel apologizes, and I hope this doesn't inconvenience you." "No, it's all right," Adria said, though she sensed, feeling the awkward package, that it was anything but okay. "If I have any more questions, I'll come down." "Thank you," Ellie said as Adria hung up. "Don't open it. What if it's a bomb?" That was ridiculous. A bomb? No way. And yet, should she call the police? "Oh, for God's sake, you're letting your imagination run away with you." Angry with herself, she found a nail file and ripped open the package. Nothing exploded. Nothing jumped out at her. But as she peeked inside, her heart froze. There, zipped inside a plastic bag, was a dead rat, one beady eye visible through the sheer covering. Adria dropped the package as if it were red hot. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" she whispered, a hand clamping over her mouth. Who would do such a thing? Bile burned in the back of her throat. Was it a warning? Or just a chance for some pervert to get his rocks off by trying to scare her? "Mission accomplished," she said, calming a little. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed a tissue from the bedside table and, kneeling, gently pulled the plastic-enshrouded rodent from its manila coffin. There was a note inside, a message from the pervert who'd left this for her. With shaking fingers, she withdrew the single piece of paper that read, "Back off, bitch." "Oh, God," she whispered. Through the plastic, she noticed something sparkling, catching in the light, and she nearly threw up when she recognized the chain and locket wound around the dead rat's neck and body. The fragile piece of jewelry her father had given her was sealed tight with the furry little body. "Bastard," she said, gagging. To retrieve the necklace, she'd have to unwrap the dead animal and wash the chain and— "Don't touch it. Don't touch a thing. You have to go to the police. You have to tell them what's going on. They can fingerprint everything and check for clues. Otherwise, whoever is behind this will continue to terrorize you. Or worse." Letting out her breath, she straightened, leaving the package where she'd dropped it on the floor. She opened a window and let in the fresh air. "Think, Adria, think." Scraping her hair away from her face with tense fingers, she pulled herself together. Slowly she began to calm. She'd grown up on a farm. Dead animals and all kinds of rodents, rats, mice, shrews, squirrels, and the like, were something she and the barn cats had dealt with. The rat's corpse didn't frighten her, but the intent behind the package did, and the fact that someone had broken into her room at the Hotel Danvers, violated her personal space, and taken items, then took the time to kill a rat and send it anonymously, was terrifying. She reached for the phone. She could call the police, or hotel security, or Zach. Which is probably what the sicko expected. Whoever he was counting on her running scared and calling the authorities. Whether she wanted to or not, she had to wait, at least until she figured out what was going on. For now, she'd bide her time, but be on her guard. Whoever was behind the depraved prank wasn't going to get the better of her. But he could be dangerous. This might be just the start of something worse. The more you push the Danvers clan, the more the clan will push back. She considered the members of the family. Was it one of them? Or someone else? Someone she hadn't met yet? Someone connected to the Danvers family who didn't want London to surface. Whoever it was behind the stupid little charade was going to get a surprise. Adria wasn't backing down. Gingerly, using the tissue, she slipped the plastic bag into the envelope and opened the refrigerator of the minibar. Quickly, she removed several bottles of beer and soda, then placed the envelope inside. She'd put the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door and figure out her next move. Wedged between the pool tables and the restrooms, the phone booth was located in the back corner of the tavern. Sweeney waited as the phone rang in Portland. He needed to report to Danvers, but first things first. Foster's voice boomed over the line. "You have reached the offices of Michael Foster. I'm away from the phone right now, but if you leave your name and number and the time you called, I'll get back to you." "Bullshit," Sweeney growled. The beep shrilled in his ear. "Foster, you there? It's me, Sweeney. Pick up the goddamn phone." He waited, but no one answered. "Hell," he ground out. "Look, I know you're there, so pick up. I've got a job for you. One that pays well, if you're interested." He waited, but still no answer. Drumming his fingers on the edge of a tattered copy of the Yellow Pages, he finally decided to give up. "I'll call later." As he slammed down the receiver, he tried to shake off his bad mood, but it lingered, like the cold-blowing wind that seemed to forever cut through this town. He settled into the bar, drank his beer, and listened to some country western ballad, where the guy was all choked up over some dead woman. Christ, what a miserable place. A few of the locals came in, smiled and chatted with the bartender, and climbed onto their usual stools, just like Cheers on television. Sweeney could name them all: Norm, Cliff, Sam. Rather than gawk at the Hicks, he turned his attention to a television positioned over the bar where a baseball game was in progress. He didn't even check the score. His bones ached from the job he'd done the night before. After he'd driven to the farm where Adria Nash had been raised, he'd talked with the people who'd leased the place, but he hadn't learned much. Either the couple was tight-lipped by nature, or they'd seen through his story of being an insurance agent interested in selling fire insurance on the house and outbuildings. He'd never even gotten inside. The woman had kept the screen door closed and locked, and had spoken tersely through the torn steel webbing. After striking out at the farm, he'd driven to the only bank of storage units in town, bribed the kid who was the night watchman, and broken into Ms. Nash's unit. Sweeney, sensing a bonanza, had spent hours in the cramped space, moving boxes, climbing over old, tasteless furniture, and digging through pile after pile of crates until he'd hit pay dirt and come up with the family Bible, as well as copies of tax returns that proved how broke Adria Nash really was. No wonder she was after the Danvers money. The tax files and the Bible were now sitting securely back in the storage unit. He'd taken copies of the returns and the family tree section of the Bible, including any pages with notations on them, then slipped the kid watching the storage place of 50 and replaced Adria's property in the packing crates. She'd never be the wiser. But he was still stuck in this frigid hellhole. He downed another beer and checked his watch. Hauling his briefcase, he strolled back to the phone booth. This time, Foster was there. The computer nut picked up on the second ring. "'Bout time," Sweeney grumbled. "Oswald, always a pleasure." Foster didn't bother hiding the sarcasm in his voice.
Yeah, right. Okay, so I got your message. What's up? It's a piece of cake. I want you to find some people for me. The first one has several names. She goes by Ginny Slade, Virginia Watson, or Virginia Watson Slade. She's somewhere around 50, give or take a few years, I think, and was married to Bobby or Robert Slade. That's it? Foster asked. What more do you need? Watson and Slade aren't uncommon names. How about a location to start with? You know, something like east of the Mississippi? Just a minute. Impatiently, Oswald opened his briefcase and pulled out his copies of the family tree from the Bible. Okay, let's see, he said, running his finger down the page. Looks like Virginia was born in Memphis, Tennessee. She and Bobby were married in the First Christian Church in June of 1967. Other than those specific dates, all I know is that she cruised through Montana at one time and gave up her daughter, probably named Adria or something like it, for adoption. An old couple, Victor Nash and his wife Sharon, adopted the kid sometime in late 1974, I think, though I can't find any reference to a specific date, and no official papers were filed. That all? Not quite, Sweeney said, loving to spread news meant to shock. Get a load of this. We suspect this Virginia Watson Slade might have been the governess for London Danvers. There was a long, low whistle on the other end of the line. Ginny Slade? Bingo. So, why are you involved? No, let me guess. The kid's shown up and is demanding part of the fortune. You got it. Could be interesting. See what you can come up with. Where can I reach you? I'll call you. Need anything else? How about a social security number? Right. Sweeney sorted through his notes on Ginny Slade. Got it, he said, and rattled off the series of numbers she'd used when she was London's governess. He explained a little more about the case and hung up, satisfied that Foster would come up with something. He was a computer hacker from the 80s who'd found a way to put his skills to work. Sweeney didn't really know how he operated, if he broke into the IRS's files or had someone in the government working for him, but Foster was part of a national service where people who had been lost were found, even people who didn't want to be located. He'd get the job done, one way or the other. Satisfied, Sweeney snapped his briefcase shut. He felt better. Another drink, and he'd call Jason Danvers. Adria glanced over her shoulder, but she didn't see a familiar face in the stream of people that passed by the front door of the Orion. She told herself that she was being paranoid, that no one was following her, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. And the dead rat in her mini-fridge served to remind her that someone did know where she lived and where she went. All day while she scouted around town looking for a more permanent residence, she'd felt as if a pair of eyes had been boring into her back, watching her every move. She'd half expected to run into Zachary again, but he hadn't shown up, and it wasn't his style to stay in the shadows. He might follow her, as he'd done before, but he'd end up confronting her again. So who? She wondered as she swept her gaze along the street again. She didn't see anyone hunched over a newspaper, or lounging near a telephone booth, or quickly ducking into storefronts when she glanced behind her. The person who had sent her the package had put her on edge. She was jumping at shadows. Before leaving the hotel earlier, she checked with the bell captain, security, and the business office. No one had remembered anyone leaving a package for her. Whoever was behind it had been very careful. And so would she be. Waving to the old man behind the magazine counter, Adria dashed into the hotel and asked for messages at the front desk. She was handed one note from the switchboard and a stiff white envelope with her name scrawled across the linen surface, not in block letters this time, but flowing script. Rather than read the messages where anyone lounging in the lobby could see her, she took the elevator to her floor. In her room, she kicked off her shoes, cast a glance at the closed refrigerator,
Then she scanned the notes. The telephone call was from Nelson Danvers, who wanted to speak with her urgently. Good. Progress, she thought. But she could let Nelson wait a little longer. The invitation in the linen envelope wasn't expected. She pulled out the handwritten card and read the offer. Mr. Anthony Polidori requests the honor of your presence tonight at dinner, 7 o'clock at Antonio's. A driver will pick you up in front of the hotel. No telephone number, no address, just a note left at the front desk of the Orion. Adria read the words over again. Why would Polidori want to see her? Obviously, he'd heard that she was in town claiming to be London Danvers, but how? And how did he know where she was staying? She felt goosebumps crawl up her back, and she walked to the window and stared out at the street, wondering again if even now she was being followed, or if anyone was watching her room. She saw no one leaning against a lamppost while staring at her window, no malicious figure darting into the shadows. Relax, she told herself, as she tapped the edge of the card on her lips and walked to her closet, where she eyed her meager wardrobe. What would it hurt to meet Polidori? Should she take him up on his offer, or would that be playing into his hands? She smiled to herself because she was starting to think like a Danvers. She had no reason to fear the Polidoris. In fact, talking with Whit Danvers's sworn enemy could be enlightening. According to everyone in the family, he was the most likely suspect in the kidnapping of London. So why would he want to see her? She changed into a simple black skirt and top, clamped her hair back, and slipped her arms into a jacket. By the time she hurried out of the elevator in the main lobby, the limo had arrived, and a driver helped her into the shadowed interior. She wasn't alone. 2 men sat across from each other. The short, older man, in an elegant gray suit and dark glasses, greeted her. Ms. Nash, he said, taking her hand as she slid onto the seat beside him. Welcome. I'm Anthony Polidori. My son, Mario. My pleasure, Mario said smoothly. He was tanned and good-looking, with even features, curling black hair cut longer than fashionable, and eyes the color of obsidian. I was surprised to hear from you, she said, deciding not to play games. Anthony smiled and tapped his son on the knee with his cane. She was surprised. He patted her arm as the limousine pulled away from the curb. You've not heard of the feud between the Danvers family and my own? His voice was skeptical. A little, she hedged, not wanting to give anything away. I bet. For a few seconds he seemed lost in thought, and only the soft sound of classical music filled the plush interior of the car. Mario, where are your manners? Ask Miss Nash if she cares for a drink. Later, maybe, she said, but Mario ignored her and poured a glass of wine from a bottle chilling in an ice bucket. Please, be our guest, Mario insisted. Probably in his late 30s or early 40s, Mario wore his good looks like an expensive suit. He seemed to pose as he sat across from her. As he handed her the stemmed glass of chilled wine, his fingers brushed hers for just a fraction of an instant, but his gaze touched hers briefly before he removed his hand. Staring out the tinted windows, Anthony clucked his tongue. It's sad, this feud, he admitted, but it can't be helped. It goes back for generations, you see, starting with Julius Danvers and my father. That much Adria understood. Maria, who had worked for the Danvers family for years, had told her of Stefano Polidori and how he became the rival of the Danvers family. The original patriarch of the Danvers family, Julius Danvers, made his money and the beginning of the family fortune in the late 1800s. An immigrant logger who had the foresight to acquire all the timber-rich land he could beg, borrow, buy, or, in some cases, steal, he not only founded a company to harvest the raw timber that was abundant in the state, but also built a chain of sawmills that eventually stretched from Northern California to the Canadian border north of Seattle. It had been rumored, but never proven, that Julius was a mean son of a bitch who was willing to kill any man who tried to thwart him in his quest for unrivaled power in the timber-rich Pacific Northwest. His guilt in several logging accidents, which took the lives of some of the men not particularly loyal to him, was always assumed, but never proved. Already a wealthy man by the turn of the century, Julius diversified into shipping and hotels, spreading the family fortune into new industries. He opened the elegant Hotel Danvers in downtown Portland in time for the Lewis and Clark Exposition of 1905. The hotel, rumored to be the most lavish in Portland, became home to the elite who traveled to the city on the Willamette River. Though Julius never finished the 9th grade, he was also instrumental in establishing Reed College, the first college in Portland, where his children attended school and earned diplomas as well as social standing. Julius was famous for his hard, cruel streak, and it was generally thought that he'd won favors from politicians, judges, and policemen, thereby having more than his share of important men hidden deep within his gold-filled pockets. Julius was careful to align with the powers that be in the city and state in order to assure that nothing would ever stand in the way of his ambitions or threaten his family. His biggest competitor was Stefano Polidori, an Italian immigrant, one of the few in Portland, who had started his career by working on a truck farm in southeast Portland. Stefano had sold vegetables from a cart and later a truck, saving every penny and eventually buying several farms as he could afford them. As the city and his business grew, he opened a highly successful open-air vegetable market and later a restaurant. Eventually, he had accumulated enough money to build a hotel that rivaled the Hotel Danvers in the turn-of-the-century charm. The Polidori family, too, became rich, and as Stefano added to his fortune and diversified his investments, he stepped on Julius's toes by outbidding him on prime real estate along the river, or by convincing conventioneers that his hotel was better able to serve their needs than the Hotel Danvers. Stefano and Julius became bitter rivals. Julius couldn't believe Stefano could do anything more than sell tomatoes and lettuce from a cart. But Stefano was as shrewd and tough as his fiercest competitor. Like Julius, Stefano used his wealth to purchase rungs on the gold-plated social ladder of Portland. The rivalry and hatred between the two men and their families deepened as the years passed. "I've heard about Julius as well as your father," Adria ventured as the limo turned into the parking lot of the riverfront restaurant.
"Stubborn men, both of them," Anthony sighed loudly. "We all blamed Julius for my father's death, you know."
She'd read of the fire, of course. It had been a major news story in 1935. The cause of the blaze had been a grease fire that had started in the kitchen, but some journalists wondered if Stefano's death had truly been an accident, or if Julius Danvers had somehow masterminded the blaze that had burned the hotel and surrounding buildings to the ground. Upon his father's grave, and in full view of the press, Anthony Polidori, the new patriarch of the family, had sworn vengeance against the murdering Danvers family.
"Here we are," he said, motioning to the restaurant. "A friend of mine owns it."
The door of the limo was opened by the driver, and Anthony, barely using his cane, walked down the plank docking leading to the front doors. As they entered, they were greeted loudly by the maitre d'. Voices from the kitchen staff and waiters shouted out greetings as well. In this Italian restaurant, Anthony had no enemies. "So good to see you," the maitre d' enthused. "Your table's ready. Please, come this way." They were led up a short flight of stairs to a private glassed-in room on the second story that offered a 360-degree view of the bridges spanning the murky Willamette River.
"Beautiful, isn't it?"
Anthony asked. "Very," Adria nodded, as the maitre d' pulled out a chair for her.
The Willamette River is the lifeblood of the city. Anthony gazed through the windows, as if he could never get enough of the panorama of the Willamette River and the skyscrapers rising off the western shore. Without waiting for him to order, a slim waiter brought wine and crusty Italian bread. "The usual?" he asked as he poured 3 glasses. "For all of us," Polidori responded. "Why did you want to see me?" she asked as the waiter disappeared. "Haven't you guessed?" Anthony's dark eyes twinkled devilishly, and he chuckled. Mario came to the rescue. "It's because we know you've come to Portland for your birthright, that you're claiming to be London Danvers." Adria took a sip of the Chianti. "Why would you care?" "Try the bread," Anthony ordered, ignoring her question for the moment. "It's the best in the city, probably in all of the Northwest." He reached for a slice himself. "Does the Danvers family still bother you?" She was rewarded with one of his smiles. "I always care what happens to the family of my old rival." He glanced up at her and dusted the crumbs from his fingers. "It was a shock to me when the little girl was abducted, and yet I was considered a suspect." Shaking his head at the folly of it all, he added, "Despite my protests and alibi, Witt and his henchman Jack Logan seemed to think I had something to do with the girl's disappearance. Even Mario, though he was in Hawaii at the time, was regarded as a suspect. The fact that the second son, Zachary, claimed that he was roughed up by some Italians immediately put my family at the top of the list of possible kidnappers. Never mind that the 2 men whom he claimed to have attacked him had airtight alibis and were seen at several restaurants around the city." He wagged a finger in the air. "Didn't matter. A Danvers had made the accusation. And in this town, that makes a difference. A big difference." He raised his palms to the ceiling. "So, I would like to clear the Polidori name. And if you are indeed London, I would like to help you." He bit into his bread and sighed happily, as if he'd forgotten the conversation, but Adria knew differently. When she didn't respond, he said, "I doubt the Danvers family is eager for you to be their half-sister." She hedged. "There's been a little resistance." Mario snorted a laugh at her understatement. "A little? Come on." Waving off his son's sarcasm, Anthony said, "Of course, I know nothing of your financial situation, but it's no secret that the Danverses are exceedingly wealthy and influential. If they decide to fight you on this, and believe me, they will fight you like wounded wolves with everything they've got, I'm willing to help you." "Help me?" she said, not sure she understood correctly. "Absolutely." Mario leaned back in his chair, his dark eyes squinting thoughtfully in her direction. He steepled his fingers beneath his chin. "Our family has some power in this town, too. In fact, we think our lawyers are the best in the city. If you need legal help or a loan—" "I don't think that would be such a good idea." It was beginning to sound as if they wanted her in their camp, and she suddenly felt anxious. "Do you want to prove you're London or not?" Anthony asked, and his dark eyes gleamed with a frosty inner light that was as cold as death. "Of course." "Then you should take my offer." She wanted to turn him down flat. Though he and Mario were both trying their best to be charming, she felt as if he was attempting to orchestrate the conversation and push her into a position where she'd be in debt to him forever. However, she wasn't foolish enough to reject his offer outright. Not yet. She'd learned that patience was a virtue, though sometimes hard to attain. The fact of the matter was that she was in no position to turn away help of any kind. Though the Polidoris had axes to grind with the Danvers family,
She needed allies in her search, any allies she could get. She had only to think of the dead rat to remind herself, "You're very generous."
Then it's settled.
Not quite. You know, most of the family still thinks you were behind London's kidnapping. Polidori's smile faded. He studied the red wine in his glass.
I had nothing to do with the kidnapping. I would never hurt a child. Anyone's child.
What about Robert Danvers? She asked the old man. Polidori snorted.
Julius's oldest son had a boating accident, if I recall.
Some people think you arranged it.
People like to make something of nothing.
She plunged onward. Julius had 3 children. Only one, Whit, survived. With a long sigh, Anthony said,
Julius's second boy, Peter, was killed in the war.
He frowned.
I had nothing to do with that either, you know. Though I'm sure the Danvers family would like to think I was in league with Mussolini and Hitler, I didn't hire the Nazis to shoot Peter's plane down. Nor did I do anything to the boat that Robert was driving on the river the summer he was killed. The way I heard the story was that he'd been drinking heavily and came too close to the shore of the Columbia. His boat crashed against the rocks. In the accident, his neck was broken. He was killed instantly.
An accident that left Whit as the only Danvers heir.
Precisely. Look, if I was so vile as to have arranged all these deaths, why wouldn't I kill Whit as well?
Adria considered, then decided to gamble. Maybe you wanted him to twist in the wind a little. There are rumors about your rivalry with Whit. It isn't out of the question to think that you might want to watch one of Julius's sons face a little pain in his life. She didn't mention Anthony's affair with Whit's first wife, Eunice, but it hung on the air between them, suspended by invisible threads of innuendo. Anthony shook his head.
You think I'm some big mafia don. Is that it?
He asked, and exchanged looks with his son. I don't know you at all, Adria pointed out. In fact, I wasn't sure I should come here.
And why is that?
Leaning closer to him, she said, Because, Mr. Polidori, I thought you might have wanted to talk to me to get information on the Danvers family for your own purposes.
You don't trust me.
There's a reason you asked me to dinner, and I don't think it's because you think that I've had a lack of Italian cuisine while growing up in Montana. One graying brow lifted.
I'm just curious, that's all.
Why?
It is rumored that if London Danvers does appear, she'll inherit a good portion of Danvers International.
Here it comes.
Many of our business interests are in direct competition with the Danvers Corporation, and I was hoping, should you come to inherit part of the fortune, that you might be willing to sell off some of the smaller industries.
Resting his elbows on the table, he propped up his chin.
I'm specifically interested in the Hotel Danvers.
Her heart dropped to the floor. The hotel? She thought of the ballroom with its glorious chandeliers, the old elevator, the time and money put into renovating the old building to its original state. You brought me here to, bribe me? She shook her head and laughed at the pomposity of this man, who, though he was loath to admit it, was very much like several members of the Danvers clan. I'm afraid you'll have to take a number and stand in line. A few people in the Danvers family are already in a bidding war. They seem to think that I can be bought off.
Can you?
He asked. No.
Ah, an honorable woman with noble intentions.
His eyes flicked dangerously. I just want to find out the truth. Chapter 16. Zack smelled trouble. It sizzled in the air, like electricity before a lightning storm, and drew him back to Portland. Jason's panicked phone calls hadn't caused him to climb into his Jeep and head west over the mountains. Pressing business worries weren't the reason, nor had his concern that he'd lose the ranch if Adria proved to be London been his impetus. No, the reason he'd driven like a madman across the mountains had been something more basic, more primal, an urge deep in his guts that he couldn't suppress and didn't want to name. "Idiot," he ground out as he glowered through the raindrops drizzling down the windshield. The lights of Portland shone like tiny beacons, leading him closer. To what? Adria. He ground his teeth together, and his fingers clenched the steering wheel, gripping hard. He didn't even know where she was staying. It was after 10 by the time she returned to her hotel room. She kicked off her shoes, rubbing one foot. She sat on the bed and glanced at the mini refrigerator. Didn't want to go there. She picked up the receiver with her free hand. As she dialed the number Nelson had left with someone at the front desk, she cradled the receiver between her shoulder and ear. The phone rang 5 times, and she was about to hang up when he answered. "Nelson Danvers." "This is Adria," she said. "You called?" There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Yes, I, thought we should meet. You know, to talk, to get to know each other. I was hoping maybe tonight, if you can make it. I'd be willing to come downtown and meet you in the bar of your hotel." She glanced at the clock. Why not? It was early, and she wasn't the least bit tired. In fact, the dead rat and then her dinner with the Polidores had set her nerves on edge, and she needed to calm down. She told him she'd meet him in 20 minutes and hung up before she noticed the note. A single piece of paper folded, with her name scratched on the back, lying on the bureau. Oh, God! No one had slipped this piece of paper under the door. Dread settled in the back of her throat. Hands shaking, she snatched up the note and opened it. "Die, bitch." A chill slithered down her spine. Her skin crawled in apprehension. Her lungs were suddenly tight, and she nearly dropped the paper onto the floor. "Pull yourself together." Taking in a deep breath, she decided that the message didn't bother her as much as the frightening fact that someone had delivered the simple piece of paper to her locked room. The same person who had let himself into her room at the Hotel Danvers, the same creep who had left the dead rat and locket downstairs. Her stomach turned at the thought. He knew where she was staying, and worse yet, could come and go as he pleased, while she was away or while she was sleeping. Panic tore through her, but she tamped it down. Yes, she would have to go to the authorities, and soon, but for now, she couldn't let some chicken shit letter writer get to her. She reminded herself that she didn't scare easily. She'd grown up on the farm, and her father had taken her hunting, fishing, and even rock climbing in the Bitterroots. She'd skinny dipped in Flathead Lake and branded cattle, smelling the searing flesh, hearing the cows bawl as she learned to be tough. She'd shot the rapids as well as her .22, and she'd watched as her favorite horse had to be destroyed after shattering his leg. She'd faced the threat of losing her home and the death of all her loved ones, and by God, she wasn't going to let anyone get the better of her. Not by writing silly little notes. Damned coward. She folded the stupid threat and tucked it into her purse with the other one that she'd crumpled, then smoothed flat and decided to keep. Maybe she'd show them both to Nelson and see what he had to say. Within 10 minutes, she was downstairs in the bar, at a private table near windows that looked onto the street. She watched the steady stream of traffic moving slowly between red lights. Pedestrians carrying umbrellas and wrapped in winter coats with the collars turned against the wind dashed along the sidewalks, always in a hurry. She hadn't planned to order a drink, but receiving the package and note had definitely changed her mind. She was sipping a rum and coke when Nelson appeared. She almost didn't recognize him, as she'd always seen him impeccably dressed in expensive suits. Tonight, his hair was uncombed, wind-blown and damp from the rain, and he wore a wool sweater, black jeans, and a black leather jacket that looked brand new, as if he'd bought it for the occasion. Whereas Zachary was rough and tumble and wore his I-don't-give-a-shit attitude comfortably, Nelson seemed out of place in clothes a little too fashionable to be casual. An enigma. Nelson glanced nervously around the room before he spied her. Relief crossed his face as he threaded his way quickly through the tables. He seemed paler than she remembered, less self-assured, and there was a little boy quality to him that she hadn't noticed before. "Adria!" His face broke into a warm smile as he dropped into the chair opposite her. The waiter was there immediately, and he ordered a scotch on the rocks. "You must think it strange that I called you," he said, wiping a few drops of rain from his jacket. "I expected it." "Did you?" "You're just the first. I'd guess that everybody in the family will want to have his or her say. You know, try and convince me that it's in my best interests to leave town." His smile didn't even falter, though she thought she saw a flicker of ice in his warm blue eyes. "Well, I hate to say it, but it would make it a hell of a lot easier on you." So I should just turn tail and run?" "Not exactly." "And then I'd be back to square one." "Is that so bad?" "I think so, yes," she said, her temper frazzling. Have you any idea how many years I've been trying to find out who I am? Where I came from?" The waiter brought his drink, and Nelson fingered the glass. "So it doesn't matter if you're London, as long as you find out who you are?" "I am London." He eyed her speculatively. "Okay, London," he said with just a hint of sarcasm. "What is it you want from us?" "I already told you. Recognition." "And with the recognition, your inheritance." "Look, Nelson, I don't expect you or the rest of your family to roll over and take me in with no questions asked. That wouldn't make sense." "No." "And I realize I'm not the first one to make the claim that I'm your half-sister." "Not by a long shot." Adria spread her hands over the table, as if in supplication. "All I want is a chance. I don't know what your family's doing, but I imagine everyone is trying his damnedest to prove me a fake. I figure you've got a team of lawyers and investigators working on this day and night." His eyes shifted away from hers, and she knew she'd been right about one thing. She was being followed by some detective hired by the family. A knot tightened in her stomach, but she managed to appear calm. "So, if you get any information that conclusively says I'm not London Danvers, just let me know and I'll back off. I'll take blood tests, lie detector tests, DNA tests, anything to help sort this out. Give me a call when your PI reports back to you." "How do you know about—" "Only makes sense." She sat back against her chair and regarded him coldly. "It's what I would do if the situation were reversed." "You could go away from this empty-handed." "That's not exactly a news flash." She stared at him steadily, and he blinked before finding interest in his half-empty glass. "I just have to know the truth, Nelson. Maybe you aren't interested in that, but I'd say it's a shame if the public defender wasn't looking for it around each and every corner." He took a quick swallow of scotch, and Adria thought that he, of all the children, looked the most like his father. Whit had been a bigger man, but he had the same startling blue eyes, aristocratic straight nose, thick hair and square jaw. Aside from the similar facial features, the resemblance ended, however. Nelson was decidedly different from Whit, or at least what she imagined Whit to have been from all the articles and newspaper reports she'd read of him, the pictures she'd seen. Whit Danvers had been imposing and ruthless and cruel. Nelson seemed to have a gentler side to his character, and Adria guessed there had been little, if any, gentleness in Whit Danvers. Whatever tenderness had been trapped in his black soul had been given only to his youngest child, to London, his little treasure. She suddenly felt sick and surprisingly empathetic for this man sitting across from her. All Whit's children bore emotional scars that might never heal. But she wouldn't learn anything if she showed any sign of weakness, if she let her emotions get the better of her. "What if I do turn out to be London?" she asked, lifting an eyebrow. "What would you do then?" "I don't know. It's impossible to even consider it. She's been dead too long. At least dead to me. Us. The family." "If I do turn out to be dear little London, you'll have to see me day after day, and you'll have to deal with me regarding all the family business, won't you?"
"I don't work for the company."
"You're on the board of directors. You aren't high profile, but you're involved. Sure, Jason pulls all the strings, but you and your sister are always hovering in the wings." When he didn't respond, she plunged on, determined to make her point. "I could be helpful to you, you know. I read somewhere that you'd like to go into politics. If you assisted me in uncovering the truth, it would look good on your record, wouldn't it?" She winked at him, as if they were co-conspirators. "The headlines could be a veritable bonanza of goodwill, which wouldn't hurt you in the final ballot count. I can see them now. Danvers brother finds long-lost sister, or Nelson Danvers proves woman is his half-sister. Candidate finds long-lost relative. It could go on and on." Nelson's eyes grew wary. "Then again," she said, with a lift of her shoulder, "if I really do turn out to be London, I could throw a monkey wrench in all your ambitions. You're probably banking on getting your share of the fortune." She clucked her tongue and wondered what it was about him that made her second-guess herself.
"You know, Adria, I came here hoping that we could settle things. I don't need to be threatened."
"Glad you brought it up, 'cause neither do I." Reaching into her purse, she retrieved the nasty little notes she'd received and slapped them onto the table. "Someone has been sending me notes and gifts, if you would call it that." The color seeped from his face.
"Who gave these to you?"
"Don't know. Notice that they're not signed. The mark of a true coward."
"How did you get them? Were they delivered?"
he asked, a muscle ticking near the corner of his jaw. "One turned up on my bureau. The other, a nasty little surprise, was left at the desk. Not many people know that I'm a guest here, Nelson, but obviously you did, so I assume the rest of your family does as well. My guess is that the guy you've got following me reports back to you, and you all know when I'm out of my room." She glared at him. "Give the family a message. It won't work. I won't back off. I've been told that I've got a stubborn streak that becomes obvious when people try to force me into doing what they want." She leaned across the table, bringing her face closer to his. "The bottom line is this. The more you push, the harder I'll push right back. These," she pointed to the letter, "are a waste of my time, and the package just evidence that someone needs to see a shrink."
"I have no idea where those letters came from,"
he said, blinking hard, as if trying to put his thoughts in some sort of order.
"And a package? What was in it?"
"Believe me, you don't want to know. Why don't you give your siblings a message from me, okay? Tell them to knock it off. I'm about ready to go to the police and the press as it is, and this is just one way of pushing me right through the open doors of the Oregonian. I know of several columnists who would have a ball with this story, and probably a dozen freelance reporters who would cut off their right arm if they could create a little controversy in this town. They'd love to shake up the social strata a bit by writing an exposé of some sort on the Danvers family. She took a long drink from her glass. What do you think?
What I think, Adria, Nelson said, his voice surprisingly low and calm, is that you're just like all the rest. A fraud.
And what I think is someone in the family is running scared. She tapped a fingernail on the letters. Really scared.
You don't even know that they're from the family.
Who else? She folded the notes and put them in her purse. She didn't like pushing so hard, but she had no choice. Someone in the family had decided it was time to play hardball. Was it Nelson? She didn't think so, but she didn't know much about him. If Nelson were really her half-brother, she'd feel sorry for him, wearing his expensive suits during the day and his new black leather jacket at night, while holding on to a job he didn't want, just because he was part of the political game started long ago by his father. She suspected that even though good old Wit was in the grave, Nelson was still trying to prove to his father, or to himself, that he was truly worth something after all. Is there anything else you wanted to know? She asked.
Why don't you just leave us alone?
I can't.
This is your mission, right?
You got it, Nelson. Since the conversation wasn't going anywhere, she stood. Look, this doesn't have to be a battle, she said.
Of course it does.
He stared up at her, and his eyes seemed suddenly lifeless. She wanted to wiggle away from his dead gaze, but she didn't.
If you know anything about our family, you know it does.
As long as we understand each other. She motioned toward the bar. Don't worry about the bill. I charged it to my room. Nelson watched as she walked briskly out the double-glass doors. He'd made a mess of things. He'd hoped to befriend her and weasel a little information from her, but she'd turned the conversation around and he'd been nearly tongue-tied. He was usually calm around women, immune to them for the most part, but occasionally he found one who could rattle him, and Adria Nash, whoever the hell she was, had done more than her share of rattling. He had the horrible premonition that she was London. Not only her looks, but her manner spoke of arrogance and power. He'd expected a shy little hick from Montana, a girl interested in scamming a few bucks and beating a hasty retreat. But there was more to her than met the eye, and that scared him shitless. Straightening his collar, he caught his reflection in the beveled mirror over the bar. Another murky gaze met his and locked, and Nelson felt the back of his throat turn to cotton. There was passion in that stare, unreined, raw sexual energy that hit him with an intensity that knocked the breath from his lungs. He felt the same dark stirrings he'd tried to deny for years, held the stranger's gaze for just an instant, and turned quickly on his heel. He didn't have time for any one-night stands. Besides, they were much too dangerous. He had his career to think about, and he couldn't, for the sake of one wet tongue sliding down his spine, give in to the dark desire that had been his curse for as long as he'd been interested in sex. One night could put his entire future in jeopardy, especially now. Ignoring the heat that crept into his loins and brought a sheen of perspiration to his upper lip, he left the bar and hunched his shoulders against the cool October breeze. Briskly, before he gave in to the sexual demons still burning through his mind, and he turned around to meet with the sensual stranger, he walked the few blocks to the Hotel Danvers where his car was parked. Without a second's hesitation, he called Jason from the cellular phone in his Cadillac.
I just met with Adria,
he said, looking over his shoulder as if he expected someone. The potential one-night stand, perhaps, to be staring through the windows.
I'm on my way to your house.
Great! Jason slammed the phone down and rotated the kinks from his neck. It had been one hell of a day. He'd been in meetings all day, but his mind hadn't been on business. No, he hadn't been able to stop thinking of Adria Nash, the proverbial fly in the fucking ointment. How could the family get rid of her? There was something about her that got his blood up, and he imagined himself either knocking her senseless or making love to her, or both. He got hard just thinking of shoving her onto the bed and giving her the fuck of her life. "Get a grip," he muttered. Even thinking about a sexual involvement with her was a ridiculous, treacherous notion, and it probably started because she reminded him of Kat. Guilt, ever his companion, ate at him. He was waiting for a call from Sweeney, and he'd already had a run-in with Kim, who was making demands upon him, begging him to get the divorce he'd so foolishly promised her. He didn't need the added aggravation, and now Nelson was losing it. The kid was about to go around the bend with this Adria London thing. Usually even-tempered, Nelson was coming damned close to becoming unhinged. Jason checked his watch and frowned. "Come on, Sweeney," he said before pouring himself another drink and tossing it back. 10 minutes later, the phone rang. Jason picked up the receiver on the second ring and heard Sweeney's nasal drawl. "I've done as much checking in this shithole as I can," Oswald announced without so much as a greeting. "Our friend, Miss Nash, has been a busy woman. After discovering the tape from her father, she checked out every library book in the county on the timber business and the hotel business as well as shipping and real estate." Every muscle in Jason's body tightened. Danvers International. "So, she's done her homework." "Hell yes, she's done her homework. Even got herself some goddamned extra credit, if you ask me. She ordered books from other libraries all across the Northwest, Seattle, Portland, Spokane, Oregon City, and newspapers, too. Contacted all the majors in 3 or 4 states. As I said, the lady's been busy." Jason's inside seemed to congeal. He'd hoped she was a bimbo, a low-class gold digger out for a quick buck. Sweeney was still saturating him with the bad news. "Now, you have to remember that she graduated with honors from the college she attended, summa cum laude. Christ, this gal isn't another one of your look-alike airheads. She's got brains, and it appears as if she wanted to know everything she could about you, the family, and how you go about making your money." Jason sagged against the wall and stared out at the night. He felt as if the floorboards were shifting beneath his feet. "If you look through your list of stockholders, you might find that she owns some stock in Danvers International. Not much, mind you, just 100 shares, enough to get all the information you send to your investors." Jesus! Jason resisted the urge to clear his throat. "Anything else?" he asked, his jaw clenched so tight it began to throb. "Oh, yeah, a lot. And nothing you're gonna want to hear. She's got the right kind of blood. A negative. Not all that uncommon, but since Whit was O negative and Catherine was A positive, their daughter could very well have been A negative. I never found any records where London was typed, but A negative would certainly have been in the ballpark. It's just too bad that old Whit and Catherine aren't around so that we could do a DNA test. Kind of a break for her that she had to wait until both London's natural parents were cremated, don't you think? Damned convenient for her. So far, it looks like she's got you by the short hairs," Sweeney said, and Jason heard the note of satisfaction in the oily man's speech. Jason took in a deep, calming breath. "So, tell me the good news," he said, praying there was a chink in Adria's story. "She's broke." "How broke?" "Broke as in drowning in red ink. Even though she's leased her farm, looks like she'll have to sell it. And she's still got hospital bills hammered up her ass. A chunk of Danvers change would definitely keep the wolf from the door." That news was encouraging. In a legal fight, Ms. Nash would lose unless she came up with some egomaniac of a lawyer, some renegade who wanted a piece of the Danvers fortune himself and was willing to work on a contingency with no money up front. Jason had a lot of friends in town, attorneys who wouldn't dare go up against the Danvers family in a court of law. But there were plenty who would, on a contingency basis, just for the challenge and fame of it all. Okay, what else? That's it for now, but I plan to come up with something when I get to Memphis. What's there? Hopefully, Bobby Slade. Virginia's husband? Jason began to feel a little ray of hope. You found him? I think so. And a word of advice to you. You'd better get down on your knees and pray he's got A-negative blood running through his veins. Would help cast a big shadow over her story. Oh, and there's one more thing you might like to know. Earlier tonight, our Ms. Nash was picked up at the Orion Hotel in a stretch limo. By whom? Sweeney hesitated a beat, and Jason had the sickening feeling that he was being strung along. Well, that's the kicker, Oswald Sweeney finally drawled. Seems as if your good friend Anthony Polidori took her out to dinner. Listen, Nelson said, tossing his jacket over the back of a chair. I'm telling you, she's a wild card. There's just no knowing what she's going to do next. She's said she'll go to the press, do whatever it takes to get what she wants, and I believe her. She wasn't just jacking me around. Zach stood near the fireplace, resting his hip on the Italian marble, feeling uncomfortable in the formal living room, the room he'd never been allowed to walk through as a child. Decorated in white with touches of black and gold, it was a cold room, and he would have preferred to be anywhere else in the world rather than cornered here at the old family home with his brothers and sister. Now his eyes narrowed on Nelson. The youngest Danvers brother was known to exaggerate, and for that reason, he'd probably make a good politician. Nelson had been pacing the length of the living room, nervously eyeing Zach ever since his middle brother had shown up. What do you think we should do? Zach asked, unable to read his younger brother. Zach had never understood him, not even when Nelson was just a kid. Shit, I don't know what we should do. That's why I'm here. You'll make a hell of a mayor, Nelson, Zach remarked before lifting his bottle of Coors to his lips. Governor, Nelson clarified. Tricia flicked a lighter to the end of her cigarette. So, what would you do, Zach? Leave her alone. Let her play out her hand. Through a cloud of smoke, Tricia laughed. Just because you don't give a rat's ass doesn't mean the rest of us don't. You've got a better idea? Hire a hitman. Tricia crossed her legs and settled back into the plump white pillows of the couch. Don't even say it, Nelson bit out. Christ, don't you know when I'm joking? Tricia rolled her eyes, but Zach noticed something dark in her gaze, something she quickly disguised. Nelson faced his sister. No one knows when you're joking, Tricia. Not even you. Clever, Nelson. Clever. Nelson shoved both hands through his hair. We'd all better be careful. She's already received a couple of threatening letters and some damned package that she wouldn't say too much about. How nice, Tricia purred, but Zach felt every muscle in his body grow instantly taut. What do you mean? As Nelson related his conversation with Adria, Zach's insides grew cold. Someone was threatening Adria? But who? Only the people in this room, his mother and the Polidori family, knew she was in town. No, that wasn't right. There were all the people who worked for the family, servants who could have overheard phone calls, and then there was the private investigator, and anyone else Jason had put on the payroll. Tricia, her expression unreadable, crushed her cigarette in a crystal ashtray. Have any of you thought about the fact that Adria could just be who she claims she is? Maybe she is London, and if she is, we're all up shit creek without our proverbial paddle.
London's dead, Jason said, cutting off further speculation.
How do you know? How do any of us know? Tricia asked.
We all know it. She obviously died years ago. Or maybe there's a 1 in a million chance that she's living somewhere, oblivious to the fact that she's a Danvers. Or maybe she just found out who she is, Zack drawled, narrowing his eyes on his family.
It's all just a pain in the ass, Tricia said as she climbed off the couch. You know, I hate it when this happens, when someone comes in with all that crap about being London, Whit Danvers' little princess. That's what he called her, you know. She turned her shadowed eyes on Zack. You remember, don't you? She was all he cared about. The rest of us could have dropped off the face of the earth and he wouldn't have blinked an eye. But because it was London, it was a really big deal.
She's got to be dead, Jason said.
Zack couldn't help rising to the bait.
Maybe one of us killed her. Jesus, Zack, listen to you. Don't even think about it.
Nelson shoved the sleeves of his sweater to his elbows as he looked from one of his siblings to the other.
Look, arguing among ourselves isn't doing any of us any good. What we've got to do is find a way to discredit her. She assured me that if we found out the truth and proved to her that she wasn't London, she'd take a hike.
And you believe that? Tricia asked with a low-throated chuckle. Jesus, Nels, you really are a dumb shit, aren't you? The more I think about it, the more I think you're the perfect public servant.
Knock it off, Jason ordered. I've got Sweeney checking her story, and he's got a man following her. If she's got an accomplice, we'll hear of it.
Sweeney, Zack said, disgusted. He'd suspected that Jason would have Adria followed, but Oswald Sweeney was low-life trash who would sell his own mother if the price were right.
He'll get the job done.
He's a fucking creep, Tricia said.
For once, Zack agreed with his sister, but he didn't have time to argue with Jason's choice of private investigators.
Zack turned his attention to his younger brother. Nelson seemed incredibly nervous, like he was on speed.
Are the notes legitimate threats? He asked, forcing himself to think logically.
On one level, he wanted to tear his siblings limb from limb for all their disparaging remarks about Adria, and yet he was a fool to think he could trust her one little bit. Nelson eyed him curiously.
What are you getting at?
Could she have written them herself?
What for?
Nelson asked. Zack peeled the label off his beer.
Public sympathy?
You are perverted, aren't you? Tricia said.
Wait a minute. Why not? Jason asked, warming to the subject. She's clever enough to have written the threats herself.
Shit, yes, that's probably just what she did. There was genuine admiration in his eyes.
Or else she might be in serious danger,
Zack said, aloud, and that thought chilled him to the bone.
Why don't you tell me where she is?
She's got a room at the Orion, Nelson supplied.
Don't know the room number.
The Orion. He hadn't been in that hotel since the night of the kidnapping, had never been able to drive past its cold concrete exterior without feeling a time warp that dragged him back to the horrid night when he'd been beaten, left for dead, and ended up a suspect in his kid sister's abduction.
Who knows she's there?
Nelson bit his lower lip.
Probably half the people in Portland by now. Hell, Zack, didn't you hear me? She's talking about going to the police and the press. Do you know what will happen? It'll be a circus.
Why do you care? Tricia asked Zack as she reached for another cigarette. As I said, you've never given a good goddamn about the family.
Still don't.
But you've got a bug up your butt, don't you? She flicked her lighter to the end of her filter tip. You know, Zack, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were interested in Adria, romantically speaking. He didn't bother answering. Just like Kat. Couldn't keep your hands off her, even though you knew it was suicide. Tricia studied the glowing tip of her cigarette, as if it held all the answers to the universe. I'd hate to think this copycat's got her claws into you already. Zach forced a cold smile. Hell, Tricia. And here I thought you were the only one with claws. She glowered at him through smoke. Jason said, I still think the best idea would be to hide her away somewhere, like the ranch. Forget it. Zach told himself he wasn't interested. Could give you a chance to be alone with her, Tricia taunted. At the ranch. Just like Kat. Zach's fingers tightened around his cores, and Jason, his mouth set and grim, held up a hand. Time for a truce, you two. Get a hold of yourself, Zach. You know who the enemy is here. Yeah, Zach knew, but he didn't like it. Jason was still suggesting that he convince Adria to leave Portland and go to the ranch with him. The trouble was, Zach was beginning to agree. Chapter 17. From the outside, the Orion Hotel looked the same as it had years ago when Zach, determined to lose his virginity, had crossed the threshold. Inside, things had changed. The main lobby had been remodeled. Glass tables and floral couches were positioned away from the desk, and spiky-leaved palms seemed to grow out of the terracotta floor. Ignoring a sense of déjà vu that made his skin crawl, Zach walked straight to the desk where two clerks, a man and a woman in their early 20s, were manning the night shift. Would you ring Ms. Nash's room? Zach asked. Tell her she has a guest in the lobby. The two exchanged glances, and the woman checked her watch. Is she expecting you? No. It's late. She won't mind. Polished fingernails flew over the keyboard of her computer. Let me see if she's asked not to be disturbed. She studied the monitor, gave a little shrug, and lifted the phone receiver to her ear. What's your name? Zachary Danvers. She knows you? Yeah. It'll be just a minute. I'll wait in the bar. As the telephone jangled for the third time, Adria reached blindly for it and glanced at the clock. 12:30. She'd been asleep for less than an hour, but the clouds of slumber had been heavy and hard to part. Fumbling for the receiver with one hand, she pushed her bangs out of her eyes with the other. Hello? Ms. Nash, this is Lori at the front desk. I'm sorry to disturb you, but you have a visitor. Mr. Danvers is here to see you. Who? Zachary Danvers. Zach? The fog cleared from her mind as the apologetic clerk conveyed Zach's message. Her heart skipped a tiny little beat before she realized that he'd been called in by the troops. It was time to circle the Danvers family wagons as Adria had threatened to go to the police. She wondered how he'd try to convince her to take a hike. She threw on a pair of jeans and a bulky sweater. Unable to control the wild black curls, she clipped a barrette over her hair at the base of her neck and grabbed her purse. Ready for round 3, she told herself as she thought of Paula Dory and Nelson Danvers and the damned dead rat wearing her locket. Suddenly, she'd become popular. Too popular, and too many people knew where she lived. It was time to move to cheaper, more private quarters. She saw Zach the minute she entered the bar. Despite the soft lights and the dark interior, she noticed him at a table in the corner. His jean-clad legs were stretched out in front of him, and he rested on the small of his back. His blue work shirt was pushed high on his forearms, and he was watching the door with hawk-like eyes that followed her as she made her way to the table. She'd forgotten how formidable he was. The cruel set of his mouth, the thick black brows, his face, all sharp angles and planes, and eyes that seemed to see through any facade. Nursing a beer, he didn't say a word as she approached, didn't offer the hint of a smile, or indicate in any way that he was glad to see her. In fact, he almost scowled as if irritated by the sight of her. "Do you know what time it is?" she asked, dropping her purse onto the table. He shrugged.
"After midnight."
"If you're here to offer me a bribe, forget it."
"Sit down, Adria," he suggested. "I heard you've been getting some nasty mail."
"Bad news travels fast." She settled into a chair. The waiter came and she started to decline, then decided she could use a drink. Zach's presence always unnerved her. It was his attitude, she supposed. All male ego and raw sexuality, as if he knew he was attractive to females, the kind of cynical man most women considered a challenge and itched to tame, the kind of man she should stay away from, a lonesome cowboy who was up to no good. "I'll have a glass of Chardonnay, please."
"Tell me about the letters."
"Not exactly love notes," she said, and pulled a plastic bag from her purse. She slid it across the table, and he read the short messages through the plastic.
"Someone means business."
His mouth was grim, his eyebrows pulled together. "Someone named Danvers, unless I miss my guess."
"Nelson said you got a package, too."
"That I did." Her wine came, and she took a long sip.
"From the same guy?"
"I imagine."
"What was it?"
"Oh, Lord." "A personal gift," she said, watching his reaction. "A dead rat with—"
"What? Someone sent you a dead rat?"
His face drained of color. "With a necklace around its throat and body. The very locket and chain that was stolen from my room when I was staying at the Hotel Danvers. And this note." She pointed to one of the plastic-encased letters.
"Jesus Christ, Adria. Are you kidding?"
"About this? Nope."
She shook her head. "And you didn't call the police?"
"Not yet."
"Where is the damn thing?"
"On ice."
"What?"
"In the mini-fridge in my room." He looked as if he didn't believe her. "You want to see it?"
"Damn straight."
His countenance had changed from shock to anger, and he slapped some bills onto the table and followed her out of the bar, past the front desk and to the elevators.
"This is friggin' nuts,"
he growled as she unlocked the door to her room, stepped inside, and walked to the minibar. "You're telling me." She opened the refrigerator door, and Zach, bending on one knee, looked inside.
"Son of a bitch,"
he whispered.
"Son of a goddamn bitch."
He didn't touch the bag, but said,
"You have to tell the police about this, Adria."
He motioned toward the package.
"This isn't just a simple threat scratched on a note and slipped under the door."
"I was just waiting."
"For what? The sicko to come after you?" "No, there'll be no waiting."
He crossed to the bed and swept the phone from its cradle.
"Either you call or I will, but this has gone far enough."
"Just hold on a sec. I said I'd call the police, and I will, but let's go back downstairs and finish our drinks. Think about this calmly." She suddenly needed to get out of the room.
"There's nothing to be calm about. This is serious, Adria."
Using a handkerchief, he pulled the plastic bag with its grisly contents from the refrigerator.
"Is this what it came in?"
he asked, motioning to the torn manila envelope on the desk. "Yes."
"Then let's put it back."
He started to stuff the rodent carefully back into the packet. "Wait a minute! What are you doing? We have to save it."
"I've got a friend who works for the police department, a detective. He'll know what to do with it."
"I don't think this is a good idea."
"It's better than anything you've come up with. You don't want to go to the cops? Fine. Let's handle this discreetly."
"I'll have to fill out a report."
"Yeah, eventually, but come on. Do you really want to spend another night with this guy?"
He hitched his chin at the envelope where the rat was now tucked. "No, I guess not," she admitted, but she didn't know if she could trust him. As if he could read her mind, he said,
"Believe me, I'll talk to my friend ASAP. Come on,
I'll buy you a drink. I don't like being manipulated. I'm just trying to help. His gaze held hers for a second too long. You've got to trust someone, Adria. And you're the one who came looking for me a few days back, not the other way around. That much was true. Fine, she said with a quick nod. Have your friend in the department call me. I would like my necklace back. Zack lifted a dark brow. You'd wear it again? I don't know, but I'd like the option. Carefully, he tucked the envelope into his jacket pocket and walked to the door. We need to stop downstairs at the front desk. Get new keys. As if that will stop anyone, she muttered, and hated feeling a little more secure because Zack was around, which was just plain stupid. He was a Danvers, one of them. She shouldn't trust him one little bit, but she didn't argue when the elevator landed on the first floor, and he helped her get a new room key at the front desk. He also impressed upon the woman behind the counter that no one, not even a member of staff, was to go into Adria's room. I don't think your speech is going to help. Whoever wants to get into my room will find a way, she said as they crossed the foyer to the bar. Over my dead body, Zack whispered, and held open the frosted glass door. Inside, he chose a booth near the windows that had a view of the door. Zack could watch people on the sidewalk near the exterior door, and he could also watch anyone slipping into the bar through the vestibule. Not that there weren't hidden service entrances and back doors where someone could slip inside. Adria had never felt more vulnerable in her life, and yet, silly as it was, Zack's presence was comforting. If only she could trust him. You can't trust anyone, Adria. Remember that. Remember the notes. Remember the package that is now in Zack's pocket. Don't let your guard down for a second. A waiter deposited their drinks, and Adria tried to sip her wine, but she couldn't enjoy a swallow, not with Zack so close, his eyes trained on the doorway, his jaw hard and set, not with everything that had happened in the last 24 hours. Zack glanced around the small establishment. His gaze scouring the patrons settled into dark paneled booths or perched upon stools at the long polished metal bar. I don't like this, he said, ignoring his beer as laughter broke out from a corner table. That makes two of us. But along with a case of nerves, she was furious. No one had the right to terrorize her. Look, I'm not going to let that bastard, whoever he is, stop me. That's what he's trying to do, you know. I guess he thinks I'll just shiver in my boots and hurry on back to Montana. Zack's mouth twitched. Well, it's just not happening. He's made me too angry. Instead of running scared, I've decided to notch things up a bit, turn up the heat. He watched her over the rim of his glass. I'm going to the press, and I'll start with the newspapers. Fine. His eyes crinkled at the corners. Don't you care? What, about the bad press? Hell no. What I care about is that you don't get hurt. His gaze drilled into hers, and she had to look away. Call a damned press conference for all I care. But watch your back. Better yet, have someone watch it for you. He took a long pull on his beer, and his eyes narrowed on her in a way that made her stupid heart skip a beat. You know what you need? She nearly groaned. No, but I have the feeling you're going to tell me. A bodyguard. What? You're joking, right? Not a bit. He was suddenly so serious, she nearly laughed. Give me a break. I can take care of myself. Remember, I grew up on a ranch in Montana, and you're getting threatening letters. From a coward who plays with dead animals. Wake up, Adria. This is serious. She felt a chill as cold as midnight pass over her skin and swallowed hard. So, Danvers, are you suggesting that you become my bodyguard? Are you applying for the job?" He didn't reply, but gazed straight back at her with such an intensity she felt as if her diaphragm had slammed up against her lungs. Breathing was suddenly all but impossible. "Don't you think it would be stupid of me? I mean, really stupid, to have someone named Danvers protecting me?"
"You can't fight the world alone."
"Not the world, Zach. Just the Danvers family."
"They're powerful."
"You mean you're powerful, don't you? You're part of the family, whether you like it or not." He hunched over his beer.
"For the record, I don't like it."
"But you're tied to them, aren't you?" she said. "Because of Daddy's money." His arm shot across the table, and he clamped his work-roughened fingers over her wrist. His words came out in a low, menacing growl.
"Listen to me, lady. I'm trying to do you a favor here, and all you're doing by fighting me is pissing in the wind."
"I don't want any favors." She inched her chin up, but she couldn't ignore the 5 warm impressions where his fingertips pressed against the sensitive skin of her inner wrist. Her throat seemed as dry as smoke, and his gaze lowered, resting for what seemed an endless second on the pulse throbbing above her collarbone.
"I'm trying to help you. After the threats you've been getting, I think you'd take a hand when it's offered."
She'd wanted to believe him, but she knew that he was probably lying, that he'd been sent on a mission to render her harmless. He'd come from the family, whether he admitted it or not, and that thought, of the Danvers kin deciding how to manipulate her, caused her temper to ignite. For as long as she could remember, someone was trying to dictate to her, bend her will, and this time, by God, she wasn't giving in an inch. Gritting her teeth, she yanked back her arm and scrambled to her feet. "Back off, Danvers. I know I'm on my own here, so you don't need to be playing the part of the hero."
"Is that what I'm doing?"
"You tell me." He watched her storm out the door, noticed the curve of her hips and the stiff set of her back. Her legs were thin but not skinny, and he wondered what they'd feel like wrapped around his waist.
"Shit,"
he muttered under his breath, disgusted at the direction of his thoughts. No matter what, he intended to camp out on her doorstep. Dropping some bills on the table, he took off after her. He stepped into the lobby just as the elevator doors were closing, but that suited him just fine, and he paused, leaning against a pillar to watch as the elevator's indicator lights mounted over the closed doors, blinked on in succession, then held steady for several seconds at the 5th floor. There were no other stops as the car descended. Without a second's hesitation, he waited for the doors to open and rode the empty car back up. He'd sit out in the hallway if he had to, but he'd damn well see for himself if there was anyone set on stalking her. The elevator bell rang softly as it reached the 5th floor. Zach stepped into the empty corridor and spied a house telephone. He made a quick call to Len Barry, his friend on the force. Len agreed to stop by for the package, burning a hole in Zach's jacket pocket. After hanging up, Zach found a chair and fake tree nestled against windows at the corner of the hallway, with a view down both wings. He settled into the low-backed chair to wait. Adria slowly counted to 10. Zachary's taunts had followed her up the elevator shaft. His arrogance disturbed her. The way he tried to order her around made her want to kick at something. He and the rest of the family acted as if she just wanted to rip off all their money. She unclipped her hair and threw the barrette onto the bed in frustration. "Bastard," Adria muttered, and caught herself as the word rolled easily off her tongue. There was more than a little truth to the name, wasn't there? If she looked inside herself, really looked, she knew she'd discover that a part of her wanted Zach to be sired by another man, any man other than Whit Danvers, whom she believed to be her own father. Because, damn it, she found Zachary sensual and disturbing, and like no man she'd ever met before. Was he trying to help her? Or had it all been an act? Her head began to pound. Was Zach really Whit's son? Oh, who cared? Did it matter? All she needed to know was if she was really Whit's daughter. Zach's paternity wasn't something she needed to think about. Zachary Danvers wasn't anyone she needed to think about. She picked up the newspaper lying in sections on the small table in her room and snapped it open. With furious fingers, she flipped through the pages and stopped at the section marked Rooms for Rent. Tomorrow, first thing, she'd find a new place to live. Then she'd waltz into the Oregonian and tell them a tale that would leave the reporters hustling as they scrambled to get her story into the next edition. Later, she'd talk to the television and radio news stations. If the Danvers family wanted to play hardball, so be it. She was more than ready to pitch them a curveball the likes of which they'd never yet seen. Tricia parked in her usual spot, between the garage and the cabin in the woods of the Polidori estate. A gardener's cabin that was supposed to be unoccupied. Mario had converted the little vine-covered cottage that had served as their secret rendezvous for over 20 years. Her heart was beating a light little tempo, and she chided herself for being foolish as she ducked under the dripping clematis and knocked softly on the front door before turning the lock. He was waiting for her. Backlit by the lights in the kitchen, he strode across the dark living room, and her breath caught in her throat. Though she'd grown cynical and callous over the years, the sight of Mario never ceased to cause a wave of anticipation to race through her blood. He was bare-chested, his jeans hanging low over his hips. "You're late," he said in the smoky voice that had always caused her bones to turn liquid. "Problems at home." "Forget them." He reached over her shoulder and pushed the door so hard that it slammed in the casing before the lock latched. His arms surrounded her, and his lips crashed over hers, hot, hungry, possessive. Tricia shivered in anticipation and closed her mind to everything but this one vital man. She needed a few hours to forget about Adria and London and the whole sordid mess. If Adria could prove she was London, all of Tricia's dreams would be shattered, her life destroyed. Unless she could be stopped. Adria nearly jumped from the bed when the alarm jangled at 6 a.m. She felt as if she'd barely drifted off after a night of tossing and turning and worrying subconsciously that someone was sneaking into her room. Sleep had been nearly non-existent, and her mind had swum with images of rats with big teeth, strangers hiding in the shadows, and Zachary. Sometimes as her enemy, but more often than not as her lover. Over and over again she remembered the night in the Jeep when he'd kissed her with raw animal passion that made her insides turn to hot, soft wax. Because of the fear she felt, because she knew she was being followed and watched, because someone was out to terrorize her, she was more drawn to Zachary Danvers. It was ridiculous, of course. She couldn't want him. Her fantasies were only because he was the sexiest man she'd been around in a long while, and the simple fact that he was forbidden fruit. A rough man she couldn't have. Character flaw, she told herself, as she brushed her teeth and saw her tousled-haired reflection in the mirror over the sink. She stepped under the hot spray of the shower until she was awake. Today was the day she was going to the papers. A knot of dread twisted her stomach at the thought. She had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but she'd been foolish. Talking to the press was inevitable. But first things first. She needed a permanent residence. She dressed quickly and, armed with yesterday's paper, she walked out of the room and stopped dead in her tracks. Her heart jolted, and she could barely find her tongue as her gaze collided with Zachary Danvers's interested gray eyes. Still in the clothes he'd worn the night before, his long legs stretched out in front of him, his chin shadowed with more than a day's growth of beard. He rubbed the crick from his neck and gave her a crooked smile.
"Mornin',"
he drawled, as if they saw each other at the crack of dawn each and every day. "What are you doing here?" she managed to ask.
"Waiting for you."
Another jolt. "Why?"
"I thought someone should hang around, and scare away the bad guys."
"Did you?"
"You didn't have any trouble, did you?"
"And that was because of you?"
He shrugged. "Only a few people saw me. The early risers this morning. Joggers and guys with briefcases off to important meetings."
He stretched, his tall body seeming to grow longer and leaner as he reached over his head, then winced as the cramps left his muscles.
"So, no one bothered you?"
"No one called, but I asked the desk to take messages."
"Maybe I could buy you breakfast."
She slid a glance in his direction. They were alone in the elevator, and he seemed to fill it with his presence. For once, there wasn't a trace of hostility in his eyes, and she was tempted to let her guard down a bit, even though he had the innate and maddening ability to make her see red at the drop of a hat. Be that as it may, she needed one friend, one contact in the family, someone who didn't outwardly hate her, and yet being close to Zach was dangerous on an entirely different and deeper emotional level. As the elevator ground to a stop and the doors whispered open, Adria stepped into the lobby and let out the breath she hadn't even realized she'd been holding. She paused at the desk to ask for her messages. The clerk offered her a plastic smile.
"You're a popular lady,"
he said, handing her a stack of 8 or 10 pieces of paper. "What's this?" she asked aloud as she fingered the pages. Mary McDonough from KPTV News, Ellen Richards with a local magazine, Robert Ellison, a reporter for the Oregonian. Her throat tightened. "Looks like the cat's out of the bag," she said to Zach, just as a short, balding man pushed himself out of a chair half hidden by large-leafed ferns.
"Are you Adria Nash?"
he asked with a smile. Beside her, Zach tensed.
"I'm Barney Haveline with the Portland Weekly."
He shoved a card at her and she checked it quickly, her fingers curving over the crisp edges.
"I'd like to ask you a few questions."
He didn't wait for her to answer, but rushed on.
"I heard that you're in town, claiming to be London Danvers. Is that true?"
He clicked on his microphone and grinned at her as if she were his long-lost friend. Zach took a step closer to her. Adria managed a thin smile. "That's essentially true, yes."
"And how do you know you're the Danvers heiress?"
"I found out from my father."
"Whit Danvers?"
"No, my adoptive father. Listen, Mr. Haveline, I don't know how you found out why I'm in town or where I'm staying, but—"
"Can you prove you're London?"
"I was planning to call a press conference later in the day and explain everything." He flashed her a smile, and she was aware that several patrons of the hotel were staring at them. Even a bellboy had stopped to watch the unfolding drama.
"Really?"
Haveline insisted.
"This will take just a little while. I only have a couple more questions." "She said later,"
Zach cut in, stepping between the pushy reporter and Adria.
"But we're here now," Haveline insisted. "I could buy you both a cup of coffee or breakfast. And who are you?"
he asked before his eyes met Zach's and the light dawned on his face.
"Your worst nightmare."
Zach's expression had turned murderous.
"What? Get out. Zachary Danvers."
The reporter's eyes gleamed as if he realized he had more of a story than he'd first guessed.
"So this woman could be your long-lost—" "I said, get out." "Not just yet. I've got a few more questions."
He tried looking over Zach's shoulder to catch Adria's eye, but a huge hand clamped over the lapels of his jacket and propelled him past the magazine stand toward the entrance.
"Hey! You can't do this! I've got rights!"
Zach shoved Haveline through the glass doors, and he stumbled onto the street.
"I'll sue you, you bastard!" he yelled.
brushing off his jacket as a news van for a local station pulled up to the front doors.
Hell,
Zack muttered, and clamped his fingers over Adria's arm. As reporters climbed out of the cab, he spun around and half ran back to the desk.
We need to leave,
he told the clerk who had witnessed the entire scene.
You must have a back way out, so we don't have a mob scene here in the lobby.
I don't know. Another van from a rival station pulled up, and reporters started through the doors.
Now!
Zack ordered, and the clerk called over a security guard.
Give these people an escort out and have Bill come up to handle the rest.
This way.
The guard, a burly black man with a grim, I've-seen-it-all expression, ushered them to the back of the lobby and through a set of double doors toward the kitchen. Excited voices drifted after them, and Adria ducked gratefully into a stainless steel elevator. She wasn't ready for the press, not just yet. She needed time to prepare a statement, time to get herself ready for all the questions and accusations that were sure to be hurled her way. Minutes later, they were on the street and walking the short distance to the Hotel Danvers, where another crowd had gathered. Holding her arm fiercely, Zack guided her to a private entrance, through a tangle of hallways, down to the parking garage, and into his Jeep. "Where are we going?"
Does it matter?
He asked, throwing the rig into gear and backing out of the narrow parking space. "I think I have the right to know."
You got yourself into this mess. I could just leave you here to the piranhas.
"I didn't call the press."
Like hell.
Zack aimed the nose of the Jeep toward the exit of the parking lot. "You don't believe me," she said, disappointed as they sped out of the lot and joined the sludge of traffic clogging the city streets.
No,
he admitted, glancing in her direction.
But, if it's any consolation, I haven't believed a word you've said since you blew into town.
Chapter 18. Her face was a mask of calm resolution. Her chin was thrust forward with determination, and her eyes, so blue, moved from one reporter's face to the other. As the clouds overhead threatened rain, and the cool wind caused the leafless tree branches to sway, Adria stood on a small rise in the park walkway blocks and addressed the throng of reporters. Her cheeks, stung by the wintry wind, were pink, her smile sincere, and Zack guessed that she'd had years of public speaking in college. So far, her hastily convened press conference had gone well, and along with the reporters, a few passers-by listened to her strong voice. "That's why I'm here. To uncover the truth. To find out for myself if I'm really Whit and Catherine Danvers' daughter." 6 microphones were thrust in her face while photographers snapped still pictures and shoulder-held minicams rolled. The wind teased at her hair, whipping it across her face, and traffic continued to flow, the sounds of engines running, tires throwing up water, and hydraulic brakes squealing as a backdrop. A pushy reporter with thin lips and a pointed nose asked, "Do you have any proof, aside from this tape of your adoptive father, that you're London Danvers?" "No, not really."
"Isn't that a little thin? Home video cameras are a dime a dozen now. Anyone could put together a stunt like this."
Zack's eyes narrowed on the man as he hooked his thumb into his belt loops, just to make sure he didn't start pushing the little bastard around. "It's not a stunt," Adria replied firmly.
You don't think, but you don't know. You have no idea what your adoptive father's motives were.
A red-haired woman with a deep voice asked,
"What happened to Ginny Slade?"
"I wish I knew."
"Why didn't she demand ransom?"
"Again, I don't know," Adria said, as a truck roared past, sending pigeons scattering through the park and trailing a plume of blue exhaust.
"What about the $1 million reward that Whit left for anyone who found his daughter? Wouldn't Ginny have wanted a piece of that?"
"I can't speak for her." Another woman asked, "At the time of the kidnapping, some people thought a local businessman, Anthony Polidori, was behind the plot. Whit Danvers always maintained that Polidori was involved. I don't know who was behind it. Polidori was harassed by the police, but he swore he was innocent. I can't comment on that. Who was behind the kidnapping? I don't know. What about you, Mr. Danvers? What do you and your family think? Zack responded by skewering the woman with a gaze meant to strike fear into her heart.
I have nothing to say.
But you're here, with a woman claiming to be your half-sister. He felt his blood beginning to boil.
This is her circus, not mine.
So that's what you think about it? The woman pushed, obviously pleased to get a rise from him. What about the rest of the family?
You'll have to ask them.
They're not here. You are. What do you think?
I have no comment.
Weren't you one of the prime suspects at the time? Zack's eyes flashed.
I was 17, for Christ's sake,
he said, then forced a lid on his temper.
You'll have to ask the police that one.
He grabbed the crook of Adria's arm, and if he could, he would have bodily carried her away from this ridiculous sideshow. Reporters were jackals, the whole lot of them. He'd learned that firsthand when London had been kidnapped.
What do the police have to say?
The redhead asked. Adria shot a glance in Zack's direction. Nothing yet. She didn't add that, at Zack's insistence, she'd spent the last 3 hours at the station, explaining her story, giving the police a copy of the tape, showing them the threatening notes. Thank you all for coming. If you need to get hold of me, please leave a message at the front desk of the Orion Hotel.
The Orion? Why not the Hotel Danvers? A man yelled. Hold on a minute.
Just a few more questions. Zack's fingers clamped firmly around her elbow, and he propelled her to the jeep.
Damned zoo,
he ground out as he helped her inside, then slid behind the wheel. Glancing in his rearview mirror, he spotted more than one of the hungry reporters dashing to their cars and vans, hoping no doubt to follow them. Good luck, Zack thought humorlessly. He knew the city like the back of his hand, and had spent most of his teenage years trying to outrun the law. He slammed the rig into first, popped the clutch, and took off. A few cars gave chase, and he had to suppress a grin of satisfaction. I think it went well, don't you? Adria asked.
It was a fiasco.
Spoken like a true Danvers. He braked around a sharp corner, and the tires skidded. We're being followed? She asked.
Yep.
He glanced in the side view mirror, frowned, and turned down an alley that opened onto Burnside.
Some of the vultures weren't finished getting what they wanted.
He sped across the bridge, over the dark Willamette, heading east toward the mountains, then doubled back on the freeway, crossing the river again and turning south, continuously checking his rearview mirror until he was satisfied that the cars shifting from lane to lane behind the Jeep weren't giving chase.
You've really stirred up a hornet's nest now.
It's time.
You shouldn't have called the press in the first place.
I told you, I didn't.
Well, someone did.
Yes, she agreed, her thoughts whirling as they left the city. Someone did. Who? Someone from the Danvers family? Anthony Polidori? The stalker who had left her the ugly notes? Someone who had overheard one of her conversations? Tricia? Jason? Nelson? Zack? A headache thundered behind her eyes, and she realized that other than some dark, bitter sludge the police department called coffee, she hadn't had anything to eat all day.
You'll have to check out of the Orion.
I know.
You have another place to stay?
Not yet.
Jason thinks you should move to the ranch.
With you? She asked.
I suppose.
The Jeep's interior seemed suddenly close, the atmosphere thick as she considered what life would be like living far removed from the city, with Zachary. How could she stand every day cooped up with him? She glanced at his profile. Her heart began to beat more loudly. Of course she couldn't accept his proposal. She had work to do, here in the Willamette Valley. This was just another ploy by the family to derail her from her goal. I don't care what Jason thinks.
It wouldn't be a bad idea. You'd be safe.
Alone with Zachary Danvers? Safe? She didn't believe it for a minute. Zachary was dangerous on too many levels to count. She was never safe with him. You'd like that, wouldn't you? She said, touching the inside of the passenger window with her finger and erasing the dew that had collected on the glass. Then I'd be trapped in a place where the family could watch me, tape my phone conversations, and monitor me 24 hours a day. Thanks, but I don't think so. He eased off the freeway and found a truck stop. A diner with a flickering neon sign that advertised breakfast was served round the clock was set back from the road. Zach parked close to the front door.
Come on, let's eat something, and then you can decide.
He reached across her and opened the door on her side of the Jeep. The feel of his body, warm and hard, leaning over her thighs, had a definite effect on her pulse rate. Stop it. As if he felt it too, his gaze found hers, and for a ridiculous heartbeat she thought he might kiss her again. His eyes darkened for a second, searching hers, and his breath fanned her face. He smelled of leather and coffee and musky mail, and his jaw was nearly black because he hadn't shaved. Earthy and raw, primal and wanton, passionate and wicked. Zachary Danvers was all these and more. She licked her dry lips and held her breath, waiting, sensing he could read her thoughts.
What the hell am I going to do with you?
I'm not your responsibility.
Aren't you?
One dark brow lifted. Her spine stiffened in defense. Look, Zach, I guess I should thank you for helping me out today, but I don't really need a babysitter.
You might be surprised.
He sent her a smile that cut past all her facades. Pure male animal. He hopped to the gravel, and she had to scramble out of the Jeep and hurry to catch up with him. She wanted to tell him to get lost and leave her alone, but she couldn't. He'd been nearby when she'd needed him, and when she'd decided to hold the press conference, he hadn't argued with her, even helped her pick the spot, and stayed with her throughout the entire nerve-fraying ordeal. She didn't know his motives, but she doubted they were pure. She'd just been thankful to have his strength, his presence during the press conference, though she was certain she could have handled the situation herself, and she believed that he was probably sticking to her like glue in order to spy on her for his family. But why then did he insist she go to the police station with her complaints? Maybe he had no choice, and felt backed into a corner since the word was out on the street that another woman claiming to be the little lost daughter of Whit Danvers had shown up in Portland. They walked into the diner. Country music could be heard over the buzz of conversation and sizzle of the grill. They sat in a booth near the window. Within seconds, a waitress poured coffee and promised to be back for their orders. Adria picked up her menu and tried to concentrate on the daily special, but having Zachary seated directly across from her was a distraction, the kind of distraction she didn't want. Once they'd ordered, Zach drained his coffee and settled onto the small of his back.
You'd better tell me what you're planning, Adria, he said, staring at her with eyes that seemed to see into the darkest corners of her soul. Because from here on in, it's not going to be much fun.
And that's why I'm here, to uncover the truth, to find out if I'm really Whit and Catherine Danvers' daughter. Her voice was clear, strong, her chin thrust forward as if she wouldn't back down. Hell. In a private room, Catherine's killer stared at the television screen with its flickering images of Adria Nash. Why didn't she back off? Why in the world would she actually call a press conference? Now all of Portland. No, make that all of the whole damned country was watching. Rage boiled up inside. What if she really was London? Jesus, She looked so much like Kat, it was eerie. Pictures of Catherine Danvers skated through her killer's mind. Kat, young and successful, assured of her sexuality, walking up to Whit on the street. Kat, a bit older, the gold band on her finger flashing the fact that she was Mrs. Whit Danvers. Kat, pregnant and still sexy, her once taut belly rounded. Smug pride had lifted her sharp chin because of the baby growing within her. Now she was tied to Whit and the Danvers fortune, irrevocably. The killer blinked, felt sweat beading, then dripping onto the plush carpet. Calm down. Don't let it get to you. But the images on the television only brought others to the fore, mental pictures that could never be forgotten, pictures that burned and flashed painfully. Flash. Kat with the baby, the darling, and Whit doting on them both, as if he didn't already have a family, as if he didn't have 4 other children, as if this one precious piece of flesh was more important than all the other ones put together. God, it had been sickening. Horrible. Inside, Catherine's killer was shaking, remembering. Flash. Kat getting her figure back, toning up any remaining fat from her pregnancy and showing off her figure in a sleek one-piece swimsuit. Flash. Kat, black hair gleaming and pinned high on her head, holding court with the elite of Portland, playing bridge, attending charity auctions or balls in her tight dresses. Flash. Kat, flirting with anything in pants. Flash. Kat, naked, her body gleaming. The shower. Oh, God, how vulnerable she'd been after London had been stolen from her. How easy it had been to place the pills in her drink, and then, when she was disoriented, when she'd stumbled outside, give her a shove over the wall. Flash. Kat falling over the wall, recognition dawning as their eyes met, fear contorting her beautiful features. Then the sound, the sickening sound of bones cracking and muscles thudding hard against the pavement below. It hadn't been hard. It could be done again. Just a few more questions, a reporter was insisting, but the camera was no longer trained on Adria. The focus had been shifted to the rock-hard countenance of Zachary Danvers, and he was pissed. A vein bulged in his neck, and his eyes were so dark they were nearly black as he forcibly propelled Adria away from the crowd. Of course he'd be there. Zachary had always been a sucker for a beautiful woman. Hadn't he, like so many other men, been enthralled by his stepmother? Hadn't he risked Whit's wrath to be with her? And now he was with a woman who could be a carbon copy. Like father, like son. Fools, both. It was time to do something. Something permanent. But first, a scare. Catherine's killer smiled and clicked off the television. Flash. In a glimmer of the future, there came an image of Adria, the pretender, lying in a pool of her own blood, her bones broken, her neck and head turned to an impossible angle, her eyes staring sightlessly upward. Even in death, she would resemble the woman she claimed was her mother. The intercom beeped. "I know you said you didn't want to be disturbed, Mr. Danvers," Jason's secretary Frances said in her most annoyed voice. "But your brother is online too, and he insists on speaking with you right now. I tried to get rid of him." "It's all right. I'll take it." Jason crossed the thick forest green carpet and picked up the phone. Nelson's voice was agitated and high-strung. "Channel 2, the news." A click signified that he'd hung up. Like a hangman's noose, dread took a chokehold on Jason's neck. He grabbed the remote control, pointed it at the television in the opposite corner of his office, and, with a sick feeling, dropped the telephone receiver back into its cradle. The television flickered on. As Jason stared at the program in progress, his worst fears crystallized. She'd done it. Adria Nash had held her own goddamned press conference in the middle of the park blocks, and standing to her side, sometimes in the camera's eye, often not, was Zack. Good old, pain-in-the-ass Zack. A day's growth of beard discolored his chin, and his eyes were dark and unreadable. He was wearing clothes that were mussed, and he looked like a damned range cowboy, but he didn't seem to care that the cameras weren't being particularly kind. Jason swore loudly. A tic started beneath his left eye as he watched, transfixed. God, she was beautiful. Standing straight, her wild black hair tossed in the wind, her eyes clear and blue. She looked so damned much like Catherine, Jason could barely breathe. He remembered Kat's sexy little come-hither smile, her teasing laugh, the mischievous light in her gaze. At first, she'd only had eyes for Zack, even though Zack had been a kid at the time. But later, after Zack had been banished from the family, when Whit had discovered his errant son in bed with Kat at the ranch, things had changed. Kat had finally begun to notice Jason. It had started slowly at first. A smile, a wink, a naughty little joke, a finger touching the back of his neck that lingered a second too long. Whit's long absences on business trips didn't hurt either. The first time had been on a cold winter night with the wind howling through the attic. The electricity had gone out, and Jason and Kat had been alone in the house. She'd feigned being frightened, and he'd wrapped his arms around her to settle her down and to keep her warm. When she'd tilted her face up to his, it had been the most natural act in the world to kiss her, to touch her, to rip her robe from her and to claim her like a wild buck stealing another's mate. She'd been an untamed one, her passion pent up from years of frustration. After their first night together, they'd begun sneaking around, experimenting with drugs, getting high on coke and marijuana and sex. Even thinking of her now, he was harder than he'd been in years. His wife, Nicole, was and always had been frigid. Kim was a hot little piece, frantic to please him, willing to play out all his fantasies. But she kept pressuring him to file for divorce, and she'd never had the raw sensuality, never shown the primal lust for sex that had set Kat apart from all his other lovers. While Kat enjoyed sex, Kim tried too hard to act as if she were enjoying it. Even though she'd do anything he asked, Kim's responses seemed forced and inhibited. There had been no one to equal the pure nymphomania and narcissism of Catherine LaRouche Danvers. And this Adria woman, whoever the hell she was, looked so damned much like Kat it scared him and excited him. She was fielding questions and smiling, for God's sake, handling the crowd deftly. Jason leaned his hips against the desk. He'd already realized that Adria Nash was an enemy to be reckoned with. She couldn't be taken lightly, nor was he. He'd seen through her scam from the minute he'd set eyes on her. She wouldn't get away with it. He'd stop her dead in her tracks before she claimed 1 cent of the Danvers assets. He wondered fleetingly what she was like in bed, sexually charged like Kat, or dispassionately accommodating like Kim. He frowned at the thought of his mistress and her increasing demands. He couldn't divorce Nicole. Wouldn't. His wife, though a limp dish rag in bed, was shrewd. She'd take him for half of everything he owned, which, he hoped, would soon be the largest fortune in Portland. Somehow, he'd have to find a way to keep Kim appeased, as well as deal with Adria Nash. Through narrowed eyes, he watched the end of the segment, listened to the 2 anchors speculate on the possibility that the missing heiress had stepped forward to claim her fortune, then felt his insides tense as old footage taken the night London had been kidnapped rolled across the screen. His guts twisted at the sight of his father and Kat, and there was a photo of Little London. An artist, using the latest computer technology, had provided a simulated portrait of what the girl could look like, and the features weren't far from Adria's. Dread settled like lead in his spine. But there was no way she could be London. It was damned impossible. He clicked off the television as the intercom beeped again. I'm sorry, Mr. Danvers, I really am, but Mr. Sweeney insists that you'll want to talk to him. I tried to tell him you were busy, and he used the most foul language.
It's all right, Francis, I'll take it.
Line 2 again.
Got it.
Jason's palms began to sweat. He picked up and braced himself for Sweeney's news.
Jason Danvers, you told me to call you when I got to Memphis, and I'm here,
Sweeney said, his voice sounding smug.
You found Bobby Slade? I found a whole mess of 'em. Robert E. Lee Slade seems to be a family name or something. It hasn't been easy, but I got the list narrowed down to a few prime candidates.
Just be sure you end up with the right one.
Piece of cake. Oh, by the way, thought you might like to know that your girl Adria's been busy.
Jason's fingers tightened over the receiver.
Has she? Yep. I found out from an insider in the Polidori house that she's big news over there. The old man thinks he can use her if she is London because, as you probably already know, he's interested in buying out big chunks of Danvers International.
Go on,
Jason said through clenched teeth. Well, that's about it. Except that the younger Polidori seems to be very interested in her.
Mario?
Could be messy, don't you think? Your sister's still seeing him.
I know, Jason ground out. Tricia would never learn.
Fun family you got there, Danvers. I'll call you when I have more.
Click.
Wait,
Jason said, hating to be dismissed by the slimy detective. Sweeney's information usually was good, and if he'd managed to make an informant out of one of the servants in the Polidori house, then Jason felt as if his money had been well spent. But he wanted more. Lots more. The noose around his neck tightened a notch. Glancing at his watch, he frowned and yanked his briefcase from the top of the desk. In the reception area, Frances was talking on the phone. He headed to the elevators, but she flagged him down.
It's Guy, in security,
she said, hanging up.
Seems we've got a siege of reporters downstairs wanting to talk to you or someone in the Danvers family. And these,
she held up a small pile of messages,
are all from reporters and columnists from all over the country. They want to talk to you about London.
She raised her eyebrows over the tinted lenses of her glasses.
Do we have a new one again?
Yes, and a very convincing one, Jason said, unable to hide his irritation.
Oh, dear.
Her small lips pursed in her fleshy face. Frances Booth would lay down her life for Danvers International.
Well, Guy said you might want to avoid the lobby.
I am, he said, flashing her a not-to-worry smile. They won't expect me to be going off the roof. Anything else?
Miss Monticello called twice. Wanted you to call back.
Jason's fingers clenched over the handle of his briefcase at the mention of Kim. She could stew for a while. It wouldn't hurt her to wait for him. Now that Adria had gone to the press, Kim held nothing over his head, except his affair. Frowning to himself, he dashed down the hall with 2 vice presidents. They were both talking to him at once, 2 yes-men who cared more about Danvers International than they did their own families. He managed to respond automatically as they rode the elevator to the helicopter pad on the roof. The chopper was waiting, and Jason was grateful for the roar of the whirring blades that drowned out conversation for the next few minutes. As the helicopter lifted off and he looked down at the city, he felt a premonition of doom. At one time, he'd been certain he would be the crown prince of Portland. Now, because of Adria Nash, he wasn't so sure. It was time to show Ms. Nash what she was up against. Really up against. Zach glanced at Adria. She was huddled in the far corner of his Jeep, staring at the middle distance through the windshield, but, he guessed, seeing nothing as cars sped around them. She acted as if she didn't know he was in the rig with her, and he couldn't forget how close she was. Whenever he was with her, his instincts seemed to sharpen, and his nerves were strung tight as bowstrings. Her lower lip protruded slightly, and her fingers drummed impatiently upon her leg. Her hair was loose and windblown and fell down one shoulder in thick, unruly curls. Beneath her jacket he noticed the outline of her breasts and wondered if her resemblance to Kat stopped at her face or continued beneath her clothes. Angry with himself for the single-minded track of his thoughts, he switched on the headlights and pulled out of the parking lot of a restaurant where he hadn't been able to keep his eyes from gazing at the curve of her cheek, the precocious little dimple when she smiled, the smooth column of her throat, and the roundness of her breasts. He'd been hard half the day, silently cursing himself for feeling like a sex-starved teenager all over again. It was more than just her looks that attracted him. Her mind was just as sexy as the rest of her. Adri had given one interview after another, and though Zach had disapproved, he didn't have a death wish and didn't do anything as stupid as try to stop her. He'd stood in the shadows, watching her handle the reporter's questions deftly, though she couldn't have missed the innuendos that she was just a cheap fortune hunter out to steal a dead man's money. She had managed to stay calm, even injecting a little humor into the situation. From the newspaper reading and television watching public's point of view, Adria Nash was going to look good, damned good. And if the Danvers family didn't accept her as an honest woman searching for the truth, they would have one hell of a public relations problem. Zach snorted in disgust. Public relations and public image were Nelson's department. The kid was certain to be sweating. Okay, where to? I guess back to the hotel. You'll have reporters swarming through the lobby, he predicted. Your phone will ring off the hook. She smiled a little. I'll leave that to security. Stifling a yawn, she added, Besides, I think I can handle them. It's your funeral, he growled, and she even managed to laugh as he drove to the Orion Hotel. She was tougher than he'd first thought, and, as she'd so vehemently claimed on more than one occasion, she didn't run scared easily. Her tenacious and independent spirit had earned her his grudging respect. The press can be ruthless. Her gaze slid in his direction. I'm used to it. For a split second, he read something more in her eyes than her usual hostility, a dusky look that caused a forbidden quivering deep in his gut. Don't worry about it, Zach. I'll be fine. Silently cursing the lust that continually teased the corners of his mind whenever he was around her, he parked near the hotel. Let's go, he said gruffly, hustling her through the gathering mist to the hotel. Their footsteps rang on the wet sidewalk, and Adria ducked her head against the wind. He expected to be crushed by a throng of scandal-hungry reporters, but the lobby was nearly deserted. Only a few people, carrying raincoats and umbrellas, were hurrying in and out of the restaurant and bar. Adria relaxed a little. It had been a long day, and she'd been on edge, if not because of the reporters and their questions, then because of Zachary. He'd been apprehensive, his gray eyes brooding as he'd watched the crowd and tersely answered the few questions cast in his direction. She'd felt his tension hovering in the air, noticed the muscles of his neck flex when a reporter asked a particularly pointed question, knew the minute he turned his gaze on her. He was with her most of the day, only leaving her for about an hour when she was in an interview with a woman reporter from the Oregonian. She found it impossible to believe that he was her half-brother. He was just too sexy, too darkly sensual to be related to her. Surely she wouldn't find him so attractive, so dangerously alluring, if in fact the same blood ran in their veins. As if he read her thoughts, he turned his eyes on her, and she saw it, that tiny flicker of passion that he tried vainly to hide. Her throat closed in on itself, and time seemed to stand still. She felt as if she and Zach were the only two people in the world. One man, one woman. Licking her lips nervously, she noticed that his gaze was drawn to the movement at her mouth. He swallowed hard. "Miss Nash?" The clerk at the registration desk was trying to catch her attention. "Oh, yes," she said, glad for the interruption. Clearing her throat and praying she wasn't transparent, she asked, "Are there any messages for me?"
"Does it rain in Oregon?"
The desk clerk asked dryly, trying to make a joke as he handed her a thick stack of small papers that filled her fist. She flipped through each missive quickly. Some of the people were reporters, others she didn't recognize at all, probably just the curious, starstruck that someone dared claim to be London Danvers. They walked to the elevators, and Zach cast one final look over his shoulder before he touched her arm.
"You don't mind if I come up to your room and see if your friend left any more gifts?"
Adria's heart nearly missed a beat. She hesitated and bit her lip. "This is stupid, just plain stupid, Adria. You've always been a smart woman, so don't blow it now. Think, for God's sake. Being alone in a hotel room with Zachary is begging for trouble. So deep you're sure to drown. He's asking the impossible." With a lift of her shoulder, as she punched the elevator call button, she replied, "Whatever you want." Oh, God. Had she really said that? They stepped into the elevator car, and the atmosphere seemed close, making breathing difficult. Zachary placed both hands on the back rail, leaning his hips against the smoothly polished brass, not attempting to close the distance between them. She shouldn't be thinking about Zach like this. She didn't have time to get involved with a man. She had to remain focused, and, until she knew if he was her half-brother, the only sane thing was to stay away from him, which seemed impossible. Well, at least quit thinking of him in any way the least bit sexual, she told herself as the car stopped and the elevator doors parted. He's the worst candidate for a lover for you. The absolute worst. For God's sake, use your head, Adria. Trying to ignore Zach, she stepped into the long hallway. It was deserted and quiet, almost too quiet, too empty. Don't let your imagination run away with you. She attempted to shake off the feeling that something was out of place, just not quite right. But as Adria reached for the door, she felt more than a second's hesitation. Dread made her hand pause, her key extended. Silly as it was, she had the eerie sensation that something or someone evil had been here recently, and a frisson of fear swept down her spine. Which was ludicrous. She'd just had a long day, and the notes and package she'd received earlier were getting to her, that was all. Still, she hesitated before inserting her key. "Something wrong?" Zachary asked, so close she could feel his breath against the back of her neck. "Don't be silly." "No, of course not." He lifted a dark brow, encouraging her. "You want me to go in first?" That did it. "No, Zach, I think I can manage," she said sarcastically. "Relax with the bodyguard tactics, okay?" Managing a thin smile, she pushed her key into the lock and shouldered open the door. She took one step inside. The room was freezing, the air conditioner rumbling. Adria's gaze fastened on the full-length mirror near the closet. Her blood turned to ice. "Oh, God," she whispered, biting back a scream. "What?" Zach demanded, striding past her, only to stop short as he viewed the scene. "Jesus!" The mirror was cracked and smeared with blood, as if someone had put a fist through the glass. Upon the splintered pieces, a large, mutilated photograph of Adria had been taped. Her head was severed from her body, the bloody crack in the mirror slicing across her neck. Her eyes had been cut out and rimmed in blood, the mirror behind streaked red, so that when she looked at the image, she saw the reflection of her eyes cast in blood. Adria began to shake. "What kind of monster would do this?" she whispered.
"Someone who wants you out of the picture."
Zack wrapped an arm around her shoulders.
"Don't look at it."
She couldn't drag her gaze away. Fear congealed inside. "This is crazy," she whispered. "Certifiably nuts."
"You got it."
"Someone hates me."
"Very much. And you've got him backed into a corner."
"Oh, God."
"You could just give up, you know,"
he said, his chin resting on her crown, his arms wrapping around her.
"Forget all this London stuff. The family would pay you—"
She pushed away from him. "Is that what you want? Are you some part of this sickness?" she demanded, her mind racing. Was Zack here at someone's behest, to be her savior, to talk some sense into her, to make sure she was being driven away?
"I want you to be safe."
"And leave."
"Adria!"
"It won't work. I think I told you before. I don't scare easily."
"This isn't a little prank."
"I know, but I'm not backing down." Though she was trembling, she set her jaw. "I can handle this, Zack," she said, and wrapped her arms around her middle. "Sick, twisted bastard. He won't get away with it. I won't let him." Zack eyed her a second, then quickly checked the bathroom and closets. Both seemed okay. They were alone.
"Whoever did it is gone, but not by much. The blood isn't completely dried. Maybe he got careless. Maybe he left a fingerprint or hair or something."
"Bastard," she muttered, her insides turning to jelly. Despite her brave words to Zack, she wanted to fall into a million pieces, to throw in the towel, accept defeat, and leave. Who the hell cared if she was London Danvers? It wasn't worth it. Not when she was dealing with a psycho. And yet she couldn't. Not when she was close enough to have obviously scared the living hell out of the bastard.
"I'm calling the police first and hotel security second."
He checked out the room, then strode to the bedside phone. "Wait a minute." She reached for his arm.
"Like hell! This is serious, Adria. Whoever is doing this to you is sick. First the rat, now this."
He picked up the receiver. "Whoever is doing this is running scared," she pointed out, trying to keep from panicking, which was damned hard to do. She was safe, she reminded herself. She was with Zack. But isn't he a part of the family? Hasn't he encouraged you to back off, even suggested taking a payoff? The back of her throat turned dry. Could she trust him? And if not Zack, then whom? "I just need a minute to think and sort this out and—"
"Stop! Don't even go there."
He glared at her.
"You don't get it, do you? This isn't a kid's prank. Some major pervert is on your case. He's obviously unhinged. No telling what he'll do next."
I'm not afraid," she lied.
"Like hell. You're afraid, and I'm afraid. Don't give me any of that crap. Look, I didn't fight you when you wanted to go to the press. I stood by like a friggin' wooden Indian while you gave your interviews. But I'm not going to have something happen to you just because you're too bull-headed to back off when some major nutcase is threatening you."
"You want me to back off?"
"Hell yes!"
"That's what he wants. What he expects."
"Fine. Who cares?"
"I do."
He glared at her. "Then you're not as smart as I give you credit for."
He crossed the room and grabbed her shoulders before thrusting his face next to hers. His nostrils were flared, and his eyes narrowed.
"You're getting out of here, tonight."
She decided not to argue. She couldn't stay in this room a second longer than necessary. "I get the message," she said, her nerves beyond frayed.
And you're right. I am afraid. What happened here tonight scares the hell out of me.
It should.
But, she admitted, I'm trying to stay as calm as possible, which isn't easy.
Amen to that.
So, how does he get in here?
With a key. Someone on the staff,
Zack said, thinking aloud, as he took another quick look around the room. He squeezed her shoulders gently, then let go.
Either way, it doesn't matter. You're not safe here.
She didn't try to stop him from calling the police. He was right. She knew it. Len Barry wasn't on duty, but another detective, Celia Stinson, arrived and took charge by sealing off the room and calling in a crime scene team. The hotel security officer wasn't happy, but Stinson didn't seem to care as she gave orders, took notes, and listened to what Adria and Zack had to say. Then, after hearing about the notes, Dead Rat, and observing firsthand the magnitude of the stalker's depravity, she advised Adria to move. Pronto. "And I'm not talking about just down the hall," she said, eyeing the cracked mirror, picture, and smeared blood as a photographer took pictures of the scene, and another officer was dusting the room for prints. Still another was carefully vacuuming the carpet. "This creep means business, and he's dangerous. Go to another hotel, preferably far away." Adria provided the detective with a statement and a list of people she thought might be trying to terrorize her. Most of them were members of the Danvers family. Who would try to terrorize her? Jason? Trisha? Nelson? Someone she didn't know about? Someone who was afraid that she really was London Danvers? Adria glanced at Zack and prayed that he wasn't a part of this. Surely he wasn't. His fear and anger seemed too sincere. But who? Who was so desperate, so determined, so deadly? From the corner of her eye, Adria caught her reflection in the cracked, bloodied mirror, and her heart nearly stopped. Her hair was disheveled, her face pale, her image distorted. For the briefest of seconds, Adria felt as if she'd been given a glimpse of the future and witnessed her own death. Chapter 19. Hell. That's what the last 3 days had been. Pure hell. So far, the police hadn't located the perpetrator who had terrorized Adria. The crime scene at the Orion Hotel had given up no fingerprints, nor any other substantial evidence. Zack had spent most of his time with Adria, either dealing with the media circus that her announcement had created, or camped out on her doorstep at the rundown hotel in Estacada, miles away from the city. He'd taken the room next to hers and insisted they keep the connecting door unlocked should she need help. Every night since then, he'd spent hours looking at the unlocked door and thinking about her, how warm and innocent she would look with her hair fanned around her face, her dark lashes curled over her rosy cheeks, and her breasts visible over the edge of the sheets. The image had nearly driven him out of his mind. He'd even given in once, opened the door and looked in, watching as she lay sleeping. Moonlight had spilled through the window, and she'd sighed, her lips parting gently as she rolled over. Her eyelids had fluttered for a second, and he'd stood still as death, but she hadn't awakened, and he'd somehow found the strength to turn away from her. He'd gritted his teeth, slept a little, and spent more time taking cold showers than he wanted to admit. So far, it seemed, no one knew where she was staying. He hadn't told a soul, and unless she opened her gorgeous mouth, she should be safe. She had talked about more permanent quarters, but he'd managed to convince her that mobility was important should her personal nutcase find her and force her to leave in a hurry. Now, as he stared across the table of the little out-of-the-way tavern where he hoped neither of them would be recognized, she was smiling up at him with a wicked little glint in her eye. "You're paranoid," she accused over clam chowder. Men in work clothes bellied up to the bar, where peanuts, pretzels, and popcorn were offered for free, and the television was tuned into a basketball game. From the sounds of the crowd, the Portland Trailblazers were ahead.
Family trait.
He pushed his platter aside.
Guess you can't be part of the Danvers clan if you don't have it.
Guess not, she said with a teasing smile that caught on the strings of his heart.
Hell, but he was becoming a fool over her.
She looked suddenly guilty, as if she'd been keeping something from him. I got a phone call, she admitted. He waited for the rest of it and guessed that she'd spent hours, maybe days, deliberating on whether or not she should confide in him.
Who called?
He asked as his patience gave out. He felt the brackets near the corners of his mouth deepening. Mario Polidori.
He knows you're here?
Zach's smile faded, and his entire countenance turned to stone. Probably a lot of people do, she pointed out as she waved the end of her spoon at him. Your family's having me followed, I'm sure of it, and they're probably not the only ones. With all the interest in the media.
Christ!
He rubbed the back of his neck in agitation, and his gut wrenched, a sure sign that he expected trouble. He didn't often foresee it, and found out that somehow trouble had managed to slip him by. Why hadn't she told him earlier? They could have moved to another spot, somewhere farther up in the hills, or toward the beach, somewhere safe.
Anyone else call?
She shook her head, and her wild hair brushed across her shoulders. Just Polidori.
What does he want?
To talk to me, obviously. She let her spoon clatter back in her empty bowl. Should she tell Zach about the Polidori's offer? She considered it, but decided to hold her tongue. What good would it do? Knowing that the Italian family was looking for ways to buy chunks of Danvers International would only serve to make him more angry and suspicious than he already was. And she didn't need to be on the receiving end of his particularly bad temper. Since she, if she did prove to be London, had no intention of selling the hotel or any part of the vast businesses to Polidori or anyone else, it seemed a moot point.
Stay away from him,
Zach advised. Why?
There's bad blood.
Oh, don't give me that old feud thing. Someone turned on the jukebox, and the notes of a country ballad drifted through a cloud of smoke.
It exists, Adria. I've got the scars to prove it.
Her gaze shifted to the fine line cleaving along the side of his face. It was barely visible, but seemed to serve as a constant reminder to him. No doubt he was still convinced that his attack at the Orion had been orchestrated by the Polidori family. Near the bar, there was a roar of approval from the patrons watching the basketball game. Hoots and hollers filled the room, obscuring the announcer's voice and drowning out the music. The Blazers must have found the bucket again. Why don't you fill me in on the details of the feud? She suggested once the din died down and some drunk offered to buy the house around. Then I'll decide if I want to meet Mario.
The feud,
he said, obviously reluctant to talk about it. I know some of the story already.
I'll bet.
Come on, Zach. Tell me about it. Gazing at her thoughtfully, he rolled his long-necked bottle of Henry's between his palms. He frowned slightly, then shrugged.
Okay, why not? You probably know most of the gory details anyway. It's always been there, ever since I was a kid. This intense hatred of a family I'd never even met. You've probably read about most of it,
he said, and she nodded, deciding it was best not to mention talking to Maria Santiago. The waitress came with a fresh bottle of beer for Zach, and after she'd swept away the empty bottle and glasses, cleared the platters and bowls, slapped a bill on the table, and left, balancing her precarious load, Zach told the story of the Polidoris and Danverses. His version was about the same as she'd heard before. Zach scowled.
It's all such a waste,
He downed part of his beer, left the rest, and paid the bill. They walked outside. The night was cool but clear, and 1,000,000 stars glittered in a soft, ebony sky. Fir trees loomed like ancient sentinels around the old tavern, and the sounds of a creek splashing over smooth stones cut through the still night. Her defenses were down as she climbed into the Jeep. It seemed right to be with Zach, and she wondered at the fact that she'd met him only a short while ago. Or had she? A part of her felt as if she'd known him all her life. He drove her into the foothills of the mountains on a zigzagging course that followed the Clackamas River. At a wide spot in the road, he parked and helped her down a seldom-used trail that led to the water's edge. Even in the darkness, she smelled the clear water mixed with the scents of damp earth and fir trees, and felt the force of the river as it roared and surged through the cliffs. A cool breeze sped down the canyon as if riding on the back of a river, and Adria felt its breath upon her face. She shivered, rubbed her arms, and Zach slipped out of his denim jacket, then tossed it over her shoulders, his fingers never touching her. "I thought you might like to see this," he said, as if he needed a reason to explain himself. "Whenever things are cloudy or unfocused for me, I usually spend some time where the power of nature is the strongest. Sometimes it clears things up. If I'm near the coast, I walk on the beach and stare at the breakers. If I'm on the ranch, I ride into the mountains, to the creeks that feed into the Deschutes River. And if I'm in the city, well, I usually drive up here." "Alone?" she asked, and his smile slashed in the night. "Always." A nightbird cried plaintively, and the forest with its ancient trees seemed to close around them, separating the rest of the world from this little stretch of water. "You were telling me about the feud," she prodded, and she saw the tension return to his hard features. "It just goes on, doesn't it? Good old Wit. The great man you hope to prove is your father was as tough and single-minded as his old man. Wit was willing to do whatever he had to in order to preserve the Danvers fortune and name." "You didn't like him." "Never," Zach admitted. "But you respected him?" "I hated the son of a bitch." Zach stared at the river, and in the pale moonlight Adria could see his features, stark and harsh, set without a trace of remorse. "What about your mother?" He snorted, his lips thinning thoughtfully. "Eunice. She's something. Complex," he said as if weighing his words. "She says one thing and does another." Adria had heard the story of Eunice Patricia Prescott Danvers Smythe. As a young woman, Eunice had been the socially correct choice as a bride for Whit Danvers. Only child of rich parents, she had her own money, a quick wit, and regal bearing, though it was reported she had been cursed with a mind of her own. Some people had thought her spoiled and disdainful, and a woman scorned. There were sketchy references to other women in Whit's life, especially when he was younger, and Maria, the maid, had admitted that Whit's affairs had been whispered about around town as well as into Eunice's ear. Though she'd borne him 2 children, a son and a daughter, Whit hadn't been satisfied with his willful wife, and had spent many nights out. Maria had mentioned that she'd overheard an argument in which Eunice had accused Whit of impotence, but it had to have been just the vindictive words of a bitter woman, for it hadn't proved true. Eunice had given Whit 2 more children, Zachary and Nelson. From the beginning, there had been speculation about Zachary's paternity. Zachary was still staring across the dark, angry river. "Your mother seems to care about all of you," Adria said tentatively. "My mother left us." "Because she had no choice." His jaw worked. "That's what she claimed." He bent down, gathered up a rock and hurled it over the river with all the pent-up fury in his muscles. "You expected her to stay with your father?"
"No," Zack said, his lips compressing in the darkness as he reached for another stone and flung it over the canyon. Then, as if sensing the futility of his actions, he walked to the base of an ancient fir tree and leaned against its rough trunk. "I expected her to take us with her."
"But she couldn't."
"She wouldn't, you mean? Back then, divorce courts and judges usually favored the mother, even if the father was as powerful a man as Whit Danvers. But Eunice was too scared to go public, too interested in saving face and getting as much money from Whit as her attorney could wangle. She had a lifestyle to maintain. The truth of it is, even when we kids were young, Eunice spent more time at the Mac Club working out and socializing than she did with us. Then, once my father decided to divorce her, she didn't want her reputation ruined by the fact that father was a womanizer and she'd had an affair with Polidori. He cast a hard glance in Adria's direction, assessing her reaction. "You didn't really think I was naive enough not to know what people thought, or deaf enough not to have heard the talk." His smile was as cold as the bottom of the river. "For as long as I can remember, I've heard people conjecture that I was Polidori's son. It's just not true." She moved closer to him and stood beneath the drooping boughs of the massive tree. The smells of damp earth and spring water mingled in the air and carried with them the underlying scent of musk, unadulterated and male. The night was seductive as it folded, like a gentle black cloak, around them.
"Even then there were blood tests. You could have proved that you were—"
"Are you kidding? Whit Danvers go to a doctor to prove that he had fathered his own son?"
His voice was harsh, barely audible over the rush of water cutting through the trees.
"You don't have any idea what kind of man he was. A mean bastard who thought nothing of slapping his wife around, or controlling his kids with a belt, or buying up smaller businesses on the verge of bankruptcy for a song. He clear-cut forests, stripping the land bare, never once thinking about reforestation or erosion or anything but how the chainsaw could bring him more money. Without batting an eye, he closed sawmills and logging camps, putting families out of work, and never gave a damn. Not if the bottom line told him there was a chance to make more money elsewhere. He was unbending and ruthless and proud of his power. He would never, never have submitted to paternity tests. You have to understand, Adria, that he didn't care about anyone or anything except himself. The bottom line, his own damned pride. And London. Hell yes, he cared about London. He turned, and the moonlight caught in his furious eyes.
"You didn't like her?"
"She was just a kid," he said, staring at Adria's face, his eyes moving slightly as if he were trying to find a flaw in her features, looking for certain proof that she couldn't be the little girl he remembered. Adria's heart kicked into double time, and she found it suddenly hard to breathe. One of Zack's fingers touched the side of her face, stroking her cheek as he stared at her. London was precocious, stubborn, and smart as a whip. She had wit wrapped around her little finger, and she knew it. She followed me around like a damned puppy. I didn't need it, but I wouldn't say I didn't like her. In fact, I thought it was kind of funny the way the old man made a fool of himself over her. He reached up and captured a strand of Adria's hair. Her throat, suddenly scorched, closed in on itself. "I don't know if you're London," he said slowly, his teeth flashing white in the darkness. "But if you are, it's going to make things a hell of a lot more complicated." He paused for a heartbeat, his eyes locking with hers. She swallowed hard, and her pulse pounded in her throat. In that forever instant, she knew he was going to kiss her. She gave a small sound of protest as he slowly lowered his head.
but she didn't stop him. His lips found hers in the darkness, warm, anxious, burning. They molded over her mouth with a possession that was frightening. Her heart drummed in her ears as his arms closed around her, dragging her close, forcing her to feel the heat of his blood, the fire in his loins. Hot and hard, his body pressed hers, and his tongue slid between her parted lips. A pool of desire began to swirl deep within her. She wound her arms around his neck, feeling the brush of the hair over his collar on the back of her hand, tasting the salt on his skin, smelling his musky scent, feeling the bulge in his jeans where he held himself so intimately against her. He reached beneath her sweater, touching her abdomen before scaling her ribs with hard, work-roughened fingers.
God, you feel good,
he moaned, as he slipped his hands beneath the flimsy lace. She groaned, wanting more, knowing being with him was a mistake.
Adria,
he ground out, as the tip of one finger brushed against her taut, waiting nipple. He kissed her again, harder still. He shoved the jacket off her shoulders and pulled her sweater over her head. Cool air swept up her abdomen. His mouth moved slowly and sensuously along her jaw and her neck, his tongue licking a hot path to the circle of bones at the base of her throat, where her pulse hammered impatiently. Adria sagged against the tree. When he lifted his head and stared into her eyes, her bones turned to water.
I want you,
he whispered, his voice as tortured as the wind racing through the trees. I know.
We can't do this.
I know. His hand cupped a breast, and she closed her eyes and threw back her head, telling herself that she couldn't make love to him. But as his mouth surrounded her nipple, her will vanished as quickly as if it had been ripped from her by the angry wind before being carried far away. His supple tongue and lips suckled through the wet lace of her bra, and her knees gave way. They tumbled to the ground, disturbing the thick carpet of needles beneath the tree. The river rushed at a furious, wintry pace, and Adria cradled his head closer, her fingers twining in the thick strands of his hair. Dangerous thoughts mingled with reckless abandon. Why not make love to him? You don't know if he's your brother. You don't know if he thinks of you as Cat.
Adria, for the love of God,
he said hoarsely, and buried his face in her abdomen. His breath was a tempting desert wind, trickling past the waistband of her jeans, touching the most feminine part of her. She kissed his crown. He drew in a long, shaky gulp of air, then rolled away from her.
Zach, leave me alone.
But,
for Christ's sake, get dressed,
he ordered, not even looking over his shoulder. It's all right.
It's not all right. Put your damn clothes on and pretend this didn't happen.
He jumped to his feet, kicked the flashlight toward her, and started hiking up the path in the darkness. Damn the man! He could be so maddening. Scrambling into her clothes, she refused to feel an ounce of remorse. She hadn't tried to seduce him, and what had been simmering between them for over a week was just starting to ignite. She knew she had to tread carefully, and that deep down, he was right. She couldn't make love to a man who could be her half-brother, but she'd be condemned to hell before she accepted sole responsibility for the desire that sizzled between them. Grabbing the flashlight, she marched up the path, muttering under her breath as the small beam bobbed ahead of her, and the rush of the river faded into the distance. As she rounded a final bend in the trail, she spied the jeep, headlights splashing twin beams on the grizzled bark of a huge trunk. Someone had carved initials into the rough bark, surrounding their art with an imperfect heart. How ironic. As she climbed into the passenger side of the Cherokee, she shot a furious glare in his direction.
That was a mistake,
he said. You'll get no arguments from me.
Good.
Just don't act as if I started it.
It just happened, okay? It won't happen again."
But even as the words passed his lips, he knew they were a lie. There was no way in hell he could keep his hands off her. Later, Adria saw no reason to tell Zach she was going to meet Mario Polidori. Zach had been furious when she'd mentioned that Mario had called. She decided she'd had enough of his overprotective attitude. Half the time, he acted like her older brother. The other half, he seemed as if he wanted to be her lover. Warring emotions battled inside her, and she decided she needed to get away from him to clear her head, to set her sights back on the path of her quest. She had to find out if she was London. If she was, she'd fight the entire Danvers clan to gain her birthright. If she wasn't, then she'd leave. Or she'd become Zach's lover. Either way, she was risking emotional suicide. She parked her battered car on the street near the old vegetable market where Stefano Polidori had first made his fortune. Located only 4 blocks from the Hotel Danvers, the market was now closed, and a new high-rise office building was being considered for the property. Mario was waiting, leaning against a lamppost near an Irish pub.
"I had just about given up on you," he said.
She was uneasy but managed to hide her case of nerves. "I said I'd be here."
"I know, but I thought your friend might have persuaded you to stand me up."
He straightened and offered her an engaging, brilliant smile. "My friend?"
Mario held the door to the bar open for her. "Zachary Danvers, your brother."
Adria's stomach plummeted.
"Hasn't he been playing the part of bodyguard?"
"He's not playing anything," Adria said as Mario followed her into the smoky interior. Laughter and loud conversation filtered out from the bar. Glasses clinked and pool balls clicked and darts zipped through the air. A jazz band was playing from a makeshift stage, but most of the music was drowned out by the raucous patrons. Without asking, Mario ordered 2 Irish coffees before he got down to business.
"My father and I were wondering if you had thought about our proposal."
"A little," she hedged, as a slim waitress slid 2 glass mugs in front of them. "And the truth of the matter is that I can't make any deals with you or your father." With a thin plastic straw, she stirred the green drizzle of crème de menthe into the whipped cream floating on her coffee.
"You don't know that."
"What I don't know is who I am. But if I do find out I'm London, then I won't be making any big demands on the company." His dark brows lifted in surprise.
"You would own over half of it."
"I'd still be the outsider."
"But
where I come from, Mario, you look before you leap. And I can tell you this straight out. I don't have plans to sell or change anything at Danvers International. In fact, unless I find glaring incompetence, I probably won't make any big waves."
"That surprises me."
He sipped his drink thoughtfully, his dark eyes assessing. "I believe in the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it," she said, thinking of the long, hot summer days under the blistering Montana sun, and how many times her father had said those very words to her. Her father, the man who had raised her, who had often placed a hand on her shoulder in a tender gesture reserved for her. She missed him now, and knew that even if Whit Danvers proved to be the man who had sired her, Victor Nash would always be her father.
"Tell me more of yourself,"
Mario suggested, but Adria only smiled. "It's boring. Really. I grew up on a Montana farm, worked all week, went to church on Sundays. End of story."
"I doubt it," he said slyly.
"Why don't you tell me about you and your family? It has to be a lot more interesting than hauling hay and making jam."
"You're playing with me."
"No, I honestly want to know," she said. "Come on. What was it like growing up as Anthony Polidori's son?" Mario's smile widened and his dark eyes sparkled.
"It was hell," he said mockingly. "Servants, chauffeurs, 2 houses in Portland, a condo in Hawaii, and a villa in Mexico. No child should suffer as I did."
Adria had to laugh. He told her interesting stories about private Catholic schools and nuns with quick tempers and long rulers that they were ready to rap against the palms and knuckles of those children whose piety wasn't convincing. She heard about his mother's early death, probably from the frustration of dealing with her hard-headed son and husband, and his own run-ins with his father.
"But you seem close now," Adria observed.
"I was younger, rebellious, horny," he shrugged. "You must know how that is."
"Do I?"
"Your turn, Adria. Tell me about you."
Staring into his dark eyes, she experienced a sudden rush of insight. No matter how she felt about him, this man would like to seduce her. "Why did you ask me to meet you?"
"There was the business about Danvers International," he said, seeming amused that she would so quickly draw away from him. Obviously, he liked a challenge. "But also, I wanted to meet you and get to know you better." He took a swallow of his drink, frowned, and added sugar.
"Okay, but let's get one thing straight," she said. "I'm not a pushover." She didn't trust him, but knew he could supply her with information on the Danvers family that might help her cause.
"I believe it."
He motioned to the waiter and indicated that he wanted another round.
"I think we could learn a lot from each other."
His smile was decidedly wicked. Tricia watched from the shadows of the alley across the street. She saw Mario with Adria, and jealousy swarmed through her. Angrily, she thought of how much she'd given up for him, how much she'd loved him, how much they had shared and suffered together. Obviously, it meant nothing to him. Tears burned her eyes. She prided herself on her tough exterior, her ability to hide the pain that never seemed to go away, even with drugs and booze. With trembling hands, she lit a cigarette and drew the smoke deep into her lungs. She could have ended her affair with Mario years ago, but she never had been able to completely forget him. Just when she was certain he was out of her system, that she was over him, he'd call or send a single flower, and she would run into his waiting arms. Even during her brief marriage, she'd carried on with Mario in secret, lying to her husband, cheating on him, cuckolding him, because she couldn't give up her most deeply embedded vice, Mario Polidori. She'd only been a girl when she'd met Mario, and it had been a thrill to see him behind her father's back, behind his father's back. He'd introduced her to wine and marijuana, and in return, she'd given him her virginity in the back seat of his father's red Cadillac Eldorado. Her interest in art had waned, and she'd skipped lessons just to meet with him at the river, in a room rented by the hour, in a farmer's field, wherever they could be wild and free and laugh at their stodgy old fathers and their silly feud. The lump in her throat turned hard as she stared past the cafe curtains of the Irish pub. Mario tossed his head back and his teeth flashed as he laughed. Tricia's stomach wrenched and her fingers balled into fists of frustration. She wouldn't stay here and watch him humiliate her with that woman, the phony claiming to be London. At the thought of her half-sister, Tricia felt she might be sick. It would be hard losing Mario to someone pretending to be London. London, who had managed to steal all their father's attention. London, born to be a beauty. London, the princess, the treasure of the Danvers family. Nauseous, Tricia turned away from the damning view and headed back to her car. Tears came unbidden to her eyes, and she silently swore that Mario would pay, and pay dearly for this slap in the face. Tossing her cigarette into the darkness, She ran to her car and tried to erase the image of Mario laughing and joking, sharing a drink and a smile with the imposter. No doubt, he would try to seduce Adria. Mario believed himself to be a great lover, and Tricia certainly couldn't argue with his skill in bed. Unfortunately, his appetite was insatiable, and he'd never been faithful to her, not even when Tricia had turned up pregnant. She remembered that night with soul-jarring clarity. She'd finally worked up the nerve to tell him about the baby after they'd made love in the motel near the airport. His body was still dewy with sweat, and she'd stretched out beside him, running her fingers down the sleek muscles of his arms. "I have a secret," she'd said as she reached for a pack of Winstons.
"Do you?"
He struck a match, lit up and blew smoke from the corner of his mouth. With a smile, he asked,
"What is it?"
"Something special."
"Oh, yeah?"
"You're going to be a father."
Silence. Dead silence.
"In September."
She'd rushed on as his eyebrows pulled together and smoke drifted from his nostrils. Then he smiled, that winning, cocky grin, and she knew everything would be all right.
"A father? Me?"
Yeah, right. His words were filled with sarcasm as he laughed. Slapping her on her naked rump, he added,
"Good one, Tricia. You nearly had me believing that you were knocked up."
Her back stiffened, and she felt the sting of tears behind her eyes. She'd fantasized that he would smile and twirl her off her feet and promise to marry her when she told him of the baby. She'd even been silly enough to believe that their love and this baby, this precious, precious baby, might put an end to the horrid feud that existed between their families. Love would conquer over hatred.
"You're kidding, right?"
he said, when he saw the tears filling the corners of her eyes.
"I'm going to have a baby, Mario,"
she said angrily as she climbed out of bed and threw her sweater over her head.
"Your baby."
He stared at her for several long seconds, the cigarette dangling neglected from his lips, the ash growing.
"No."
"It's true. Whether you like it or not, we're going to be parents."
"Oh, God. Tricia, how could you do this?"
He'd whispered, his dark complexion turning pasty white. He rubbed his forehead as if he were trying to erase the entire conversation.
"I didn't do it. We did."
"But are you sure?"
"I had a test at the free clinic."
"Fuck!"
He fell onto the mattress and cradled his head in his hands.
"How could this have happened?"
"You know how it happened."
"This couldn't come at a worse time. My old man's—"
"For crying out loud, Mario! I didn't plan it. Sorry if it's inconvenient for you,"
she snarled. The room shook as a great jet roared through the sky, and Tricia felt like dying inside. Jabbing out his cigarette in a tray, he looked up at her. As if finally realizing how distressed she was, he opened his arms and motioned for her to join him on the bed.
"Come on, Tricia. It's not the end of the world."
"It's a miracle,"
she said, defensive of her unborn child.
"A miracle."
"Course it is."
She didn't trust him, and tears threatened to overtake her again.
"You aren't happy."
"Sure I am,"
he said, though his voice sounded glum.
I was just shocked, that's all. Hell, it's not every day you get news like this."
He patted the bed beside him, and she sat on the edge of the stained mattress. His strong arms surrounded her, and she wanted to trust him again, to believe in their love. His breath, smoky and warm, teased her ear.
"You want this? This baby?"
"Don't you?"
"Oh, sure. Sure."
She relaxed a little, though she wished she'd heard more conviction in his voice.
I guess this is the part where I should ask you to marry me, huh?
Sniffing back her tears, she nodded. I think that's the proper thing to do.
Hey, well, proper. That's me. Okay then, I'm asking. Trisha, will you marry me?
Of course I will, she'd vowed, throwing her arms around his neck and tumbling into the bed with him. I love you, Mario. I've always loved you, and I will love you until the day I die.
That's my girl, he'd said, kissing her and patting the top of her head as if she were a child. 2 weeks later, they'd broken the news to their parents, and both Whit and Anthony had hit the roof. According to Mario, Anthony had called his son a dumb fuck and forbade him from ever seeing Trisha again. If Mario wanted to fall in love and get married, there was always that nice Lanza girl who lived in the neighborhood. And if he wanted to be so stupid as to knock someone up, Mario should have his head examined. He'd been told to quit thinking with his cock and start listening to reason. Anthony had warned his son never to see Trisha again, and Mario agreed. But Mario had broken that promise. The next week, Mario told Trisha about the scene with his father. To Trisha, Mario had seemed spinelessly relieved. Whit had been working in his den and had been even more furious than Mario's father. When Trisha broke the news to her father, Whit had turned crimson and been consumed by a rage so deep, Trisha feared for her life.
"You'll never marry Polidori,"
Whit had vowed, rounding the desk and kicking an antique vase that had shattered into a million pieces. You can't stop me. Trisha could be just as bullheaded as her father.
"You're underage, Trisha. 16 for crying out loud. We could have that bastard up on statutory rape."
He loves me, Dad. He wants to marry me.
"Over my dead body," Whit insisted. "This is one hell of a blow, but we can still take care of things. There's still time."
What do you mean? She had asked, refusing to understand, but her stomach had begun to flutter in anxiety.
"I know a doctor who'll—"
No! She'd screamed. I'll never have an abortion. Oh, God, Dad, you can't be serious. Panic screamed through her blood. Lose the baby? No! She'd run away before she'd let her father snuff out the life of her unborn child. Protectively, she held her middle.
"Either you take care of this my way, or the boy gets arrested," Whit insisted, his face twisted in hatred. "And don't mess with me, Trisha, 'cause there's nothing I'd like better than to see Polidori's only son in jail."
You wouldn't. Whit's lip had curled, and his blue eyes had gleamed with pure malice.
He defiled you, Trisha, raped you, and got you pregnant. He used you like some common slut. And if you think I'll allow you to have Polidori's child, you can think again.
I won't! Whit had raised his hand, intending to strike her, and Trisha let out a blood-curdling wail.
I'll handle this.
Kat had hurried into the room, as if she'd been hovering in the hall, waiting for the right moment to appear. She'd stared at Trisha with chilling calm. For the first time, Trisha felt fear.
She's my daughter,
Whit protested. And you're out of control. Kat's lips had compressed. I said, I'll handle this, Whit. It's women's business.
I'm not backing down,
he'd growled, and stalked out of the den, kicking the door on his way out. Quietly, Kat had shut the door, and the lock clicking into place was like the knell of doom. Trisha's eyes filled with tears because she knew she'd already lost. God, she hated her stepmother. Come on, Trisha. Let's talk sensibly about what's going on here, Kat said. I know you're upset, and your father, well, he is too. It's just because he loves you so much. Bullshit! Sniffling, Trisha had backed up,
her shoes crunching on the broken shards of glass. He does, in his own way. But he hates the Polidori's as much as he loves you. And he's serious when he says he'll press charges. Mario will probably spend some time in jail. And how good would that be for you and your baby? Kat's smile was patronizing and cold as death. Tricia had begun to sob brokenly, already giving in to the steady, unrelenting pressure her family was sure to put on her. In the end, Kat had convinced her that the only reasonable thing to do, the best thing for all concerned, was to abort the baby. And the next day, before Tricia could change her mind, Kat had shuffled her off to a private clinic where she'd given up the only person, the only thing, that had meant anything to her. She'd never gotten pregnant again. She'd lost the baby and Mario's love. Though he claimed to still care for her, their relationship had never been the same. They had lost what little innocence they'd once shared. Because of Whit. Because of Kat. God, she hated them both. Now, so many hateful years later, she rested her head on the steering wheel of her sports car. At least her father and Kat were dead. They deserved their ends. But Tricia and Mario were still illicit lovers, running through the shadows to private rendezvous of hot sex with no strings attached. Tricia tried to hide the fact that she still loved him, even from herself. But then something always happened to awaken all her old, long-buried emotions, as if that little bit of life that had been so frail, existed for so little time, had linked Tricia to Mario forever. Love, coupled with the possession and jealousy that came with it, always resurfaced. She would love Mario Polidori until the day she gave up her last breath. Tonight, watching Mario with Adria, Tricia had felt the old pangs of pain and loss, love and jealousy. She sniffed loudly, and her hatred grew white-hot, settling in the pit of her stomach and burning. Mario had been with Adria. Beautiful Adria, so much like Kat. Too much like London. Chapter 20.
I'm going out,
Jason said as he paused at the door to his wife's bedroom. Now? Sitting in her robe, brushing her hair, Nicole caught Jason's reflection in the mirror, and she wondered why she'd ever been foolish enough to think that he loved her. She glanced at her watch. Why?
Late meeting.
It's nearly midnight, she said, hating the wheedling sound of protest in her voice.
I know.
Closing her eyes, she tried to pull together whatever it was that kept her going. She set her brush down and said calmly, You know, Jason, I should just divorce you and get it over with. Then you wouldn't have to lie anymore.
I'm not.
She held up a hand before opening her eyes. Please, give me some credit, will you? When she looked up, Jason was smiling that waxen, tight little grin that she'd grown to hate over the years. The smile he seemed to reserve just for her.
The skillet suddenly too hot for you, darling? He said, and her insides revolted at the endearment.
How far they'd drifted apart over the years. Too far to ever find each other again. What's too hot isn't the skillet or the fire. It's that damned little mistress of yours, she said evenly, though her insides churned. She'd thought she'd quit loving him years ago, but the lies still hurt. At least he had the decency to blanch. She called here. Kim, isn't it? The little blonde with legs that won't quit and no breasts. Nicole applied a little night cream to moisturize her face and hopefully forestall a few of the determined little lines that remained on her skin as the years crept by. You didn't really believe I didn't know, did you? He seemed to puff up a bit, like he used to do when he practiced law and stood in front of a particularly recalcitrant witness on the stand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come off it, Jason. She wiped off the excess cream. Contrary to what you would like to think, I'm not stupid. And I know what's going on with this London thing. You're running scared, aren't you? She tossed her pale hair over her shoulders and removed her earrings, diamonds that sparkled in the soft lights arranged over her vanity. She'd picked out the earrings herself, though Jason had bought them for their 5th, or was it their 6th anniversary. This new little London, she just could be your sister.
I don't think so.
Sometimes, when the pain wasn't too great, when she could distance herself from him, it amused her to watch him lie. He did it so well, with such grace and such conviction, as if he really believed himself. Zachary wouldn't be hanging around if it weren't serious, she said. Nelson looks like he's hiding something. Trisha's worse than ever. I shudder to think what she's on these days. And your mother, usually so remote, she seems to have taken a sudden interest in the family. Oh, you're worried, she said, dropping her earrings into a velvet case and snapping it shut. All very worried.
And you're not?
He walked up behind her and placed his hands lightly around her throat. Their gazes locked in the mirror, and she tilted her chin up a fraction as she felt him squeeze ever so slightly. It would be so easy for him to cut off her wind and strangle her. But Nicole wasn't afraid. She slid a meaningful glance to the framed 8x10 picture poised on the corner of the vanity. Their daughter, Shelley, laughing, her hair windswept in the breeze rising off the ocean that day, gazed back at her. Shelley was the one thing that both she and Jason cared about. The only thing. Jason's gaze dropped to the picture, and his fingers relaxed. He would never do anything that might cause him to lose his daughter, for, as overly doting as Wit had been with London, so was Jason with Shelley. In his eyes, his daughter could do no wrong. The little imp had him wrapped around her slim little finger. You know, I'd hate to see anything happen to us, Nicole said softly, though there was a steel thread running through the words. It would be devastating to Shelley. Jason's smug smile faltered.
Kids are survivors.
Are they? She asked pointedly. What about you?
I'm doing okay.
Are you? I'm not so sure. Then there are your brothers and sister. His gaze met hers again in the mirror.
Zach always seems to land on his feet. The others, who can say?
He turned away from her and started for the door. I won't be publicly humiliated, Jason. If your little girlfriend wants to get down and dirty, I won't be part of it, and neither will Shelley. Either stop seeing that little bitch or control her. I don't really care which. That was bending the truth a little. She did care. It bothered her to think that another woman, a younger woman, could turn his head. But she was shrewd enough to understand that Jason needed more than just a wife. He needed to be adored and fawned upon, and he always needed a hot little number warming his bed and stroking his male ego. The thought made her sick. But she'd live with it. For Shelley. As long as one of his slutty little mistresses didn't go public. Nicole had never before been concerned, not really, but she was worried about this Kim. It took nerve. Hell, it took brass balls to call up Jason Danvers's wife and start issuing orders. Things had changed since Adrian Nash had waltzed into town, and not for the better. She heard a pounding on the front door, and her heart leaped to her throat. Now what? For a foolish split second, her fears took hold, and she thought Kim had become desperate enough to show up here.
Jason probably had given her the code to the gate, and the little slut had just enough nerve to confront her lover and his wife. Shelley! Her thoughts flew to her daughter. She couldn't let Shelley meet the woman. Grabbing the satin robe left at the foot of her bed, she slid her arms through the sleeves and hurried down the hall, looping the belt. Damned if that little tramp would meet her daughter. Jason was 2 steps in front of her, and he opened the door, letting in the slice of wintry cold wind that preceded his brother. Zachary, in jeans and a denim jacket, looked out of place in the house where he'd grown up. He was tense, and the restless energy that Nicole had come to associate with him was evident in the way he paced the room, the manner in which his eyes took in everything at once, the feel of electricity that he generated. His hair was a little too long, uncombed, and he looked as if he could use a shave, like he'd just come in off the range. He was so innately sexy that Nicole tried to avoid looking in his eyes, for fear she would see the promise of sweet seduction lingering in those hot, gray orbs. She offered him a chair, but he shook his head and stared at his brother.
I want Sweeney's number.
I'm just on my way out, Jason said.
Now? Late meeting.
Zach didn't press it, as if what Jason did with his own time was his business.
Fine, go out. Just give me the number.
Sweeney's out of town. Now it was Jason's turn to be nervous.
Then tell me where he can be reached.
There was a desperate edge to Zach's voice, one that dared to be defied.
He's in and out. You'll never catch up with him,
Jason said, and his voice sounded strangled, out of control. All that practiced courtroom poker face shot to hell. He was lying again, Nicole surmised, and the untruths seemed to come harder when they were told to his steel-jawed brother. Would this chain of deception never end? Zach's eyes grew dark.
Give me the number, Jason, or place the damn call. I want to talk to him.
Jason backed off.
You look like you could use a drink. I've got a bottle of— I don't need a drink,
Zach snapped.
Just give me the number.
Jason eyed his brother and finally relented.
All right, come on, in the den.
He checked his watch.
You know it's nearly 2:00 in Memphis. Good, he should be in. Sweeney could be asleep. Then it's time to wake up,
Zach said, unable to tamp down the raw, naked tautness that had been with him ever since he'd kissed Adria and held her in his arms. He was frightened for her, afraid that whoever was stalking her would up the ante. But he couldn't confide in his family, not when one of them could be the sicko. And there was the other problem of his feelings for Adria. Her lips had offered such sweet promise, her head thrown back in absolute abandon, her breasts straining against that little scrap of a bra. He'd come close to making love to her, so damned close, and it had been all he could do to break it off. She'd been willing and soft, her body yielding to his. He'd argued with himself as he'd kissed her, sworn at himself when he touched her breasts, and nearly lost all reason as she'd cradled his head to her nipple. He'd never been so hard in his life, never wanted anything more, never been so repulsed by his own desires. Just thinking of it now caused the beginning of an erection to swell in his jeans. He stuffed one hand into a front pocket as Jason showed him the numbers scratched on a pad across the desk. Cradling the receiver with his shoulder, Zach punched out the numbers and waited impatiently, tapping the fingers of his free hand on the corner of the desk.
Come on,
he muttered as Jason closed the door to the den. Sweeney's groggy voice answered on the 7th ring.
Yeah?
This is Zachary Danvers.
Jesus, do you know what time it is?
What have you found out?
I was gonna call Jason in the morning.
Zach glanced at the clock.
You're in luck. It is morning, and Jason's right here. You're a fucking prick, Danvers.
The voice cleared, and he heard the sound of a lighter clicking.
Okay, it's not much, but it's a start.
Zach's stomach twisted. If Sweeney confirmed the fact that Adria was a fraud, then she was little more than a cheap hustler, a gold digger. But if he discovered she was London, hell, that would be worse, because he'd be related to her. His heart drummed frantically in his chest. Either way, he was bound to lose.
It's kind of been like looking for a needle in a haystack, Sweeney was saying. Or trying to find that goddamn guy in the puzzle. You know what I'm talking about. The guy in the red stripes who's it?
Waldo, Zach said tersely.
Right, that's it. Anyway, I narrowed it down, and it looks like the guy who was married to Ginny Watson moved to Kentucky a while back. Lexington, in the 70s sometime, near as I can tell. I'm gonna visit him tomorrow.
You got his phone number? Zach heard nothing but silence for a few seconds.
Well, do you? Sure, I got it. But I figured a visit in person would be better. Seeing people face to face makes it impossible to hang up.
I want to speak with him.
Easy, boy. You'll get your chance,
Oswald said smoothly.
Just let me break the ice. I'll call you as soon as I have more news. I'll leave the message with Jason.
Where will you be staying? Zach demanded.
Where will I be staying? That's a good one. Maybe at the Ritz? Or how about the Hotel Danvers? You got one over in Kentucky? Shit, how am I supposed to know?
He hung up and the phone clicked loudly in Zach's ear.
What was all that about?
Jason asked, pouring 2 glasses from a bottle of scotch he kept in the bar. His eyes were trained suspiciously on his brother. I'm just tired of waiting around, and I don't trust Sweeney.
Neither do I, but he keeps his mouth shut, and if he finds out something, he'll let us know, but it'll cost.
Now, where's Adria? Are you hiding her somewhere? Zach didn't answer, and his older brother's lips curved into a hard little smile.
Keeping her all to yourself?
I thought you wanted her low profile.
She's already been on the news and in the papers, hardly a low profile.
Jason walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and flipped out clippings and copies and faxes.
She's made the national news, you know. And I mean more than just the little blurb that was reported through the AP. The networks are beginning to call, and even a few papers back east are showing a little interest. Every time I turn on the television, someone seems to be talking about her, and during the day, at the company, there's a fucking siege in the lobby.
Free publicity, Zach said sarcastically.
Go to hell, Zach.
Jason tossed back his drink. It started here, too, at the house. It upsets Nicole and Shelley, and
I feel like I did when London was kidnapped. All the reporters camped out at the gate.
Zach remembered the throng of newspeople that had pummeled the family with questions, called at all hours, crowded around the gates to the house. He'd heard from his crew, still cleaning up at the hotel, that the press had been ever present in the lobby. Even his office in Bend wasn't immune. Terry had phoned and told him that a few reporters had shown up looking for him ever since Adria's meeting with the press.
It's worse than I imagined, Jason was saying as he reached for the bottle again. Even the lawyers are beginning to worry.
They want to talk to Miss Nash, but I advise them to wait a while.
Just let me handle her.
He didn't want her hustled away by a herd of bloodsuckers, like the attorneys for the Danvers family. Impatiently, he jammed one hand through his hair.
Has she hired an attorney yet?
Zach lifted a shoulder.
I don't think so.
But she's with Mario Polidori tonight.
Polidori?
Jason's face muscles flexed in disbelief, and his nostrils flared in disgust.
Why?
Don't know. She didn't say.
So, the vultures are already circling. Great, Zach. That's just great, he said sarcastically, then pointed a finger at his younger brother. You can't let him get to her.
It's none of my business.
Like hell! Polidori, through a smokescreen of lawyers and holding companies and silent partners, has been trying to buy off chunks of Danvers International for years. Waterfront property and the old hotel, downtown real estate, even a couple of sawmills. You name it, he wants it as long as it's got the Danvers logo attached. He has this thing about acquiring our cast-offs. So far, we've held him off.
His money's no good?
It's not the money. It's the idea that he wants it all, Jason said. And Zack smiled at the irony of it all.
Aren't you the guy who said, it's always money?
Not with the Polidoris. With them, it's revenge, Jason said, staring morosely into his glass.
Zack didn't argue. He'd grown up being told that the Polidoris were no good, out for blood, the worst of the worst. Zack had changed his mind over the course of the years, but he still didn't trust them, especially with Adria. Before Jason could ask a lot of questions Zack didn't want to answer, he pushed himself away from the desk and left. Jason's case of nerves was getting to him. He drove downtown and stopped at the Hotel Danvers, picked up some blueprints that had been left there for him, and grabbed a stack of messages, which he gave a quick once-over, then tossed into the trash. Reporters and more reporters. Jason was right on that score. Once they smelled the blood of scandal, the vultures kept circling until they finally swept in to pick the carcass. He climbed into his jeep and headed out of the city, back to Adria. His foot pressed harder on the accelerator. The truth of the matter was that he was bothered that Adria was with Polidori, and it had nothing to do with the feud or the family fortune. It didn't even have anything to do with London Danvers. The problem was more basic than that. It hit him at a gut level. Like it or not, Zack was jealous. He denied it to himself as he drove hell-bent for leather on the winding road to Estacada. But when push came to shove, and he was honest with himself, the truth of the matter was that he didn't like the thought of her with any other man.
Idiot,
he told himself, and snapped on the radio. Squinting against oncoming headlights, he listened to a half-hour dedicated to Bruce Springsteen songs, but his mind drifted from the lyrics to Adria. Christ, what was he going to do with her? He knew what he wanted, and it was either obscene or just plain stupid, or maybe a little bit of both, depending on whom she turned out to be. Adria glanced in her rearview mirror as she drove along the forested road to Estacada. Headlights bore down on her, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed. During her dinner with Mario Polidori, she'd been tense, uneasy, jumping at shadows. And when she'd left Portland, she'd felt eyes upon her, watching her every move. "You're as bad as the Danvers family," she muttered as the vehicle behind her, a huge pickup raised high off the ground, tore around her, spraying mist and dirt from the road onto her windshield. She flipped on the wipers and attempted to ignore the paranoia that threatened. The truck, going over 70 on this winding road, disappeared around a corner, and the beams of her own headlights splashed against the puddles, wet pavement, and mossy bark of the giant fir trees lining the country road. She was exhausted, her mind running in crazy circles filled with images of Zachary and bloodied hotel rooms. She'd finally heard from Detective Stinson. The blood smeared on the broken mirror hadn't been human at all, but rat blood, probably drained from the rodent that had been left for her to find. Her stomach curdled at the thought. Though she'd grown up on a farm and had dealt with the slaughter of animals each year, or had helped butcher deer her father had killed on a hunting trip, or found corpses of rats and birds caught by the barn cats, this was different. An animal killed, then drained of its blood, to be used for the next act of terror. She shivered and told herself to get over it. She'd known from the get-go that claiming to be London Danvers was sure to meet resistance.
She just hadn't had any idea how much or how macabre. A headache throbbed behind her eyes. Her meeting with Mario Polidori had turned out badly. His interest in her had changed from curiosity and mild interest to something deeper, something she didn't want to contemplate. She'd recognized a spark of challenge in his gaze as he'd stared at her, and she'd had the unlikely but unsettling insight that he'd wanted to sleep with her. At first, she'd told herself, she was imagining things, but as the evening had worn on, and he had become bolder, his eyes darker, his smile just a little more wicked, she'd become certain that he wanted to seduce her. Not because he found her infinitely fascinating, but because she was associated with the Danvers family, and because she was a challenge. "Just try it," she muttered, turning on the wipers as the mist thickened. What she didn't need was a man, any man, complicating things. Her emotions were twisted enough as it was with her attraction to Zachary. She cringed when she thought how close she'd come to making love to him, how much she wanted him. She even told herself that she'd just been overreacting because of the stalker. But it was more than that, much more, and dangerously unthinkable. Her headache throbbed when she considered what might have happened, would have happened, if he hadn't come to his senses and broken off the embrace. "Idiot," she muttered, and she didn't know if she was talking about him or herself. "Pull yourself together." As she rounded a final corner just outside of the Estacada city limits, she saw the sign for the Fir Glen Motel flickering in green neon. Pink letters announced that there was a vacancy at the little motel. Zach's Jeep wasn't parked in its usual spot, and her heart dropped. Which was just plain stupid. Yes, it was reassuring that he was just next door, but more than that, she was starting to rely on him, to care about him, to think of him in terms that crossed all sorts of barriers. Sometimes she wished she wasn't London. That would solve some problems. But it still wouldn't resolve whatever feelings he still harbored for Kat. Once in a while, Adria would catch him staring at her, and she was certain he didn't see her at all, but was caught up in memories of another woman, the woman she thought was her mother. What a mess! She pulled into the bumpy lot and settled for a parking spot not far from the front door of her sorry little unit. The drab motel was L-shaped, a single door and window for each unit facing the parking lot. Most of the windows were dark, only a few boasting slivers of light visible through the drawn shades. She cut the engine and stepped outside, where the mountain air was damp and heavy against her skin as she locked her car and headed toward her motel room. "Home, sweet home," she thought, as the wind caught in her hair and a rattling truck rumbled past. Again, she felt as if she were being observed, that someone was lurking in the shadows, unseen eyes, ever vigilant. Her skin crawled, and she turned quickly, half expecting someone to jump out of the darkness. But no one appeared. And aside from the occasional car on the road, the night was still, the mist thick. "Get a grip," she muttered. But before she walked into her unit, she swept her gaze over the parking lot. Nothing was amiss. She recognized the owner's battered Chevy Suburban and saw the bluish glow of a television in the window of the office. The few other vehicles looked deserted for the night. She took a step toward her door and heard no heavy breathing or footsteps scraping behind her. She was alone. Unnerved, but alone. She thought about the package she'd received. The dead rat with her own locket wrapped around its throat. She thought about the hotel room at the Orion with its mutilated picture of her and smeared blood. She thought about the fact that the Polidoris, Zach, and the police knew where she was staying. Slowly, her nerves tight as piano wires, she pushed her key into its lock and swung the door open. It creaked and banged against the far wall. She stepped inside and reached for the light switch. Click. Nothing happened. The room was still dark as night. Every hair on her arm stood straight on end. "What the—" She heard it then. The sound of heavy breathing, laborious breathing. She turned, but it was too late. She saw a shadow, a dark figure raise its hand. She fainted, right, and something hard slammed down on her head. Crack! For a second, the world went black. Pain blasted through her skull. Her knees wobbled and she fell against the doorframe. She tried to scream, but a hand was on her throat, cutting off her air, forcing her downward to slither down the wall. She kicked and clawed, gasping, trying to scream, attempting to fight. "You never learn, do you, bitch?" her attacker growled as Adria swung hard with her fist, flailing in the direction of the sound, all the while trying to drag in air, her lungs on fire. She saw only a glimpse of a face, hidden by a mask, as her attacker struck again, pounding the side of her head. "Leave, before it's too late," the voice. A voice she'd heard before, she thought weakly, warned before raising the heavy object again. Adria saw the blow coming, lifted an arm, and as the attacker swung, the hand on her throat loosened. Adria screamed and rolled. The object slammed into the wall, crashing through the plaster, then glanced against the side of her head. The room spun and she nearly lost consciousness, but not before she let out another hoarse, painful scream. A gloved hand covered her mouth, and a cloyingly sweet smell assailed her nostrils. Adria clamped down hard with her teeth. Her assailant let out a hiss of pain and let go. Adria was ready. She moved quickly and screamed again for help. She was almost free. Kicking madly, inching toward the door, she yelled just as, from the corner of her eye, she saw it coming. The same dark object aimed at her face. She recoiled, holding her arm over her head. Smack! Pain exploded through her skull, and she thought she might pass out completely just as she heard the faint, faraway sound of a siren splitting the night. Faintly, she heard a door open, and a man's voice yell, "Hey! What's going on?" Her attacker froze. Adria clawed her way to a sitting position. "Help me!" A kick landed in her chest. Painful and crushing, the blow made her retch and curl into a protective ball. "You goddamned bitch!" Breathing hard and limping, the intruder climbed off her and scrambled with an uneven gait through the door. Gasping, the metallic taste of blood in her throat, Adria struggled upright and crawled to the threshold. Just one look. That's all she needed, and she was sure she could identify the intruder. It was someone she'd met, she was certain of it, but the ache in her gut prevented her from thinking clearly, and the edges of her vision blurred as if she might black out. She tried to concentrate, to hold on to consciousness as the attacker fled through the shadows of the huge trees surrounding the motel. She took in deep breaths and held on to the door casing in a death grip as she squinted into the night. She saw the stars and lights switching on in nearby units, but her attacker had disappeared. Damn it all, she thought as she spit blood onto the porch. She tried to yell again, but could make no sound. A second door opened, just 2 doors down. Light spilled onto the small porch. "Hey, you! Hey! Are you all right?" A male voice, unfamiliar. She drew in a long, painful breath. Footsteps, crunching on gravel, running in her direction, ready to kick her again. She cringed. A man loomed over her as the lights in the unit blazed on. Her stomach heaved suddenly, and she retched. "Oh, shit," he said, looking around the small room before bending on one knee. "Now, don't move, miss. You're hurt." She squinted up at him, but couldn't make out his features as he turned toward the open door. "Marge!" he bellowed in a voice that pounded through her brain. "Marge! Wake up the manager and call 911!"
What?
A woman's voice screamed back as doors creaked open and banged closed, rattling the loose windows in their panes. The man knelt beside her again.
Now, you just lay still. Help's on its way.
Voices filtered in through the open door and pierced Adria's pain-racked brain.
What the hell's going on?
A woman asked.
Hey, shut up! People are trying to sleep over here.
A man this time.
Holy shit!
What's going on in Unit 13?
A younger man.
Mary, come look at this, will ya?
Don't get involved.
Mary wasn't too willing to help out. Adria blinked and tried to stay conscious. There was something familiar about the attacker, familiar and horrible, and it teased the edge of her consciousness.
What was it? Who was he?
Hey, lady, I don't know what happened here, but it looks bad,
the man who was tending to her said. She lifted her hand to the back of her head and felt sticky blood matting her hair. Groaning, she pulled herself upright, her eyes squinting, trying to get used to the bright lights. As she did, her heart squeezed in fear. The room had been destroyed. Chairs turned over, the television set smashed, sheets torn and ripped from the bed, as if someone had been in a fury so wild, so blind, he'd needed to lash out at something, anything, to vent his rage. On the mirror over the bureau, scribbled in a grease pen's bold black letters, was a simple and horrifying message. Death to the bitch. Worse yet, tossed onto the bare mattress was a pair of black panties. The pair she'd had stolen. It was shredded, as if sliced over and over again by a razor.
Oh, God.
She felt suddenly sick again, and the room seemed to spin around her. Her nose and mouth tasted foul, and she had to fight against the overwhelming sensation that evil still lurked beneath the bed or behind the curtains.
What's going on here? The man asked. No, wait. You just lie still. Don't talk. Save it for the police.
Footsteps, shouts, people closing in, some curious, some concerned. She hurt so badly she didn't care.
Some bitch. Would you look at that?
Did someone call the frickin' ambulance?
Hell yes, but Jesus H. Christ. It looks like a bear came in here and went on a rampage.
Yeah, sure, and now bears cut up underpants. Hang on, miss. Marge, the manager?
Headlights flashed against the window and tires crushed the gravel in the lot.
Adria!
She heard his voice, roaring through the crowd, a lifeline to reach out and cling to.
Zachary.
Tears filled her eyes as she tried to scramble to her feet.
You lie still, she was ordered.
Zachary broke through the crowd, beginning to collect at the door, and gathered her into his arms.
Adria, oh God, Adria,
he said, holding her as if he could protect her, as if the strength of his body could stave off the pain, the fear. Clinging to him, she fought the horrid sobs that suddenly clogged her throat as relief flooded through her. She was with Zachary, and safe. So safe.
Hey, you. I wouldn't touch her, a man advised. Leave her for the paramedics. They're on their way. She's bleeding, man. No telling. Hey, are you her old man? What the fuck happened here?
The manager yelled, only casting Adria a cursory glance.
Who did this? Holy St. Peter, what a mess! Did anyone call the police? Zach demanded. Called 911. You get it all, the manager said.
A short, balding man in boxer shorts and a nightshirt, he swore at the mess.
The insurance company will shit over this one. Don't worry about it.
Zach kissed her forehead and wrapped her in his strong arms.
You'll be okay,
he said, as if to convince himself.
She shuddered, and he pulled her tight against his chest.
"You'll be okay."
She didn't believe it for a second. She doubted he did either. "Failed. You failed. You should have killed the bitch while you had the chance. Now she's alive, pretending to be London, bringing it all up again." Adria's attacker eyed the haggard reflection staring back in the mirror mounted over the hotel sink. The plan had backfired, because Adria Nash was stronger than expected. She didn't scare easily, and now, it seemed, she wouldn't die easily either. Maybe she is London. She'll prove it, and the story will surface. Now that she's been attacked, the police might be suspicious about Kat's death, the ruling of suicide re-examined. Blood could be washed away, but memories couldn't. And the memory of London Danvers just wouldn't die. It's as if over the years both she and her damned mother had been elevated to some kind of sainthood. At that thought, agony ripped through the brain of Catherine's killer, a pain so severe it cut more deeply than the physical wounds Adria Nash had inflicted. Saints are usually canonized after they've died. So see to it. Take care of Adria Nash. Don't let her slip away again. Every muscle in her body screamed, and her head pounded despite the painkillers the doctor had prescribed. Adria stared out the passenger window of Zach's Jeep and tried to forget the last few hours, but scenes from the emergency room kept recurring while a litany of questions she'd been asked, first from the EMTs, then the nurses, and finally the police, played through her mind. She was dead tired, but figured she'd never fall asleep. "Do you have any idea who would do this to you? You're the woman claiming to be London Danvers, aren't you? Are you allergic to any medications? Did you get a look at the guy's face or see any identifying marks? Do you have an insurance card? You've got a report in with the Portland Police Department about a previous attack. What was the name of the detective involved? Does this hurt? Can you give me a timeline? About what time did you leave the restaurant and when did you get back to the motel? Is this your husband?" Adria squeezed her eyes shut. The night had fled by in a whirl, and it seemed that the police agreed with her that someone from the Danvers family could be involved, although there had been speculation that she'd collected her own special nutcase, someone who had been following the London Danvers story for years. Adria had tried to answer all the questions that had been hurled at her. She'd even managed a weak smile at the detective's jokes. But by the time the ER doctor had released her and Zach had tucked a blanket around her in the Jeep, she'd felt drained, weary. And though no bones had been broken, and she'd even managed to avoid a concussion, she was sore all over. They'd spent most of the drive back to the motel in silence, both wrapped in their private thoughts, until Zach turned the final corner to the Fir Glen Motel and spied the media circus. "Great," he muttered between clenched teeth. "Guess I'm suddenly popular." Too popular. Rather than stop and deal with the press, he cranked on the wheel and turned the Jeep around to head directly east. The road was steep, winding through the snow-dusted mountains that were already gilded with the first rays of the morning sun. "Where are we going?" she asked, though she really didn't care as she pulled the blanket higher under her chin and tried to get comfortable. She wanted to stop running, to end this quest, to quiet the questions that raged through her mind. "My place." "Your place?" she repeated as she stared through the windshield. The Jeep was climbing steadily. Snow-capped peaks of the rugged Cascade Mountains loomed ahead. "I didn't know you had one." He slid her a glance, hard and stubborn, yet laced with worry. "We're going to the ranch." "In Bend?" she said, shaking her head before she sucked in her breath through her teeth and winced in pain from the movement. "I can't go there." "Why not?" "It's too far away. I've got people to see, meetings in Portland, interviews and appointments with attorneys and reporters." "They'll wait," he predicted, his voice stern. He'd been silent through most of the interviews, but as she'd explained what had happened, how she'd been with Polidori and come home to be attacked, he'd grown increasingly grim. "No, Zach, really, I can't."
"You were almost killed tonight,"
he shouted, clamping her wrist with one strong hand, steering with the other. He kept an eye on the road as it wound snake-like through the foothills.
"Maybe you don't take that seriously, but I do. Whoever sent you those warnings has just gotten a little bolder. And if he would have hit you a little harder, or in a little different place, we might not even be having this conversation right now."
Suddenly chilled, she tried to rub her arms, but his hand was digging into her muscles.
"But I can't."
"Of course you can. You've waited nearly 20 years to find out the truth. I think you can wait a few more days. Come on, Adria. Give yourself a little time to pull yourself together."
She wanted to argue, to tell him he couldn't run her life, but she couldn't find the words. And she was frightened, more frightened than she'd ever been in her life. "This is just temporary, right?" A slow, wicked smile spread across his beard-darkened chin.
"I'm not holding you hostage, if that's what you mean."
Nervously, she licked her lips. "That's what I mean," she said.
"You can come and go as you please."
"But my car—"
"I'll send for all your things, including that bucket of bolts you call a car, after I have it checked by my mechanic."
"It's fine,"
she protested.
"It's on its last legs."
"Please, I need the car."
"I'll get it there in a couple of days. In the meantime, there are plenty of vehicles at the ranch. Cars, trucks. Hell, we've even got a tractor if you get desperate."
"Very funny."
"I thought so,"
he said, but the laughter faded from his eyes.
"Come on, Adria. Give it a rest for a few days."
She was touched by his kindness and wondered fleetingly if his concern was genuine, or if he was just doing his duty, babysitting her and keeping her out of trouble.
You don't have to do this, you know."
He let go of her wrist and grabbed the wheel. Lines of worry etched across his forehead.
"Of course I do."
He didn't add that he planned to stick to her like glue, that he was afraid for her life, that he felt sick with guilt because he hadn't followed his gut instincts when he'd known that he should never have let her out of his sight. The sun, rising over the craggy, snow-covered mountains, sent harsh rays through the valley. Zach switched on the radio and glanced at the passenger side of the Jeep where Adria, tucked in the blanket, was resting her head against the window and breathing steadily, as if she was soon to give in to exhaustion and fall asleep. Good. He tromped hard on the accelerator, and the Jeep leaped forward. His jaw was clenched so hard it felt like granite, and he swore silently that if he ever found out who'd done this to her, he'd kill the bastard with his bare hands. Chapter 21.
"Idiot! What did you think you were doing?"
Anthony Polidori wanted to rap his son over the head with his cane. He hadn't struck his son since the boy announced that he'd knocked up the Danvers girl years ago. But right now, Mario deserved a swift, hard dose of reality. A swift kick wouldn't hurt either. Clamping his jaw shut, Anthony jabbed his cane in the soft grass of the backyard.
"I just wanted to feel her out." "I'll bet. That's the problem with you. Women. Any woman. For the love of God, stay away from her. You're only causing trouble."
Anthony wondered what he'd done to deserve such a stupid son. Stiffly, he crossed the backyard and tried to rein in the anger that had kept him awake all night, ever since the phone call from his informant watching the Nash woman. He knew there would be trouble, and he'd been proved right. He paused by the tennis courts where he'd spent so many hours coaching his only boy. Now dandelions and long grass grew through the cracks in the cement courts. A climbing rosebush, untrimmed, sprawled up the tall fence, mistaking the mesh of chain links for a trellis. Dear God, where had the time gone? Had it all been spent feeding that hateful beast called the feud? Had he lost all sense of what was real? He remembered the years of hoping that his son would someday grow into a shrewd businessman, a leader capable of handling the considerable businesses that his own father had passed to him, and he had hoped to hand down to his son, his only child. But Mario had never been much interested in business. He'd been an athlete, and even while he was in school, his decided lack of brains, or at least of discipline, had been evident. That was the problem. The boy, well, man now, had enough gray matter, if he only knew how to or wanted to apply it. But he never had. Aside from a little gambling business he'd run for a time, Mario hadn't worked a day in his life. Life had been too easy for him. Handsome by Hollywood standards, skilled on the tennis court or racing down the ski slopes, Mario had seen no reason to study and learn. His showing in school could only be described as poor, but he'd developed a way with girls. All girls, including Trisha Danvers. When Trisha had gotten pregnant, which was probably part of the slut's scheme to trap Mario and make life miserable for her father, Anthony had been furious with his son, but had blamed Mario's considerable lack of judgment on his youth. But this courtship of the Nash woman was begging for trouble, especially since the girl had been attacked last night. Mario was long past the time when Anthony could write off his stupid actions as part of the folly of adolescence. With a heavy sigh, Anthony said, "The police have already been here asking questions, and guess who I got a call from? Remember Jack Logan, the police captain, now retired? He was a detective sergeant at the time of the Danvers kidnapping. Apparently, he's still working for the Danvers family, and more than happy to start in on us again." Mario seemed unruffled. He showed no outward signs of remorse. "How was I to know she'd be attacked? Jesus, Dad, I didn't have a clue. How could I?" His dark brows slammed together. "Don't tell me one of your men was behind it." "Of course not," Anthony snapped, and felt a quick pain under his breastbone, the same pain that shot through him whenever he was under a great deal of stress. He took a deep, calming breath and ignored the irritating little jab. "We're in negotiations with her, aren't we?" Mario's lower lip protruded thoughtfully, and he shook his head. "Apparently not. She claims she's not interested. But she will be if we make it worth her while." Anthony was sure of himself. He'd played this game before, many times, and he always won. "But we must be careful," he said, gesturing futilely with his hands. "We must use a little decorum. Be patient and cautious so as not to tip our hand." "What's the point? She already knows what we want. You told her yourself that you were interested in the old hotel. I wasn't tipping anything." "No." They walked along the kick path leading through the rose garden to the back of the house. Mario held the door of the breakfast room open for his father, and Anthony, able to breathe now that his heartbeat was regular again, climbed up the stairs. He sat in his usual chair, spooned some sugar into his coffee cup, and tossed the morning edition of the Oregonian onto Mario's plate. The paper landed squarely over Mario's neatly sliced grapefruit. "What the—" Mario stopped when he saw the picture of a cheap motel, and below it a smaller photograph of Adria. Even in grainy black and white, she was beautiful. The smooth lines of her face and her wide eyes reminded him that he wanted her. "Read it," Anthony advised as he snapped his napkin across his lap, then waited impatiently while the maid brought juice and coffee. "You'll find your name in paragraph 3, I think. A Detective Stinson is coming by to take your statement this morning.
She's with the Portland Police Bureau, and she's handling her end of the case because Ms. Nash seems to be the target of some rather nasty letters.
He stirred his coffee, rattling the cup with his spoon. Mario's mouth flattened into a thin line of disapproval as he read the article and realized that he had been the last person to see Adria before she was assaulted.
"This is only an educated guess,"
Anthony said, dropping his spoon and lifting his cup to his lips.
"But I think you've probably made the early morning news broadcasts as well."
The maid silently deposited a basket of muffins onto the table, then slipped quietly back to the kitchen.
"From now on, son,"
Anthony suggested as he reached for a bran muffin,
"let me know when you plan to see Ms. Nash."
He broke the muffin in half and spread a sparing amount of butter on it.
"I just might be able to save you and the family a lot of embarrassment."
Zack paced from one end of the den to the other, stretching the telephone cord to its limit. He muttered curses under his breath and nearly slammed the receiver down. "If I could just set up an interview with Ms. Nash at her convenience," Ellen Wrigley wheedled. She was pushy, a reporter who didn't seem to understand the word no. Zack glanced out the windows to the acres of ranch land that spread as far as the eye could see. It wasn't enough land. There wasn't enough to hide Adria. "I'm sure she wants her side of the story told." Zack held firm and stared down at the front page of the local newspaper that lay open on the desk. Adria's picture was on page 1, along with an old photograph of Wit, Cat, and London. The headlines were thick and black and seemed to scream, "Woman claiming to be Danvers' heiress attacked." It hadn't taken the press long to react. They'd only been at the ranch 2 days, and it was already a madhouse. Zack felt as if he were trying to plow through quicksand. The faster he went, the farther he tried to get, the deeper and deeper he sank, until it felt as if he were choking, and there was no way out. No way to save Adria. Great, he thought sarcastically. Being this close to Adria and keeping his hands off her was hell. Trying to keep her from getting herself killed was proving to be nearly impossible. The woman was already talking about returning to Portland, for crying out loud, when the bump on her head was still fresh, her stitches not yet healed. The all-business female voice hadn't given up. "So I could fly out this afternoon or tomorrow morning, meet her at the ranch, and—"
"I told you Ms. Nash has no comment."
Zack had enough. "I need to talk to her, Mr. Danvers." She was obviously trying to bully him. "Adria Nash showed up claiming she was London Danvers, then was attacked in a tiny motel way out of the city by an unknown assailant. The Post wants to have an interview with her so she can tell her side of the story." Zack slammed down the receiver and pressed a button for the answering machine to pick up. He was tired of reporters and police and the whole mess. The phone jangled instantly, and Zack, ignoring the impatient ring, threw his keys onto the counter. He'd just returned to the ranch house after spending 3 fruitless hours at the office. A bevy of reporters had kept Terry busy on the phone or shown up and made themselves at home, swilling and complaining about his coffee, waiting for a quote from Zack. He'd given one, largely unprintable, and most of them had taken the hint and slunk out the door with their tails between their legs. But a couple of tough, salty types had lingered, hoping that he'd crack and give them some bit of news that would make their copy different from the others that were being written into word processors around the nation. Zack had given up trying to get any work done, told Terry to close up shop for the rest of the week, stuffed some papers into his briefcase and tucked a couple of blueprints under his arm. He'd locked the press out of his office, climbed in his Cherokee, and driven like a madman back to the ranch, to the eye of the storm. He would have turned off the phones to the house, except that he wanted to stay in contact with the sheriff's department in Clackamas County and the police in Portland. Then there was Sweeney's report. Zack's stomach clenched at the thought of it. 2 days had passed since he'd talked to the slimy private investigator, and, according to Jason, there was still no word. The sleazeball detective was probably holding out on him, or Jason was. Ever since the attack on Adria, Zach trusted no one. Yanking his jacket from a hook near the pantry, he stormed down the hall and out the back door. A blast of icy air greeted him, and though the snow had melted at the lower elevations, a fine layer of white powder was visible in the foothills. The sky was clear, the sun high but without any warmth, and only a few clouds clustered around the highest peaks of the surrounding mountains. On any other day, he'd be glad for the bracing air and cool promise of winter, but not today. The ranch wasn't impregnable, and before he'd thrown out the reporters and photographers who had insisted upon hanging around the front porch, he hadn't been able to hear himself think. Fortunately, Manny had decided to take matters into his own Native American hands. Wearing his well-practiced, stern Indian expression, he'd wrapped a thick horsehair blanket over his shoulders and positioned himself in his pickup at the front gate. A no-nonsense rifle was propped against his dashboard, and a no trespassing sign had been posted on one of the weathered fence posts in full view of the road. No one suspected that .22 wasn't loaded, or that Manny Clearwater was the self-proclaimed worst shot in the county and one of the easiest-going guys Zach had ever met. His severe countenance, shaded by a black felt hat decorated with silver and feathers, was enough to keep even the most ambitious reporters off the property. For now. Zach had envisioned bringing Adria here until she'd healed, and hoped that the news about her attack would die a quick but quiet death. But his plan had blown up in his face, and it seemed as if the entire world knew where she was, including the man who wanted her hurt. The muscles in the back of his neck drew together, and his jaw clenched so hard it ached. Since she'd declined police protection, Zach had made it his personal responsibility to keep her safe and alive. But it seemed as if the world, and Adria herself, were against him. The bottom line was that she wasn't safe here, and that bothered him. It bothered the hell out of him. He found Adria by the stables, the sunlight catching in her blue-black hair. Forearms bridged over the top fence rail, she watched a herd of mares and half-grown foals picking at the sun-bleached stubble of the field. A whirlwind, laden with thick dust, danced across the dry paddock, picking up a few dead leaves and spinning them across the ground while the horses moved lazily from one tuft of dry grass to the next. Their hides were dusty and uneven, already beginning to change to the thick, longer coats of winter. Unaware that he was behind her, she shifted, leaning on her opposite leg, her face turning in profile. His gut clenched at the sight of her, and he told himself to forget that she was a woman. "You're a popular lady. The phone's been ringing off the hook." "Why do you think I escaped out here?" She ran a finger along the dusty edge of the top rail, and her cheeks had turned a deep shade of pink with the cold. "At first I talked to them, but the questions got too heavy, so I decided to take a break." "Manny's keeping them at bay down at the gate. The answering machine should catch anything we need to know about." He propped a foot on the bottom slat and stood next to her. Pretending interest in the ridge of mountains on the horizon, he asked, "How are you feeling?" "Kind of like an 18-wheeler drove up my back." Smiling a little, she showed off the hint of a dimple that he found incredibly sexy. "But I'll live, and I'm afraid that's going to disappoint a lot of people." "Don't even say it." But she wasn't finished. "You know, Zach," she continued, turning to face him as the breeze teased soft, curling strands out of the band that held her hair away from her face, "I can't stay here forever." "It's only been a couple of days." "I have my life." "You mean London's life."
He cocked a dark brow and scowled at a few white clouds as a wavering flock of geese, trying and failing to maintain a V, honked into the wind and flew steadily southward, as if making up for lost time. With one hand, she shaded her eyes against the lowering sun. "It's time I settled this."
"How?"
"I think I need to hire an attorney and a private investigator, get things moving along." She was staring at him so intently, her gaze shifting from his eyes to his mouth, that desire swept through him like a hot prairie wind that no man could tame, no mortal could control. He remembered kissing her, nearly making love to her by the river, and it was all he could do to slide his hands into his pockets to hide the swelling that was beginning to warm his groin. He wanted to reach out and grab her, press his lips over hers, and kiss her until neither one of them could breathe. He imagined bending her backward till her hair swept the ground. Hell, this was getting him nowhere. She was still talking about hiring a detective. "Best for all of us."
"Jason's already retained a guy, a creep named Oswald Sweeney. He'll get the job done."
"For Jason, and for you." The corners of his mouth tightened involuntarily.
"You said you wanted to know the truth."
"I still do," she said, squinting against the sunlight. "Correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Sweeney's working for the family, right? He's digging around trying to prove that I'm a fraud, so he might not tell me, or the family might not feel the need to inform me if he found proof positive that I'm London. Only if I'm not." She dusted her hands on her jeans. "So I think I'd better start looking for a few guys on my team. Good guys in white hats." He dug in the dirt with the toe of his boot.
"From what I hear, you can't afford much."
She'd been expecting that, but not from Zach. From the others, of course, but not Zach. And she couldn't stop the little stab of pain that reminded her that he'd found out things about her and hadn't confided in her, that he'd shared them only with the inner circle of the Danvers family, the chosen few. Her throat caught. She'd always considered him an outsider, but as painful as it was, the truth of the matter was that she, and she alone, was the outsider. Obviously there were secrets Zach kept from her, and she wondered how much he and the rest of his family discussed her behind her back. Had he told them the secrets she'd confided to him about her home in Montana? Had he laughed when he'd discovered she was flat broke? Had his eyes lighted with an evil little fire when he'd hinted that she'd nearly made love with him? Being around Zachary Danvers was like walking a fraying tightrope strung taut across a steep canyon. One false step in either direction, and she would pitch down the sharp, emotional cliffs. Too much tension, and the rope would give way. She wasn't fool enough to believe that he'd be there to catch her. "What is it you want from me?" He hesitated, his eyes searching hers, and she felt as if he could stare straight into her soul.
"I just want to keep you safe."
"So that your family can prove me to be a liar?" She felt the air shift between them. "You can't keep me here, not against my will."
"Is that what I'm doing?"
She licked her lips. "I think so, yes." His eyes were the color of flint, his brows pulled together in frustration, though she didn't know if his vexation was with her, himself, his family, or the world in general. They were close enough to touch, yet he moved closer, advancing upon her. His expression turned hard and suddenly cruel. As his shadow fell across her face, his fingers curled in the lapels of her old jacket.
"Do you remember that someone tried to kill you?" he demanded in a harsh whisper. "Less than 48 hours ago?"
"I can't run scared." But her breathing was shallow and fast. The scents of coffee and leather and musky male cologne swirled around her. He gave her a little shake, and his eyes sparked with anger. Can you recall what it felt like to nearly have your brains bashed in? She blanched. Of course. Who do you think did it? I don't know. Neither do I. But he's still out there, darling, and my guess is that he doesn't give up easily. I don't either. Okay, he said, pressing his face close enough that she saw the striations of green in his gray eyes. Let's talk about the sheets. The ones on your bed in the motel. Did you get a good look at them? She swallowed with difficulty but refused to give in to the urge to step backward. His fingers clenched more tightly. They'd been ripped to ribbons, as if some enraged animal with 6-inch teeth as sharp as razors had worked himself up to a maniacal frenzy and started shredding and just couldn't stop. He yanked her closer, lifting her off her feet, drawing her nose to broken nose. While we're at it, did you happen to see the message on the mirror? The one meant for you? What did it say?
It doesn't matter.
What did it say? He repeated more loudly.
Something about...
Not something about. It said, death to the bitch. Fairly specific, I'd say. In fact, crystal fucking clear. Do you know what kind of psychotic it takes to do something like that? And let's not forget your shredded panties. What if your attacker had used that razor on you instead?
I really don't want to think about it.
Well, neither do I. But I force myself because it's not over yet.
She managed to notch up her chin and stare into eyes that glittered with determination. I just can't run away from this, Zachary. I started it, and I've got to finish it.
Or wait till it finishes you, he snarled, and looked at her mouth in a way that made her insides turn to jelly. As quickly as he'd grabbed her, he let go, and she nearly fell as her heels hit the ground again. Disappointment settled in her heart when he stepped away from her. The way I see it, you've got no choice but to lay low for a while. Wait until the police nail this guy, or the story dies down. Right now, you're a target, not only for the psychopath who attacked you, but for any other copycat prankster looking for a way to get his jollies and his name in the press. These aren't nice people you're dealing with, Adria, so just stay put. He glared at her for a few silent, tense seconds, then swore loudly and stalked to the stables. Heart thudding, she ran, catching up to him and following on his heels. She tamped down the fear that he'd managed to bring right to the surface of her mind and told herself to ignore the erotic messages that had seemed to radiate from his eyes.
I'm not going to let anyone, not you, and certainly not someone who runs around ripping bedsheets, intimidate me, she insisted.
Then you're not as smart as I gave you credit for. He opened the door and strode inside. The door would have banged shut behind him, but she caught it and, clenching her fists in determination, followed him into the musty interior. Several horses nickered. His boots rang on the old floorboards, and the sense of horseflesh and dung, oil and leather, hay and dust mingled and assailed her nostrils, reminding her of the farm she'd left behind to follow this quest here, this damned quest. She touched a rough fur post supporting the hayloft where an old kerosene lantern, tarnished, rusted and covered with cobwebs, still hung neglected. Zach strode the length of the building and shouldered open a door at the far end. Old hinges creaked as he disappeared inside. She considered following him, but thought better of it and stayed near the horses, petting each curious, velvet-soft nose that was thrust in her direction, feeling the hot jets of breath against her palm. What was she doing here? What was she trying to prove? She should go back to the house and leave Zach in his lousy mood. Better yet, she should steal his damned truck and return to Portland,
where the answers to her life lay hidden. She still lingered, using the excuse of her injuries as reason to stay out here, away from civilization, alone with the one man who had touched her heart. For years she'd sheltered herself and her emotions, but with Zachary she'd let down her guard, willingly come to care for— Oh, God. His footsteps echoed through the old building, and she glanced up sharply. With only a cursory look in her direction, he hauled out a saddle, bridle, and blanket and kicked open the gate of the first stall, where a rangy buckskin gelding was tethered. The horse snorted and tossed his great head, but Zach managed to slip the bit between the buckskin's teeth and strap the bridle on. His will was ironclad, and he won the battle between man and beast. Adria suspected he was used to winning, a man who discovered what he wanted in life and ruthlessly went after it. Not unlike Whit Danvers, his father. Her father. Zach spread a blanket over the gelding's back, slid the saddle into place and pulled the cinch tight. He was intent on his work, as if he'd forgotten her. The silence, aside from the restlessness of the horses in their stalls, was deafening. "You're going for a ride?"
"What's it look like?"
he said.
"Where?"
The question fell off her lips. He glanced over his shoulder, and their gazes caught in the dim light of the stables. His eyes were dark and still glinted with a silent, pulsing fury. For several breathless seconds he held her stare and found it hard to breathe.
"Why?"
She lifted a shoulder, then didn't move. He was staring at her so intently she could barely breathe, and she felt as if, with that harsh glare, he was mentally stripping her, one piece of clothing at a time. She couldn't swallow, and her heart was drumming wildly. His eyes lowered to the base of her throat, where her pulse was throbbing erratically. When his gaze touched hers again, it was pure seduction.
"Do you want to come?"
he drawled in a voice so low it could barely be heard over the shifting of the horse's hooves and rustle of straw. Oh, God. Barely able to breathe, she fingered a rope that had been left wound around a post. Her heart thundered. She stared into his intense, hot eyes, felt her joints go slack. "Pardon?"
"Do you want to come?"
he repeated slowly, the double entendre hanging heavy in the air between them. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think.
"Well?"
he demanded. "Are you up for it? Or still too sore from the attack?" No attacker was going to stop her from what she wanted to do. She nodded, staring into his smoky eyes. He was staring at her so hard she could barely breathe. She licked her suddenly dry lips and heard the rush of wind whistle through the old rafters. "I think so." Her voice was so breathless, she hardly recognized it as her own.
"You're sure?"
One dark brow cocked dubiously, and he hooked a thumb in his belt loop, his fingers riding low against his fly.
"Could be a rough ride."
Her knees suddenly felt as if they were made of rubber, and she leaned her hips against the stall for support. "I know."
"Could be dangerous."
She swallowed with difficulty and felt a tiny spot of sweat bead between her breasts. "I'm not afraid," she said, as though to convince herself. Her heart was racing, her mind spinning into wildly erotic images.
"Then you are a fool, Adria,"
he said, and swore beneath his breath. Clucking his tongue, he led the gelding out of his stall and through the back door of the stables. Adria, feeling as if she'd had the wind knocked out of her, stalked after him. He'd been playing with her. He was only teasing her, and she felt a new white-hot rage sear through her blood. "Wait a minute!" she cried as he swung into the saddle. He ignored her and kicked his horse hard in the flanks. The buckskin took off, breaking into a gallop. "Wait!" Zach, please! She screamed at the top of her lungs. He yanked back on the reins. The horse reared and whirled. Zach's eyes flashed like lightning, sizzling through a night-dark sky, and his lips thinned in anger. A rugged cowboy, determined to have his way. "You don't want this," he said, his nostrils flaring, his face set in stone. "You don't know what I want." "Sure I do. All you want, all you've ever wanted, was a way to get your hands on the family's money. Well, it won't happen through me." The wind was beginning to rise, to whip her hair in front of her face and brush her cheeks. "That's not what this is all about, and you know it. Why don't you tell me what you're afraid of?" "Afraid of?" "That's right, Zach. You're running scared, and it has nothing to do with what happened in the motel the other night." His mouth curved into a self-deprecating smile. "What I'm afraid of? Isn't it obvious?" His gaze held hers in a stare that stripped her soul bare. With a whistle, he turned the buckskin again and leaned forward in the saddle. The horse took off, galloping rapidly across the dry grass, sending up a cloud of red dust, leaving her alone. Adria sagged against the exterior wall of the stables. Closing her eyes, she leaned her head back and felt the rough-cut cedar walls press into her shoulders. Her fists curled in frustration, and slivers jabbed at her bare knuckles. "Don't be afraid, Zach," she said, her eyes burning with unshed tears. "Please, don't be afraid." The man was so damned maddening, and yet, oh God, and yet, she thought she was falling in love with him. "You can't!" "But I can't stop myself. He was in love with Kat. That was a long time ago. He's your brother." "I don't know that. Not for sure. But you can't afford to gamble. Not now. Not when everything you've worked for is at stake. Like hell." "He's right," she said, furious with herself. "You are a fool." Pushing herself upright, she headed toward the house. She was intent on forgetting him, on finding a way to escape, on putting as much distance between his body and hers as she could. She could take his jeep, or a truck, or call someone to come get her. Or she could go after him. In the distance, a coyote howled, and the sun slid behind a cloud. Her footsteps hesitated for just a second before she realized that she couldn't let it lie. Rolling over and playing dead wasn't in her nature, and she'd come too far and suffered through too many emotional struggles to just curl up and die and let the whole thing go. Turning back toward the stables, she decided to tempt fate. She flung the door open, her legs moved of their own accord, her boots ringing as she ran along the smooth floor to the tack room. She found a bridle and hurried back to the row of stalls. A black mare poked her nose over the door, and Adria didn't miss a beat. She slipped the bridle over the mare's head, then, running, ignored her lingering pain, and led the trotting horse outside. Zach was nearly out of sight, only a speck on the horizon, but Adria wasn't going to let him get away. She climbed on the mare's bare back, leaned forward, and clucked her tongue. "Let's go." She dug her heels into the black's flanks. With a surge of power, the horse moved beneath her, muscles bunching and stretching, the cold, hard ground flashing beneath steel-shod hooves. Adria's back and arms ached, but she held on. The wind screamed through her hair and brought tears to her eyes as the eager little mare ate up the distance, racing over the vast acres of grassland where the dry pastures rolled upward into foothills green with old-growth timber. In the distance, craggy, snow-covered mountains cut jagged ridges against the darkening sky. She urged the horse faster and faster, afraid that if she slowed down for even a second, she would see the folly in this dangerous chase, yank back on the reins and force herself to return to the ranch, to safety. away from the one man who could save her or destroy her. Zach's horse galloped through the low-growing timber, and Adria followed. "Come on, come on," Adria cried, the breath being torn from her lungs, fear of facing her destiny shadowing her mind. But still she plunged on, chasing a man and her dream, moving closer. Finally, he drew back on the reins, and his horse slowed at the banks of a wide river that sliced through the hills and fell in a wild silver torrent down the face of a cliff. Then, as if suddenly sensing that she was chasing him, he twisted in the saddle. Her heart nearly stopped as she stared at his profile, all tough angles and plains, like the sheer mountains that rose behind him, wild as the river that slashed furiously through the canyon and cut a raging swathe through the forest. His jaw hardened, and his eyes narrowed in silent rebuke, but she didn't pay any attention. Instead, she kicked her horse faster. There was no trace of amusement in his face. Zach's eyes followed her every move as she pulled back on the reins. When she was close enough to hear, he said, "You should go back." "Back to Montana?" "Back to the house." "Not yet." She slid to the ground, and Zach followed suit. Eyebrows drawn downward, his mouth pulled into a furious frown, he strode up to her, looking as if he'd like to strangle her, or worse, that he wanted to kiss her and never stop. "For Christ's sake!" "No, for mine, for yours," she said, breathing hard. She stared up at him stubbornly, squaring her shoulders and meeting his furious gaze with her own. "You never listen, do you?" "Not when it's something I don't want to hear." She felt the spray of the waterfall, cool against her neck, and heard the roar of the water tumbling 50 feet to the rocky bottom of the canyon. She stood toe-to-toe with him, refusing to back down, silently challenging him with her eyes. "You have no idea what you're asking," he said hoarsely. "Tell me." He stared at her long and hard, his eyes narrowing in the lowering sunlight, his breath fogging in the cool mountain air. "You never give up," he said, and his voice sounded tortured, as if he was battling with himself and losing the war. Reluctantly, he pushed an errant black curl from her face. "No reason to." "There are lots of reasons, Adria. None that I want to hear." She held her head high, angling her chin, daring him to argue, feeling the breeze tangle in her hair. His gaze fastened to hers and held, causing her heart to trip in anticipation. Raw, unbridled passion glowed dark in his eyes as he looked down at her. Adria's chest was suddenly tight, as if bound by steel cords, and she wondered, fleetingly, if he was right, if chasing him into the forest was so clever after all. She wanted him, yes, probably loved him, but being with him was treacherous and deadly, for she never seemed to get enough. As if reading her thoughts, he struck, quickly wrapping his strong fingers around the back of her neck and pulling her roughly to him, kissing her until she couldn't catch her breath. His free arm circled her waist, dragging her willing body closer still, so that she could feel the thunderous beat of his heart, the thick evidence of his desire straining at his fly. He smelled of leather and sweat, and tasted of coffee laced with liquor. A slow-burning heat from deep inside her spread throughout her body. His hands splayed across her back, possessively, angrily crushing her breasts against the hard wall of his chest. Winding her arms around his neck, she gave herself to him, refusing to listen to any lingering doubts in her mind. She opened her mouth to him as she would willingly open her body. She clung to him as he dragged her to the ground, pulling her with him, dropping to the bed of dry grass and leaves scattered over the forest floor. He spread kisses along her neck and over her eyes, and twisted her hair in his fists.
"You're sure?" he asked, his voice breathless and dry as the wind racing through the trees. "I want this, Zach," she said, staring deep into his eyes. "I want you." He hesitated, but she pressed her lips to his, and all his defenses tumbled down. She knew why he was reticent. He still believed they were half-brother and sister, but she was certain there was a mistake. Surely they couldn't be related. She wouldn't believe it. She wouldn't fall in love with her own half-brother. Most people thought he'd been fathered by Anthony Polidori, and he looked so much more like the Italian than Wit. This was right, so right. He nuzzled her neck, and she lolled her head back, offering him more. His fingers found the buttons to her blouse and the clasp of her bra, and soon she was stripped to the waist, her breasts bare, her dark nipples puckering in the cool air, her body heated by the inner fire that swept through her blood. His hands were rough but magical as he reached around her and traced the valley of her spine. Pleasure rippled through her body, and she held on to his shoulders as if for life. "Love me, Zachary," she silently cried. His fingers dipped beneath the waistband of her jeans, stripping her of the unwanted denim and leaving her in a scant pair of panties. She moaned as he took her breast between his lips, and her own hands moved to the front of his shirt, tearing at the buttons, feeling the springy dark hair of his chest as her fingers grazed the strident muscles of his shoulders, the flat buttons of his nipples. He moaned loudly, a primeval sound that made her quiver. "Adria," he whispered hoarsely as he gazed down at her. She held a finger to his lips. "Don't," she whispered, and a coil of warmth whirled in her midsection when he drew her finger between his teeth and sucked. Wet, hungry, hot. Heat coiled at her center, pulsing and liquid, as he continued to stare at her. Her throat was tight, and the moist darkness between her legs began to throb with desire. She wanted him, all of him, regardless of the consequences. Gaze fastened to hers. He slipped his hands lower, along the rift of her buttocks until she was squirming, her body silently pleading for more. "You sure?" he asked, and his pupils had nearly obscured the gray of his eyes. Above him, clouds scudded across the sky. "Yes." This could be wrong. Doubts shadowed his eyes, and his fingers dug deeper into her flesh. "Never," she whispered, guiding his head back to hers until his breath fanned her face. "Love me, Zach," she whispered, casting caution to the wind and closing her ears to the demons that screamed in her mind. "Love me, and forget about everything else." His throat worked, and then the wind seemed to shift. Kissing her, he ran his fingers along her body and beneath the silk of her panties. Lowering his head, he nibbled at her skin and lowered himself. His tongue slid around the circle of her navel, and she bucked upward, wanting more, wanting him, all of him. He slid lower still, and she thought she would die when he stripped her of her panties and breathed hot and damp against the curls at the apex of her legs. Squirming, writhing, she felt him touch her, slowly at first, and then more quickly, causing her to melt inside. "Zachary," she whispered hoarsely. "Not yet," he whispered, and guided one of her hands to his fly. With a hiss, it lowered, and she slowly pushed his jeans over his slim hips. With anxious fingers, she caressed his buttocks and felt the muscles of his legs flex at her touch. She ran her fingers up the flatness of his abdomen and felt him suck in his breath. Heat flowed from his body to hers. "You sure about this?" he said again, when they were naked and breathing hard, their bodies slick with sweat, nerves strung tight in anticipation. In answer, she kissed him, and he moved atop her, his strong hands holding her arms over her head, his eyes burning with a pulsing desire that seared into her soul. He kissed her again, and then, roughly, as if he were fighting and losing an inner struggle, he prodded her legs apart. She lifted her hips off the ground as he drove into her, and she felt his manhood, heavy and thick, break through the barriers of their lives and delve deep into the core of her soul. She closed her eyes, but he kissed her cheek. "Watch me," he said hoarsely. "We can't forget that this is happening. We can't ever forget." His words were like the prophecy of doom, but she stared up at him and moved with his sweet, hungry rhythm. There was no pause, no minute to catch her breath. He pushed into her harder and harder, faster and faster, until the colors behind her eyes began to blend and whirl. She was moist and warm, like thick, hot honey, and she felt him gather steam just as something erupted within her. "Adria! Oh, sweet, sweet Adria!" His voice, a raspy whisper, bounced off the walls of the canyons and the chambers of her heart. Lights exploded behind her eyes, and her body convulsed around him, holding him tight within her as if she was afraid to lose the precious link they'd found, the ecstasy of loving each other. Her throat worked. "Love me," she silently cried, wrapping her arms around him as he fell against her, his sweating body melding perfectly to hers. "Love me, Zachary Danvers, and don't ever stop." Tears touched the back of her eyes. From joy or relief, she didn't know, but she refused to give in to the persistent drops, and wouldn't think about tomorrow. It would come soon enough. Chapter 22. "Tell me about my mother." Adria, shivering as the afterglow faded, stared up at the swaying, long-needled branches of the pines to the blue sky beyond. A few filmy clouds moved slowly through the heavens, but didn't spoil the day. Beside her, Zach tensed. "I didn't know your mother." He reached for his faded Levi's and slid into them. "She lived in Montana with you." "My other mother," she clarified, refusing to let him vex her. But she wasn't going to let him put her off as he had in the past. They were lovers now. They could share everything. "Catherine." The ground was cold, and goosebumps rose on her flesh as she found her jeans and sweater. After making hot, furious love to her, Zach had held her against his naked body. She'd seen the scar on his shoulder, been reminded of the night that London had disappeared, and had convinced herself that she couldn't be related to him. Either he was Polidori's son, or she wasn't London Danvers. Now, as her mind cleared, she wasn't so certain. He seemed more remote than ever, as if the shock of what they'd done had been a slap of reality, cold water in his face. "Catherine wasn't your mother," he said with conviction. "You don't know that." That much was true, Zach thought, as he yanked on his boots. He had to get away, far away. Being with her was like being trapped in a seductive spider's web, sticky and warm and exciting, but infinitely dangerous. Whether she'd decided to make love to him because she suddenly didn't believe they could be related, or because she thought he would let down his defenses and give her more information about the family, or because she wanted to blackmail him later, or, God forbid, because her motives were pure and she was falling for him. He knew it just couldn't happen. He should have been stronger.
Ever since Cat, he'd been in control and had never let a woman seduce him. He'd always been the predator. His will, where sensual women were concerned, had been strong. Until now, with Adria. He ground his teeth together in disgust and stood, swiping at the dust covering his jeans. He'd been unable to resist her, the defiance in her blue eyes, the challenging tilt of her chin, her soft, sensual lips, and the provocative invitation that touched him in a deep, roughly animal place, where his body took over and his mind shut down. He'd wanted sex. With her. Lusty, hot, get-your-rocks-off sex. And he'd ended up with more. Too much. An emotional whirlpool that threatened to drag him under. Just like Cat. He slammed his eyes shut and told himself it was just a matter of time. If he could maintain some distance from that body of hers, he could stay in control. At least until he had all this figured out. Like hell, Danvers. How are you going to stay away from her, now that you've had a taste, a teasing nibble of her? How are you going to fight the craving that even this minute is tearing you up inside? The muscles in his back drew so tight they hurt. Angrily, he threw on his jacket. We've got to get back. It's cold. He stiffened as her fingers touched his shoulder. You don't have to feel guilty, she said, over the roar of the river as it dived from the cliffs to the gully far below. I don't. Then why? Look, Adria, we can't do this. Not anymore. Not until we find out for sure. He placed firm hands on her shoulders and held her at arm's length. It just can't happen. So you're starting to believe me? For Christ's sake! Do you know what we're talking about here? He said, nearly screaming. Incest! The word hung between them, seeming to haunt the forest, standing still in the chill afternoon light. It's not. How do you know? If you're so damned sure that you're London, then how do you know? He watched her swallow with difficulty. Because, she said, tossing her hair away from her face, I believe that you're not Whit's son. Christ! His face turned ashen. Is that your rationalization? He grabbed her arm so hard that she felt his fingers digging deep into her flesh through her jacket. Now listen to me, sister. I'm not Polidori's son. How do you know? She threw back at him, tossing the very words in his face that he'd spit at her. Don't you think that when Eunice and Whit split up, when she was stripped bare of everything she claimed she wanted, don't you think she would have turned around and laughed in his face, told him that his second son had been fathered by his enemy, insisted that I stay with her? Not if she wanted her reputation to stay intact. Her reputation, as I understand it, was as important to her as you children, so she would never say anything to tarnish it. As we children. What a laugh. We were never important to her. I think you don't know. As for her reputation, it was already black as tar. He made a disgusted sound in the back of his throat. I don't believe she intended to hurt you. Eunice's words, uttered at his bed in the hospital, whispered through his head. I hate to admit it. Lord knows a mother shouldn't. But you've always been my favorite. Of all my children, you were the one closest to my heart. As if he was different. As if he wasn't Whit's son. Oh, God, no! All the spit dried in his mouth, and he stared at Adria, as if he were looking into the window of his future. You couldn't have done this. He motioned to the bed of pine needles under the tree. On the outside chance that I wasn't a Danvers.
I did it for the same reasons you did, Zach. Because I wanted to. Because I couldn't stop myself. Because from the first time I saw you, I knew it would happen. Because, damn it, I think I love you. She lifted up on her toes then and kissed him hard on the lips. He told himself to back off, that they were playing with fire, that no matter what happened, there could be no good ending to this. They would both be burned, and yet he couldn't stop himself. His arms fastened around her slim waist, and he wouldn't let go. He kissed her and held her and stripped her of her clothes, looking in fascination at the beauty of her breasts, white, with a fine webbing of blue veins hidden deep beneath the firm flesh, her nipples perfectly round and hard as he touched them and kissed them and buried his face between the two warm mounds. He kissed the skin of her abdomen, drawing lazy circles around her navel before he slid lower, and she writhed in pleasured torment beneath him. She tasted of woman and earth and all things primeval. While the wind teased her hair, her fingers and hands worked their own sweet magic on him, shedding him of his clothes, tracing intimate circles along his spine and chest, dipping low beneath his jeans to push the tight denim over his butt. Her eyes shone as she kissed him, and tasted his hard-button nipples, and skimmed her tongue down his breastbone and along the dark hairs that formed a line beneath his navel. He fought the urge to close his eyes and stared at her, this woman who was forbidden, this woman whom he believed was only out for herself, this woman who could find the most hidden corners of his heart and expose them. He shuddered as he took her with the same hot fervor that had consumed him the first time, driving into her with a force that was sure to chase the demons from his mind, thrusting hard and fast, hearing the catch of her breath, feeling her slick, velvet warmth envelop him, losing all thought, all reason, all control as the world seemed to burst, and he fell against her, breathing hard, unable to think with any sort of reason. He was lost in the magic of her, and he wondered if he'd ever break free. Would he ever want to? Kissing the sweat-soaked curls at the nape of her neck, he wished the world would go away and leave them alone, and that, God in heaven, that they could be lovers forever, without fear, without those horrid thoughts that nagged at his mind and tested his will. God, this was dangerous. Never had he lost himself so completely. Never had he let loose of that tether that held him in touch with what was real. Never had he given so much of himself with total, uninhibited abandon. Never had he made love to a woman who claimed to be London Danvers. His fists clenched, and he drew dust and sand and pine needles into his palms. She held him close, and he listened to her heart pounding so wildly he wondered how she could breathe with his weight crushed against her. When he finally had some sense of control again, he lifted himself up on one elbow and stared down at her. Her black hair swept the tops of her breasts, and he shoved the curling strands aside. "You're too beautiful," he said, believing her beauty was a curse. So much like Kat, yet so different. "Why?" She gave him a curious smile that he'd never forget. Sunlight dappled her face, and she had to squint, and the tree branches shifted in the wind, causing slow-moving shadows to dance over her eyes and cheekbones. "It's, well, dangerous, for lack of a better word." "To whom?" "Every male who comes in contact with you, and to you yourself." "You didn't make love to me because of my looks," she said, rolling to her side and stretching lazily. He watched as the bones of her ribs showed beneath her breasts, and her abdomen hollowed as she raised her arms over her head. "Didn't hurt," he drawled, watching the play of shadow and light upon her skin. No, but that wasn't the attraction, and you know it. She smiled up at him, and in a glimmer of an instant she reminded him of Kat. You couldn't resist because I was a challenge, someone you shouldn't have, someone you didn't want. She stared so intently at him, he looked away. God, she was beautiful, and looked so damned much like a woman he needed to forget. Wait a minute, she said, and pushed herself to one elbow. This isn't some Oedipal thing, is it? We're not here because I remind you of her, are we? All playfulness left her features. Of course that's not why we're here. But you and Kat... Oh, God. Zach. He faced her again. I'd be a liar if I said you don't look like her, or that I don't see some of her in you. Yeah, I know that would make you London Danvers, and I'm not ready to buy that yet. But let's face it, you wouldn't be here if you didn't resemble Kat. She reacted as if she'd been stung, recoiled, her face a mask of disbelief. And so this, she motioned to the stirred ground where they'd made love, was all about her? About being with her? About screwing your stepmother? No. Of course it was, she said, scooting away and reaching for her clothes. You've told me I look like her, that you had an affair with her. And so you just wanted to see if I could measure up? You really believe that? He demanded, shock giving way to anger. It only makes sense. That's garbage, darling, and you know it. He rolled over and grabbed her arm, forcing her to drop her top. His fingers coiled possessively over her wrist, and he shoved his face to within inches of hers. Their noses nearly touched, and he witnessed the shades of blue shift in her eyes. From the get-go, you practically threw yourself at me, he pointed out. You chased me down. With his free hand, he motioned to the horses trying to graze on the grass that grew in patches between the trees. In fact, you nearly ran me off the edge of the damned cliff. But, so enough of this Kat stuff, okay? Sure, you remind me of her, and that's more of a problem than you know. I'd rather forget her, forever. But I'm not going to lie to you just to make you feel good. Yes, you look like her, near enough to be her damned twin. But the resemblance is only on the outside. Believe me, you are nothing, no damned thing, like her. Got it? She didn't answer, and he shook her wrist. Got it, Adria? I guess. But she didn't sound convinced. You know. What happened here, between us, isn't about Kat. Never was. Never will be. All right, she said, and pulled her arm from his grasp. You've made your point, Danvers. But you don't believe me. I don't know what I believe anymore, she admitted. I don't even know what I want to believe. You and me, what's happening? I know. He glanced up at the heavens. How in the world had he let it go this far? And now that it had, could he ever break it off? When it came to this woman, he couldn't think straight, and he had the unsettling feeling that he would never get enough of her. Maybe she was more like Kat than he'd admitted. Christ, what a mess. When he glanced back at her, she was smiling, as if finding the vexation that had to be evident on his features amusing. Funny, is it? He shook his head. More like impossible. I'll buy that. Of all the things I thought would happen when I came to Portland, I never considered that I'd get involved with one of the Danvers family. I mean, I knew there would be resentment and distrust and a lot of pressure for me to back off, but this what's happening between us. Believe me, it never crossed my mind until I saw you.
And then?
Yeah, and then. She nodded and let out a long breath. Zack felt a smile crack his lips as he let go of her.
Yeah, and what is funny, or maybe egocentric is the better word, is that you're accusing me of chasing you down. Seems just the opposite.
Me?
She nodded, her dark hair moving against her skin.
I might have chased you, but after all those long, smoky stares you sent my way, after all the times you nearly kissed me but didn't, after you drove me up to the Clackamas River with the intention of seducing me, then backed out, I think, just to make me want you more. She picked up a blade of grass and twirled it in her fingers. Now I'm the bad guy? She winked at him, and he felt his blood stir again. I don't think so.
You're missing the point.
Which is?
He took both her hands in his, and regret softened the harsh planes of his face. That this has gotten way out of control. Way out of control. We both know it.
And how are we going to get it back in control, she asked, as, once again, he reached for his jeans. By acting like this attraction doesn't exist?
Maybe.
It won't work.
Then we'll find whatever it is that does, he said gruffly.
He started to dress, quickly. He didn't have time for this. He needed answers, and he needed them fast. When he turned, he was surprised that she, too, had thrown on her clothes, though her hair was mussed with pine needles, and her face had the glow of a woman satisfied after weeks of deprivation. She swung lithely onto the back of her little mare, sent a dazzling smile his way, and said, "Race ya?" as he was still yanking on his boots. With a holler that resounded through the trees, she kicked the black and galloped away, her laughter trailing after her. As if she didn't have a care in the world. As if she wasn't nursing wounds from an attack. As if no maniac was stalking her. As if she wasn't involved with a man who could be her half-brother.
Damn that woman,
he muttered. But he was up for the dare and hoisted himself onto the back of his buckskin. Within seconds, he was chasing her, the trees and river flashing by in his peripheral vision. His objective, a woman with streaming black hair, in his sights. Right or wrong, he was going to catch her, and when he did, he was damned sure the earth would move again. The last thing Adria expected was for Zack to change his mind, and so quickly. But after she'd talked for hours with reporters and they were virtually assured that her face and story would be in the news yet again, he grew restless and told her that they'd leave and head back to Portland as she'd wanted, first thing in the morning. Her feelings were ambivalent. She'd love to close off the rest of the world, to stay here with Zack and pretend that nothing else mattered. But she couldn't. She wasn't about to give up now. While Zack was outside, cutting firewood, Adria poured herself a glass of wine and strolled into the den. Cedar walls and a river rock fireplace surrounded a room filled with worn furniture, baskets of old magazines, and Indian blankets used as throws. Watercolors of horses and cattle and peaceful ranching scenes adorned the rough-cut walls. It was a cozy, well-used room that smelled faintly of ashes and burnt wood. She imagined Zachary spending his evenings here, his boots kicked off, the bottoms of his stockinged feet propped on the time-worn ottoman. A cozy vision, a warm thought, something she could envision herself being a part of. But that was crazy. Just because they'd made love, she was already fantasizing that they had a future together. Stupid. She ran her fingers along the spines of the books in the bookcase and found, tucked in a corner of one shelf, an old album with pictures of the family. I didn't know I still had that, Zack said, glaring at the album as he entered the room with an armload of wood. The wind swept in with him, and she smelled the scents of pine and musk mingling with the smoke as he struck a match on the stone hearth and lit the dry kindling. Flames crackled and sparked, and she curled in a corner of the couch. "I poured you a glass," she said, nodding toward her wine. "In the kitchen." He returned with a bottle of beer as well as the glass of wine, and set the stemmed glass on the coffee table for her. Then he lowered himself into a chair opposite her, twisted off the cap of his beer, and watched her as she sipped her Chardonnay and slowly turned page after page. "You won't find much in there." He drank slowly, and she felt his eyes upon her, restless eyes. "Is that right?" She didn't stop gazing at the flat images. The pictures in the album were old and a little faded, some of the color washed out, though there were none of Eunice, some spaces pointedly blank, a page yellowed around an empty spot where a snapshot had been removed. There were a few of Zachary, never smiling, always sullen, glaring at the camera as if it were his enemy. There were shots of Catherine, too, playful poses where she smiled and flirted with the lens, a natural tease in front of the camera. Adria bit her lip as she studied the pictures, and her heart twisted at a photograph of Catherine carrying a dark-haired toddler on her hip. Zack took a long pull on his bottle, then bent over the fire again, tossing in 2 chunks of mossy maple. "You never really told me about her," Adria said, as Zack dusted his hands and stared at the hungry yellow flames licking the new wood. "You just dance around the issue." "I thought we already had this discussion." "As I said, danced around the issue." There wasn't much to tell. She accused me of helping kidnap London, and then later, when I tried to console her, one thing led to another and we ended up in the sack. Whit found out and threw me out. End of story. "Except that you fell in love with her." He snorted. "Don't try and put any romantic spin on it, okay? I was a horny kid and she was a desperate woman who was hurting. I never should have... Oh, hell. What does it matter? It was years ago. And she's dead." A muscle worked in his jaw, and he took a long swallow from his beer. "And you blame yourself?" "No. Yes. Oh, who knows? She committed suicide because she never got over London's disappearance, I guess." He gazed at the fire. "Maybe I played a part in it. Who knows?" He glanced back at her. "But it was odd, the suicide. Catherine, well, she was one of those people who took a big bite out of life, and sure, she was destroyed when her baby disappeared, and I guess she was despondent, but she never struck me as the type of person who would actually take her own life." He shook his head and took a long pull from his bottle. "It always bothered me." "Because you loved her." "Stop it, Adria. I didn't love her. Ever. It was just a physical thing that happened." He turned and glared at her. "If you want to know if it would have continued if Whit hadn't caught us, who knows? Maybe. Depended on a lot of things. I didn't want to start something with her. I knew it was trouble. But I was young, randy, and the opportunity presented itself. Every day I wish I'd been a whole lot smarter about it. But, considering what happened today, it looks like I'm still not." She gritted her teeth. "Low blow, Danvers." "It's been a day for 'em. And don't go into this holier-than-thou routine, okay? 'Cause it just won't wash. You're sitting there half-condemning me for being with my stepmother, and yet you could be my half-sister, and it didn't stop you, did it?" The album dropped to the floor. "I don't think we should go there," Not a pretty picture, is it? He took a swig from his bottle and gnashed his teeth. Adria felt as if she'd been slapped. She struggled to her feet and backed away from him. I'm not... He moved swiftly, pushing her back onto the couch, placing his hand on either side of her, imprisoning her in the old cushions. His head was so close to hers, she could see the pores on his face, smell the beer on his breath. Isn't that why you're here? London? Isn't that all part of the plan? To prove that you're my baby sister and— No! She cried, unwilling to believe what he insisted was the truth. She sprang from the couch, and he caught her in arms as strong as steel bands. I warned you. You made vague insinuations. But not this. Never this. You could have told me that you— That I what? He said, holding her gaze with his. That I made love to the woman who could be your mother? That you fell in love with her! The words cracked through the room like the sharp unleashing of a whip. I was not in love with her. I already told you. She was hot, Adria, and I was a horny kid. I don't have any excuses. It was wrong. So that's why Whit cut you out of his will? His smile was hard. One of the reasons. Oh, God. How did you ever look him in the eye again? She asked. When she began sleeping with Jason, the old man kind of forgave me. It took a while, but we struck a deal. I got the ranch, and he got his old hotel restored like he wanted it. His fingers cut into her flesh. You asked why Kat killed herself? He said. Because of me. Because of Jason. Because of London and Whit. Because of the curse of being a Danvers. The curse you're so ready to embrace. She shoved away from him, dragging in ragged gulps of air, her eyes as dark as midnight. Don't make this any worse than it already is, she spat, and watched as a muscle worked in his jaw. For a minute she thought he might kiss her again, and a part of her still wanted to hold him, to kiss him, to make love to him. I don't think it could be, he said, and stormed out of the room, and decided to get drunk. No, not just drunk, but stinking, shit-faced, falling-down drunk. He grabbed his coat and strode outside. The temperature had dropped, and a few light flakes of snow were beginning to fall. He'd find a woman without any strings attached, a woman looking for a one-night stand, a woman who wouldn't even ask him his name. He slammed the door behind him, rattling the windows. Manny, despite the cold, was seated in a rocking chair on the porch of a small cabin at one end of the parking lot. A cigarette hung from the corner of his mouth, and he was whittling as he listened to the transistor radio in the window. He looked up as Zack passed him on the way to his Jeep. You leaving? Yeah. Looks like you could spit nails. For starters. When you coming back? Don't know. He cocked his head toward the main house. Watch her, will ya? I'm a Paiute, Danvers, not a friggin' jailer. Just make sure she stays put, and no one shows up here and tries to get to her. I won't be gone long. Woman trouble, Manny said, his expression unchanging. He drew on the cigarette and smoke shot from his nostrils. The worst kind. Amen. Climbing into his Jeep, Zack stabbed the key into the ignition, fired the engine, and roared away from the ranch house. What the hell was it with him? First Kat, now a woman who looked so much like her it was eerie. Damned eerie. Somehow, some way, he had to get away from her and break free of this circle of sin that kept spinning around him, trapping him in its dangerous, life-crushing, but oh so erotic coils. They left the ranch the next evening and didn't say a word on the way back to Portland. That suited Zack just fine. His head was pounding from his intimate relationship with Jack Daniels the night before. His only relationship. He'd never gotten past a brief nod of his head toward the blonde who'd shown him so much interest last night. Her easy smile and freckles had been cute, her full breasts obviously restrained by a tight yellow t-shirt. But he couldn't drown memories of Adria with any amount of liquor. He'd turned down the blonde, and she'd found another, more willing cowboy. Zach had nearly drowned himself in whiskey. Manny had sent a ranch hand to town to collect him. And today he was paying. Shit, was he paying. He slid a pair of sunglasses onto the bridge of his nose to break the glare of sunlight off the road, but truth to tell, the sun was hidden behind a heavy bank of clouds, and his eyes ached from too much whiskey, the sting of smoke, and lack of sleep. He flipped on the radio, listened to the tinny sound of country music, and wished he knew what the hell he was going to do with Adria when he got to Portland. He'd called the police, but so far there were no significant leads, at least none they would confide to him, or Adria. Adria. So far she hadn't told him her plans, but he suspected she intended to ditch him. Hell, he couldn't blame her. He'd been cruel to her last night. But it was the only way he could get away from her, and he had to get away. For both of them. And yet he had to protect her from whomever it was who was stalking her. As they drove into the city, he said, "I booked a room for you." "Let me guess, it's not at the Orion," she said sarcastically. She didn't even glance in his direction. "You'll be safe at the hotel." Turning hostile eyes in his direction, she silently accused him. "Safe? Are you crazy? Safe from whom?" A dark, skeptical eyebrow rose imperiously over her eyes. "The Danvers family? The person who attacked me? You?" "I don't think so." She saw the vexation in his eyes and told herself she didn't care. "Isn't staying at the Hotel Danvers like taking a suite in a lion's den?" "Not when I have control of the situation." "Oh, great. You have control," she mocked. "All right. You name it then." "I don't know. Just take me to my car and I'll—" "Your car isn't fixed yet." "Not fixed? But it was running just fine." He snorted. The mechanic had called this morning. "I don't know what you call fine in Podunk, Montana, but according to a man who knows his way around a Chevy, you need new brakes, shocks, spark plugs, fan belt. The list goes on and on." "Fabulous. Don't tell me. You authorized him to do it." She couldn't begin how to imagine how she could afford to get the little Nova out of Hawk. "Don't worry about it. I'll get you a car. One that's dependable." "I don't want your help, Zach."
"But
"Or your pity."
you need a car."
"Or your stubborn streak, okay? Just take me to the airport. I'll rent one there," she said crisply. Everything was spinning out of control, and she had to get a grip on her life, find out the truth, and then decide what she was going to do. He shot her a glance.
"You should stay with me."
"Oh, where it's safe," she threw back, unable and unwilling to hide her sarcasm.
"Yes."
"Forget it." He sliced her a look, then drove on, past the turnoff to the airport, and headed straight into the heart of the city. He didn't stop the Jeep until he was in the parking lot of the Hotel Danvers. So furious she could barely see straight, she said, "I'll just call a cab," as he hauled her bag out of the back. "Fine." "Being here is a big waste of time."
"Whatever you say."
He punched the button for the elevator with his elbow and waited, holding her suitcase in one big hand, the toe of his boot tapping in irritation. The car arrived. He waited for her to step in, and they sped upward to the lobby. At the front desk, he pulled the manager aside. Gray stare drilling into the shorter man's eyes, he ordered,
Ms. Nash needs a private suite with only one key. No one, save Ms. Nash, is to have access to the room, and that includes any of the staff or any of my family. Is that understood?" "Absolutely," the man's Adam apple bobbed. "And I want round-the-clock security by her door. A man posted—"
"No, Zach, this is ridiculous," she interjected.
24 hours a day. When she's in the room and when she isn't, a guard will be there. Got it?" "Of course, Mr. Danvers." "She'll take phone calls, and guests can wait in the lobby after she screens them. But no one, not even Jason, is to rescind this order. If anyone tries, I want to be notified immediately. I'll be in my usual rooms. And she doesn't need to register. She's my guest." "Yes, Mr. Danvers," the manager said crisply. He slid the key across the desk to Adria, and she, grinding her teeth together in frustration, accepted it. For the time being. Just until she could rent a car and relocate. Zachary wasn't finished. "I'll take her bag up myself, and as far as you know, the person who's in the rooms is a VIP, and no one, I mean no one, is to know that she's here."
Adria started to protest, but held her tongue. Let him do this. It would take only a few more minutes, and then she would be totally independent. Or would she? A contrary part of her heart begged to differ as she watched him, all quiet authority and rugged good looks. Telling herself that she could force herself to be immune to him, she followed Zach into the elevator, where his presence all but dominated the little car, and up to the 6th floor to a corner suite with several rooms, fireplace, private veranda, and jacuzzi. He tossed her bag onto the couch and locked the door behind him. It clicked so loudly she nearly jumped.
"I'd feel better if I stayed with you," he said, cocking his head at the floral couch where her bag rested.
"I think, under the circumstances, that would be a big mistake," she said, but already her pulse was jumping. The thought of being alone with him caused a warm, wanton sensation deep in the pit of her stomach.
"I can't protect you if I'm not with you," he said.
The distance between them was only a few feet, and she could barely stand it. "And I can't protect myself if I am with you." She rested her rear against the ledge of the window. "This has gone too far, Zachary, and I'm not blaming you. It happened between us, and it was a mistake. I can see that now. But I don't know. I'm just not sure that I can trust myself if you're here with me." She spoke from the heart, and she felt as if she were shredding inside because a part of her longed to be held by him, to kiss him, to feel his hands upon the crook of her waist. She bit her lip before she said something that she shouldn't.
"This is your call, Adria," he said,
his voice low and soft, almost a caress. Her heart shattered. She remembered the feel of his hands on her, the taste of his skin, the way he sighed against her ear. Then that's the way it has to be. Zach's shoulders stiffened, and the brackets around the corners of his mouth grooved deep.
"I'm in 714.
Her throat closed in on itself at the mention of the suite from which London had been stolen all those years ago.
"Call me if you need me."
"I need you. I need you now." Her fingers curled over the window ledge, and she held back the urge to run to him. Back, ramrod stiff, he walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Swearing under his breath, Zach pulled into the parking lot of the headquarters of Danvers International. The lot was closed, but he used a special card and the gates opened as if for royalty. Danvers royalty. He hadn't been happy about leaving the hotel, knowing that Adria would probably bolt, but he'd talked to Detective Stinson to advise her, and knew that Adria was keeping in touch with the police. Right now, Zach had to find answers, and any he'd gotten from Jason on the telephone had been evasive and vague. He'd called, tracked his brother to the offices, and decided that if he had to, he'd knock Jason senseless, because it was time to find out the truth, before he fouled up Adria's life forever. Spoiling for a fight, he parked in a spot reserved for a vice president and took the elevator to the floor housing the suite of executive offices. During the day, the building was crawling with people. At night, it seemed like a tomb. He walked down the short hallway, lit only by security lamps, past the empty reception area, and through the carved wooden doors to the president's office. Jason, dressed in a crisp suit and tie, was sprawled on the leather couch angled in front of the television in the corner. He must have had one hell of a day, because his hair was slightly mussed and his tie was loosened. Propping one heel on a glass coffee table, he sipped from a glass of amber liquid. Zack let the door bang shut behind him and studied the room where all the important decisions of the company were made. The two exterior walls were glass, offering a panoramic view of blazing city lights and two bridges spanning the Willamette River. Inside, trophies and plaques were hung on a wall of rough cedar, a tribute to the forests that had been the source of so much of the Danvers fortune. "You're angry," Jason guessed as he stood and tucked his shirt into the waistband of his slacks. The understatement of the year. "A little." "Adria?" Jason clicked off the television and reached for his drink. "She's got a mind of her own. Thought you liked that in a woman. Not in this one." Jason lifted a skeptical brow. "Heard she was attacked. Is she okay?" "She'll be fine." "Did the police have any suspects?" "Probably." "What does your friend Len Barry have to say?" Jason asked, feigning disinterest. "Nothing." "Isn't that odd?" "Of course not. The police will get in contact with Adria when they have something." "And she'll tell you?" Zack shrugged. "Why don't you ask her yourself?" "Hey, I didn't mean to pry. Like hell." "Help yourself to the bar." "Not tonight." Propping his hip on the corner of Jason's wide desk, he said, "I just came here because I want to get in touch with Sweeney." "He called earlier." Jason polished off his drink. "Big news." Zack's blood seemed to freeze. "He called to crow, really." Jason continued as he walked to the bar and added more scotch to his melting ice cubes. "Seems he's found Bobby Slade, the one who we hoped would turn out to be Adria's real father, Robert E. Lee Slade. He's Ginny Watson's ex-husband, all right, and he's living in Lexington, Kentucky. Has himself some kind of auto repair shop or something." Jason made a dismissive gesture with his hands, as if whatever it was that kept Bobby Slade employed didn't really matter. "According to Sweeney, Slade doesn't know where his ex-wife is. Hasn't kept up with her since he heard from her 2 years ago when she'd taken some kind of nanny job in San Francisco." Zack's hands began to sweat, and he remembered Ginny Slade as a plain woman in dowdy suits and heavy shoes who looked ancient compared to Kat. But somehow, the bird-like woman had managed to steal her precious charge right out from under Whit's nose. "What else does the guy have to say?" "Plenty. Bobby claims his wife was a nutcase. Totally bonkers. She lost any grip on reality she had when their toddler daughter was killed in a drowning accident. She blamed him, he blamed her, and their marriage fell apart. Sweeney says Slade was glad to be rid of her." "So, what about London?" "Here comes the clincher," Jason said, looking up at the ceiling. "Slade says that years ago, the mid-70s, he thinks, just before he moved to Kentucky, she showed up in Memphis, out of the blue. Ginny had a kid in tow, a dark-haired girl of about 4. He thought it was strange at the time, but just assumed that the kid was hers, as she claimed. She'd always had a thing about babies, even before losing her own. Jason looked straight at his brother, and the hidden anger in his eyes bordered on hatred. The odd thing about the situation was, and it kind of gave Slade the creeps, that she named the kid Adria, the same name she'd given to the little girl who died. "Jesus Christ," Zach whispered. "My sentiments exactly. I hate to admit it, but it looks like Adria might just be London." Zach gripped the edge of the desk. This was all wrong. It had to be. Adria couldn't be his half-sister. No way. She wasn't related to him. He thought of her being battered, nearly killed by an attacker, someone who thought of her as a fraud. His insides grew cold. If the would-be killer discovered the truth, Jesus! And there was another, more personal issue, one he wanted to forget, but he couldn't. He remembered her lying beneath him, her body shiny with sweat, her voice moaning in gentle rhythm to his thrusts. For the love of God! "Nelson's fit to be tied. He's on his way over here." "What about Trisha?" Zach asked, though he could barely keep his mind on the conversation.
"Couldn't get hold of her,"
Jason admitted.
"She's probably out prowling again."
"Let me talk to Sweeney. He's probably lying."
"Shit, Zach! Get a grip."
"I need to talk to him."
"Why?"
"I just need to ask him some questions," Zach said, and Jason favored him with a smug little smile that said he could read his brother like the proverbial book. "The number's on the desk, Zach, but it won't do any good. The facts, as they say, are the facts. Adria Nash is probably our sister. The good news is that she doesn't know it." "Yet," Zach said with a sinking sensation. "Ever." Jason's jaw hardened, and he suddenly looked so much like their father. Zach winced. "As far as I'm concerned," Jason said with deadly calm, "she'll never know."
Chapter 23. "We finally caught ourselves a break," Sweeney said, his voice self-satisfied and oily as it sang through the wires. Every muscle in Zach's body contracted an inch, and he could barely breathe.
"You have an address where Ginny Slade can be found?"
"Nope, but I've got one where she worked a couple of years ago. Pacific Palisades in San Francisco."
"Let's have it."
The detective hesitated only a second, then gave Zach the name and number of Virginia Watson's last employer of record. It wasn't much, but it was all Zach needed. He hung up just as Nelson shouldered through the double doors of Jason's office, took one look around and paused, his face blanching slightly.
"What the hell's going on?"
"Sweeney found Ginny Slade," Jason said. "Well, nearly. He thinks she's in San Francisco."
"Then it's true."
Nelson was speechless as he plopped down in one of the side chairs and rubbed his temples with his fingers. It was obvious that he thought his life was unraveling.
"I can't believe it. She's really London?"
"Looks that way," Zach said tightly. "We don't have to believe it." Jason was adamant. "We don't have to buy into it. We just have to keep our mouths shut."
"No way. She deserves to know," Zach said,
though it twisted his guts, and a vile taste rose in the back of his throat when he realized that he still wanted her. Despite the nearly certain truth that she was his long-lost half-sister, he couldn't stop thinking of her as a woman. Nelson pinched the bridge of his nose as if trying to forestall a headache.
"First mother, then this."
"Eunice?" Zach's head snapped up. She slipped and fell chasing after that damned cat of hers, Nelson said. She's all right, just banged around a little. A few scratches. Nothing serious, thank God. But this London business, it's unbelievable. He glanced up at Zack, and his mouth twisted into a shadow of his former smile. You know, a long time ago, you were my hero. Getting beat up, having yourself a prostitute. His voice faltered, and his gaze shifted to the floor. He sighed loudly, a tortured soul who'd been cast adrift years before. I guess that's all gone now. Zack couldn't think about the might-have-beens. Nelson had always been out of step. No reason that having London resurface would change anything. He clamped a hand on his youngest brother's shoulder, then let go. With renewed conviction, he crossed the room and thrust open the doors. Hey! Where are you going? Jason's voice followed him into the hallway. Wait a minute, Zack! Oh, shit. What's he gonna do now? Who cares? Nelson said. It's over, Jace. Not yet. The rest of whatever he was saying was cut off when the doors closed. Zack pounded on the elevator call button with his fist. Though he was sick inside at the thought of Adria being London, he told himself it had been inevitable and was probably for the best. Deep in his gut, he didn't believe it. The good news was that they were closer to the truth, and the pall that had been shrouding the family for years might finally be lifted. The bad news was that he'd never be able to touch her again. Trisha was pissed. She climbed into her Alpha and took off, putting the little sports car through its considerable paces and driving through the night without knowing where she was going. She'd hoped to meet Mario, but her plans had fallen through. Again. Her fingers tightened over the steering wheel and she took a corner a little too fast, the tires screeching, the car skidding onto the oncoming lane. Headlights bore down on her. The driver of the other car swerved, nearly taking out a tree, and laid on his horn as Trisha maneuvered her car back into the right-hand lane. And fuck you too, she muttered under her breath, then glanced at the rearview mirror to make sure the jerk didn't turn around and chase after her. Well, let him. She'd show him what a real car could do. She was in one bitch of a mood. Because of Mario. And Adria. Mario claimed he couldn't meet her, that some kind of business had come up. But Trisha wasn't fool enough to believe him. Though he'd apologized over and over again, she hadn't heard the slightest hint of any true regret in his voice. She knew the reason. He had a new woman, someone more exciting, someone who presented him more of a challenge. She didn't have to be a brain surgeon to figure out that he planned the newest notch on his bedpost would be Adria Nash. Ever since he'd been with Adria the other night, Mario had avoided Trisha, begging off with one flimsy excuse after another. But Trisha knew the score. Whenever he was involved with a new woman, he became distracted and unapproachable, but eventually, sometimes only days, other times excruciating months, he came back, not the least bit contrite, resuming their affair with a renewed passion and vigor, claiming to love her. The sex was always worth the wait. The emotional strain was not. So now he was interested in Adria, and that bothered her, more than any of the others. Bitch! Trisha hissed, thinking of the pistol locked in her glove compartment. She didn't know whom to shoot first, Mario or Adria, maybe the two of them together. She'd bought the gun for protection and never had to use it, but tonight, her fantasies were running wild, and if she caught Mario, her Mario, with that two-bit hustler from Montana, she was sure she would blow them both away. Adria, who looked so much like Kat. Trisha's insides twisted when she remembered her stepmother, the bitch who had convinced her to get an abortion to save Mario from Whit's wrath and the threat of prosecution for statutory rape. Well, Kat ended up getting hers, hadn't she? What goes around comes around. And that bastard no-good Mario.
How many times would she let him break her heart? Trisha's fingers were sweaty as she shifted down for another curve. The thought of murder was appealing, very appealing. Disgusted with herself, she pushed the cigarette lighter in and considered making a buy. A little coke would lift the old spirits, and maybe give her enough guts to go through with her murderous plans. She shook out a Salem light and placed it between her lips. The cellular phone jangled, and she smiled to herself. Mario had changed his mind. Steering with one hand, she picked up the phone. "Yes," she said breathlessly, and was disappointed when Nelson's voice crackled in the receiver.
"I thought you should know,"
he said, his voice heavy with despair.
"It looks like Adria might be London."
"Shit! No!" The cigarette lighter clicked, and Trisha wedged the phone between her shoulder and head while she stuck the burner to the end of her cigarette and pulled in a deep breath. Her eyes never left the road. Smoke puffed from the corner of her mouth.
"I don't believe it either, but Sweeney seems to think he's got proof positive."
"That little prick wouldn't know his own dick if it weren't attached to his balls." She shoved the lighter back into the dash and took in another lungful.
"Do you always have to be so crude?"
"Has the press found out?"
"Not yet, but they will. Zach's running wild."
"Zach?" she said, frowning as she blew out a steam of smoke that temporarily fogged the windshield.
"Yeah, he's back in town."
"With the bitch?"
"I think so."
Trisha's blood ran cold as her suspicions proved true. No wonder Mario was busy tonight.
"Jason's trying to keep the story quiet. He doesn't want anyone outside the immediate family to know, least of all Adria. But Zach rushed out of here like a madman, and I think he's going to tell her."
"Shit!" Trisha's world began crumbling at a faster rate. First Mario, now everything that went with being a Danvers, her whole life, her future falling into little pieces. Because of Adria.
"My feelings exactly."
"Where is she?"
"Get this,"
Nelson said, his voice tinged with irony.
"Zachary's got her hidden in the damned hotel. Jason already checked, though that little creep of a manager, Rich, wouldn't tell him which room. Jason warned the guy that he'd fire him, but he still held his tongue."
"Zach must have threatened him with bodily harm." She braked for a red light.
"Probably. Sounds like our brother," Nelson said morosely.
"This just gets better and better," Trisha said, her mind already spinning ahead.
"Or worse and worse,"
Nelson complained. "Why does Zach care if Adria knows?"
"You tell me, Trisha. You're always so good at reading everyone's emotions."
It all suddenly clicked into place. Her suspicions crystallized, and she smiled wickedly to herself as she jammed the Alpha into first just as the light changed. The tires chirped as she stepped on the accelerator. "I bet our stoic, love-'em-and-leave-'em brother has fallen in love with her," Trisha said, disgusted at the thought of it. "I can't stand it. She's our... Oh, hell, this is fucking unbelievable." She cruised through another yellow light. "You know, this could work to our advantage."
"I don't see how."
"You will," Trisha promised, as she hung up the phone and turned toward the river. She flipped on the radio and began to sing along to an old Tina Turner song that blasted over the speakers. Finally, she was certain she could deal with Adria Nash. After Zach left, Adria went right to work. She called the police and talked to Detective Stinson, though she learned nothing new. Then she phoned a rental car agency and reserved a car, before dialing Zach's mechanic and leaving a message that she wanted her vehicle back as soon as possible. Her next move would be to find a way to hire a good lawyer, something she'd been avoiding. She'd been approached several times since the press release, and she had over a dozen business cards of smooth-talking men in expensive wool suits who had offered to look over the facts of her case. A few had hinted that they would work for her on contingency, with no money up front,
But they had all seemed so slick, too smart for their own good, and she hadn't been ready to hire anyone yet. Now things had changed, and for the worse. She flopped back on the bed and draped her forearm over her eyes. Forget him! If only she could. But everywhere she went, she thought of Zach, remembered the craggy angles of his face, felt again the tingling sensations of his lips touching hers, turned liquid inside with the want of him. Fool! Do you think he's moping over you? You were probably just a quick distraction to him. And yet... The phone rang, and she nearly jumped out of her skin. Zach. It had to be Zach. No one else knew she was here. She picked up the receiver and forced her voice to remain calm. Hello? Adria, a female voice cooed. So, you are here. Her heart somersaulted as she recognized Trisha's voice. Zach wouldn't tell anyone where you were, but I took a stab in the dark, and though the desk is downright rude about letting me know your room number, they did deign to put me through. She sounded irritated. What do you want? She asked, wondering if she really could be related to this woman. I need to talk to you. Now? You have better plans? Without waiting for an answer, Trisha said, I'm in the parking garage now. I could meet you in the bar in 5 minutes, or if you'd rather go somewhere else. The bar's fine, Adria said. I'll see you there. So much for being safe, she thought, but really didn't care who knew where she was. She was tired of looking over her shoulder and jumping at shadows. Maybe it was time to flush out the culprit who had jumped her, and in so doing, find out exactly what happened nearly 20 years ago. She ran a brush through her hair, slipped a jacket over her jeans and blouse, and locked the door behind her. She nearly stumbled over the security guard, a beefy, red-haired man with a pockmarked face posted in the hallway.
Mr. Danvers requested that I stay here,
he said, almost apologetically.
You going out?
Just for a little while.
Where to?
Just downstairs, she said, disliking the man for intruding into her privacy, though she knew he was only doing his job. She had only to recall her recent attack to remind herself to be on her guard. Trisha, who seemed harmless, might be more dangerous than she appeared. Adria hurried into the elevator, tapped her fingernails nervously on the rail as the car descended, and bolted through the doors as they opened silently. Zach was waiting for her. Lounging against a post, propped up by one denim-covered shoulder, arms crossed over his chest, he stood, staring at the elevator, like a cougar waiting to pounce on unsuspecting prey. Going somewhere? He drawled, and a slow, sexy smile curved across his jaw. A nest of butterflies erupted in her stomach. No, she stammered, then held her tongue. Have you been down here the whole time, waiting for me to try and escape? His smile disappeared. His eyes flashed angrily. You're giving yourself too much credit. Way too much. Then don't get in my way, she warned, trying to brush past him. Where do you think you're going? To the bar. Thirsty? Is there any particular reason you're being a jerk, or is it just your nature? Ouch. You asked for it. Now, not that it's any of your business, but I'm meeting your sister. Trisha's here? He asked, throwing a dark look toward the glass doors of the bar. Waiting, so if you'll excuse me. He didn't. Instead, he strode ahead of her. He threw open the door and scanned the room with eyes set into a hard-as-nails expression. His dark gaze landed squarely on his sister, who was sitting in a corner booth, holding a stemmed glass of clear liquid in one hand and a burning cigarette in the other. With Adria at his heels, he crossed the patterned carpet. What the hell's going on here? He demanded, his lips barely moving. Just thought I'd have a drink with our sister. Trisha tapped the ash from her cigarette. Join us? Adria's breath seemed to stop. Oh, God. Don't tell me I ruined the surprise, Tricia said, pretending dismay, her fingers fluttering over her chest in mock surprise. Didn't he tell you? She threw her brother a look of shocked dismay and clucked her tongue. Honestly, Zach, she deserves to know, don't you think? She switched her gaze back to Adria. They, meaning my brothers and their detectives, have nearly located Ginny Slade, and it looks very much like you're going to end up the winner in all this. Oh, Zach, don't pretend to be so stricken. I know you knew all about it.
No one's talked to Ginny yet, he said.
Only a matter of time. Yet? Adria whispered, hardly believing that, after all these months, all the effort, she might be proved to be— Her gaze flew to Zachary's, and she felt a wrenching deep in her soul. If she were London, then, unless Zach wasn't Whit's son— She knew her face drained of color, and her knees felt wobbly for a second, though she'd known all along this could happen. Wasn't it what she'd wanted? This isn't a bad time to let the cat out of the bag, is it? Tricia asked as Zachary slid into the booth opposite her, yanked on Adria's arm and pulled her onto the soft leather bench beside him. Why didn't you tell me? Adria asked, turning bewildered eyes on Zach. Zach, who had protected her. Zach, who had stolen her away. Zach, who had made love to her. She could barely breathe.
I just found out.
Tricia's gaze moved from her brother to Adria. This makes things complicated, doesn't it? Zach glared at his sister.
It's always been complicated.
I know, but I mean for you two. The waiter came by with a refill for Tricia. Zach ordered a beer. Adria, swallowing hard, asked for Chardonnay and noticed the curl of Tricia's lip. White wine. The drink of choice in, was it Elk Hollow, Montana?
Stop it, Tricia,
Zach warned. Oh, little brother, you've got it bad, don't you? And for your half-sister. That's a real pisser. She picked up her first drink and finished it off. A real pisser. The waiter dropped off fresh glasses, and Adria picked up the stem of her wineglass with trembling fingers. Her nerves were strung tight, but seemed jangled. Too much was happening too fast. She couldn't absorb everything. Why did you want to meet me? She asked. Tricia's smile was brittle. To tell you to stay away from Mario Polidori. At the lift of Adria's eyebrows, Tricia explained. We go back a long time. I'm not seeing him. Oh? Tricia obviously didn't believe her. Not the way you mean. I met him for drinks. We talked business. He held your hand, laughed at your jokes. Tricia took another drag and squashed her cigarette in the tray. Look, don't play games with me, okay? Mario's off limits. Who do you think you are? Adria asked, her temper, already frayed, finally splitting apart. Both of you. You, she turned on Zach, trying to keep me a virtual prisoner. And you, Tricia, telling me whom I can or cannot see. Give me a break. I'm out of here. She started to leave, but Zach caught her arm and held her firmly against him.
Just a second,
he said, then turned his blazing eyes on his sister.
Is that it?
Not quite. Tricia shook her head. Just in case you're not quite sure about a few things, I think you should know that if you two are involved, it's a big problem.
Back off, Tricia.
If you're London, Adria, and it's starting to look like you are, then you'd better accept the fact that Zach's your half-brother. I've heard all the rumors, and so has Zach for all of his life, and I'll bet you both are banking on the fact that he's supposed to be Anthony Polidori's son. He's not.
Zach's jaw clenched so tight the bone showed beneath the skin of his chin.
I'm warning you.
That's right. Mom checked it out years ago. Remember, Zach, when you accused me of listening at cracks and peeking through keyholes? Well, I did, every chance I got. It was the only way I could survive, the only way I knew what was going on. And I learned a hell of a lot. I remember the day Mom, through rather discreet methods, found out Anthony Polidori's blood type. She was devastated, because it proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that there was no way he could be your father. You, her favorite, the son she hoped didn't belong to Whit. Adria felt sick inside. So, if you two have been screwing around, just remember that you're closer than you ever thought possible.
Shut up, Trisha.
It's sick, Zach. Just plain sick.
Let's go.
He pushed Adria toward the end of the seat. Wouldn't the press love to hear this new little twist? Trisha asked. I wonder what they'd say about all this. Well, incest is such an ugly word. It could get tricky, she added, before plucking another cigarette from the open pack sitting on the table.
Do anything of the sort, and I'll wring your neck,
Zach warned. Sure you will. Christ, Zach, give up the melodrama. It doesn't suit you.
Try me,
he warned.
I wouldn't push it if I were you.
Adria couldn't stand it another minute. She had to get away, to think clearly, to breathe fresh air, to put some distance between her and all the horrid, tangled emotions. Barely able to find her feet, she scrambled from the booth. She started running, across the carpet, through the doors, past the lobby and outside to the night. Rain was pouring from the sky, peppering the street and gurgling through the gutters. People on the sidewalk huddled under umbrellas, their collars turned to the wind as they rushed from street corner to street corner, under the shimmering glow of street lamps. Adria kept running, around the block, darting through traffic, ignoring the blast of horns, feeling the cold, wet drops catch in her hair and slide beneath the collar of her jacket. Her body ached, her heart felt battered, and she was certain she'd never been so alone, so alienated in her life. Oh God, how had she trusted him, touched him, fallen in love with him? The city was cloying, the truth about the Danvers family as dark as the night.
Adria!
Zach's voice boomed from somewhere behind her, and she nearly stumbled over a man sitting in an alcove, his legs sticking out.
Spare change?
He begged as she raced onward, blindly, running to an unknown destination and away from all the pain, the rage, the fatal mistake of loving the wrong man. Tears mingled with the rain, and she gasped. Why had she come to Portland? Why? What did she care if she did turn out to be London?
Stop! Adria!
He was getting closer. She could hear the soles of his boots slapping the wet pavement, and she willed her legs to move faster. Run! 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 Get away. Go back to being Adria Nash. Give up this dream of being London Danvers. Leave Zachary forever. At the crosswalk, she stepped off the curb, against the light. A car sped past her, nearly clipping her leg and throwing up a sheet of water that drenched the lower half of her body. Zach's arms clamped around her, and she screamed, "No!"
"Shh. It'll be all right,"
he said, pulling her close, back to the safety of the curb, letting her hit and sob and cry. She wailed like a wounded animal, striking at him madly, giving in to the rage that consumed her. Several people stopped to stare, then hurried along their way.
"Adria, please. Shh. It'll be all right. I'll make it right."
"How can you?" she cried wretchedly, as rain drizzled down her cheeks. "It'll never be all right." But the smell of him,
The feel of his warm body pressed against hers, the soft, wet denim of his jacket brushing her cheek, calmed her. Sobbing, her heart shattered, she clung to the lapels of his jacket, and he held her beneath the streetlight, kissing her wet crown, promising her that everything would be fine. "I didn't want this," she said brokenly, great sobs coming from her soul. "I didn't want to love you." "I know. Hush." And now? He kissed her then, silencing her lips with his own. She tasted sweat and tears and rainwater and saw, when she looked into his eyes, the torment as deep as her own, the anguish of it all. His dark hair was lank and flat against his head as he broke off the embrace and whispered her name, his voice cracking a little. If only they could run away to a place where the truth and the press and the Danvers family would never find them. She watched his throat as he swallowed. "Come on," he said gruffly. "Where?" His lips thinned dangerously as he guided her back toward the hotel. "We have to go to San Francisco. This isn't finished yet." Adria's nerves were strung tight as piano wires as they approached the house on Nob Hill in San Francisco. After camping out in the Portland airport, then taking the first flight to the Bay Area, they'd landed and Zach had rented a car and located a hotel where he'd reserved separate but connecting rooms, just like before. Only this time, she knew, she'd never be able to see him again, never be able to trace the scar that lined his face, never touch his flat, male nipples beneath his dark, whirling chest hairs. She'd never make love to him again. God, she was crazy just being alone with him. Somehow, out of sheer exhaustion, she dozed for a few hours in the hotel while Zach had started trying to locate Ginny Slade. He'd begun by calling the number that Sweeney had given him, and then, when a woman told him Ginny, or Virginia, no longer worked for her, he'd forced the issue, getting more numbers of people who had contacted the first woman, checking on Virginia's references, then dialing each and every one. It had taken hours, but finally he'd gotten lucky and reached Virginia's current employer, Velma Bassett. Now they were walking up the steps to a grand Victorian house painted gray and trimmed in white. Wide brick steps led to a long porch, and an oak door surrounded by narrow, cut-glass windows. Zach pushed on the bell. Soft chimes responded in clear, dulcet tones. Adria's stomach clenched. Within seconds, the door was answered by a svelte woman of about 30, with worried eyes and fingers that moved constantly from the door jamb to her throat. "Mrs. Bassett?" Zach asked. "I'm—" "Mr. Danvers, yes, I know. And this is Miss Nash?" she guessed. Her smile was friendly but nervous. "Please, come in. I did as you suggested and called Portland. They faxed me pictures of you both along with the articles about this London thing. I have to apologize," she added, leading them past a grandfather clock that ticked in the foyer to a small room that had once been the parlor. "We don't pay much attention to anything other than the local news. My husband's a banker, and he's more informed than I, but I really didn't know anything about the kidnapping. I was only a child when it happened, and I lived in New York City. Well, I've rambled on, haven't I? I'll call Virginia down, and you can speak with her in here. Please have a seat. I'll have Martha bring you drinks. Tea, lemonade, something stronger?"
"We're fine," Zach assured her.
"Yes, well, I'm sure there's something. Now, if it does turn out that she's this Slade woman, oh dear, well, she can't be looking after Chloe now, can she?"
Still fluttering on, she left them alone in a room decorated in soft, taupe shades. Adria sat on the edge of a love seat, and Zach stood near the window, staring out across the bay. While Mrs. Bassett was away, a maid slipped into the room and left a silver tea service on a glass-topped coffee table. Footsteps echoed in the hallway,
and Adria braced herself. Would she recognize the woman who may have stolen her away from her natural parents? The woman who had changed the course of her life forever?
"But I'm not expecting anyone," a reed, thin voice protested. "I know, but they say they're friends of yours, long-lost acquaintances." "Really, Mrs. Bassett, I don't know anyone."
The voice, like the scent of a sachet locked for years in a forgotten drawer, drifted into the room and caused Adria's heart to skip a beat. The floor seemed to fall away from her feet as a woman stepped into the room. She was small, bird-like, with graying dark hair and plain features. But when her gaze landed on Adria, she stopped, stock still.
"No,"
she mouthed, but emitted no sound. What little bit of color had been in her face drained quickly.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
Away.
"Oh, dear God,"
she whispered faintly. Recovering slightly, she asked,
Who are you?"
She forced a detached smile, but her lower lip trembled slightly. "Take a guess," Zach suggested.
"I don't know."
"Sure you do, Ginny. This is London." Virginia's eyes darted from one to the other.
"London?"
"London Danvers. The girl you took to Montana to live with Victor and Sharon Nash. The girl you pawned off as your daughter, though your own child had been dead for years."
No, she said, but she licked her lips nervously. Mrs. Bassett, I don't know what kind of lies these people have been telling you, but the police have been called, Virginia, Velma said calmly. If they're lying... Oh, Mother Mary! Her hand flew to her chest, covering her heart. You didn't!
Why don't you explain everything? Zack said, motioning to a chair. There's a chance we can work something out.
Oh, my Lord, she protested, but dropped onto the sofa and gazed out of the window to the clouds rolling over the green waters of the bay. Tears collected in the corners of her eyes and ran slowly down her cheeks as her gritty determination gave way to acceptance of what had to be. I'm so sorry. So sorry.
Tell us, Ginny, Zack said, relentless, while Adria's heart went out to the woman who seemed to have aged 20 years since stepping into the room. Velma Bassett stood near the doorway, bracing herself on the painted woodwork as she stared at the nanny she had trusted with her child for over 18 months.
I didn't want to do it, Ginny said, reaching into her pocket and finding a handkerchief to dab at her face. But it was so much money.
What was?
I was promised $50,000 if I would take London away.
Adria's heart twisted painfully.
I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't resist. All I had to do was disappear with the girl.
But why? And who? Zack demanded.
I don't know.
Adria could hold her tongue no longer.
But someone paid you, met with you. It was all arranged over the telephone. At first, I thought it was a joke. Then I got a package. $10,000. More money than I'd ever seen in my life. And I was called again. Offered another $40,000. All I had to do was leave town. $5,000 more was sent to a private post office, and the rest when I got to Denver. From there, I was to head anywhere, to put as much distance between myself and Portland as I could. It was supposed to happen earlier, but London wouldn't go to bed, and we almost didn't make it. I was so scared, but so desperate. Oh, God, what am I going to do now? Well, you're sure as hell not going to take care of my daughter any longer, Mrs. Bassett said. I'll pay you severance pay, whatever it takes, but believe you me, you'll not be spending another night in this house.
So enraged she was shaking, she hurried out of the room, and the soles of her prim red pumps clacked loudly on the steps as she hurried upstairs.
Chloe, where are you?
Ginny shoved a strand of hair from her face, and her fingers quivered.
How did you find me?
It took some time, Zack admitted. Adria leaned closer.
But surely you know who paid you.
She shook her head and turned guilt-riddled eyes on Adria.
I don't have any idea. Man? Woman? Really, I don't know. I never met with anyone, and the money was all in cash. Small bills.
She looked so miserable, her cheeks hollow, her eyes vacant as she dabbed at them, that Adria believed her.
Someone paid you off. Yes.
Someone with a lot of money. She nodded, but Adria got the impression she wasn't listening, that she was remembering the past and how she'd escaped with someone else's daughter. You'll have to talk to the police, Zack said.
I know.
It may not be easy. She turned haunted eyes up at Zack.
It never has been, she admitted. For 20 years, I've looked over my shoulder, expecting this day to come. I knew you were back in Portland, you know, she added, staring at Adria. I heard it on the news, saw your face, listened to your story, knew that you'd be reunited with your family.
You could have run, Adria said. Ginny gave a self-deprecating little snort.
Where to? I really didn't think you'd find me.
She pushed herself upright.
You look just like her, you know. It's scary. So I've heard.
Why didn't you come forward for the reward? Zach asked. She just stared for a minute.
Because Whit Danvers would have killed me for taking his little girl.
She cleared her throat.
Would you give me a few minutes to get my things?
She asked with a weak smile.
Then I'll go with you to talk to the police.
Fine, Adria said. I don't think we should let her out of our sight, Zach cut in.
Don't worry, Mr. Danvers,
Ginny said, studying Zachary as if for the first time, trying to picture him as the man who'd grown up from the rebellious son of the richest man in Portland, the hellion who had given his father fits.
It's time for this to end.
She left and walked to a door at the foot of the stairs. So it had come to this, Ginny thought, slowly descending the stairs. Somehow, deep in her heart, she had always known there would be a reckoning, a time when she'd have to admit her complicity in little London's disappearance. And the money she'd imagined would set her up for life had slowly disappeared. She walked into her tiny room and felt weary. She'd hoped to be free of rich people and catering to their whims, looking after children they should have cared for themselves. But as her finances had dwindled, she'd had to return to the only way she knew how to make a living. Even the money she'd received from the Nashes hadn't saved her. Now she'd spent most of her adult life being little more than an indentured servant. She surveyed her tiny room, with its cheery curtains hung over impossibly small windows, and nearly laughed at her own naivety. 50,000. She should have asked for double that, or triple. Even then, it might not have been enough. Money had always run through her fingers like water. On the floor was a braided rug, a cast-off from her employer's. The quilt she'd made herself, but it had faded, like she had. She closed her eyes and sank onto the mattress, wondering if she should just end it all. To face the police, the press, the Danvers family. Unthinkable. And yet, she knew she didn't have the heart to take her own life. Not like Catherine Danvers, which seemed impossible. Whit's second wife was the last woman Ginny would have thought would have committed suicide. She was so full of life, so vibrant. But she'd lost her child. Because of you. And you know how that feels. How morose one can get. How depressed. Tears burned the back of her eyelids. She heard the creak of a footstep and thought it was coming from upstairs. They were waiting, probably impatient. She should really get her things together, even though she knew she'd end up in jail and her meager belongings would be confiscated. She sniffed, a tear sliding from the corner of her eye. Again she heard a footstep, and it sounded closer. In the hallway? She decided to pull herself together before Zachary found her down here blubbering like a baby. Angry at herself, she ran a hand over her eyes. As she opened them, she pulled her suitcase from the top shelf of the closet and opened the bureau drawers. Her stomach felt as tight as a clenched fist as she haphazardly tossed in some of her clothes. Prison. She shuddered, couldn't imagine herself there. She blinked again, crying softly, holding back her sobs as she walked into her small bathroom for a tissue. As she dabbed at her eyes, she thought she saw a movement in the reflection of the mirror over the medicine cabinet, as if the shower curtain were fluttering. All of the sudden, she felt cold and realized the window was open. Had she left it that way? No. Oh, God. Through the haze of tears, she glimpsed a dark figure just before the curtain was thrown back and her attacker leapt over the edge of the tub. She gasped. Before she could scream, a gloved hand covered her mouth. Oh, God! Her vision cleared. She was staring into eyes she recognized. Her heart froze. Surely this was the person who had paid her off, had warned her never to tell the truth. She struggled wildly, adrenaline pumping through her bloodstream. She kicked and scratched and fought, but it was too late. She was too weak. She was forced back against the wall, a towel bar gouging her shoulders. And then she saw the knife. Small, deadly, wicked. It gleamed in the dimly lit room. No! She fought harder, but she was no match for her attacker, who had a small pillow and shoved it over her face. She tried to drag in air, to scream, to save herself, but it was too late. Her attacker was too strong, too determined. Her vain efforts at kicking and hitting, pitifully feeble. Her lungs were on fire. Pain blinded her, and she struggled frantically. But it was no use. With a sickening realization, Ginny Slade knew she was about to die.
So, what do I call you now? Zack asked as he paced to the window. Adria or London?
Adria, she said, her throat thick, her eyes misting. This was the first of their goodbyes. I hope to you, I'll always be Adria. The minutes, recorded by the grandfather clock in the hall, ticked by. Outside, the ever-present traffic moved sluggishly up the hill. Adria wondered how much longer she had with Zack. How few minutes. Her heart felt as if it were breaking into 1,000 pieces as she stared at him. Broad shoulders rigid, tense with strain. One thumb was hooked through a belt loop, and his fingers hung near the faded denim of his fly. His jaw was dark with a beard shadow, and his eyes, beneath heavy black brows, were narrowed suspiciously. He shifted from one foot to the other, pretending interest in the view from the bay window before glancing back to the stairwell.
Shit! What could be taking so long?
She's packing her things, Adria said, but even she was conscious of the time. Mrs. Bassett, with a golden-haired child of about 7 in tow, clomped down the stairs and hurried back into the room. I don't know how I can ever thank you enough, Mrs. Bassett said, her eyes shifting quickly to the stairwell and back again. To think that I trusted her with my precious Chloe. Oh, God, it just makes me shudder. I called Harry, and he wants to press charges against her for false representation or whatever you call it. He's phoning our lawyer right now. Oh, dear. Kissing her child's crown, she said, Why don't you go practice your piano, baby? Don't want to, the girl said churlishly, though her mother was shepherding her toward the upright near the fireplace. Chloe crossed her chubby arms stubbornly in front of her chest. Well, wringing her hands, Mrs. Bassett spied the basket of cakes near the tea service. Here, then, how about a sweet? She placed the platter in front of the girl. Oh, my, I've completely forgotten my manners. Could I please offer you a cup of tea? That's the least I could do, you know. Thanks, said Adria, but Zachary only shook his head and glowered at the stairwell as if he were afraid Ginny might disappear again. Mrs. Bassett frowned suddenly. I thought you called the police. We did. They should be here any minute, Adria said.
Is there another way out of the basement?
Zack asked suddenly. Oh, no. Well, there's a coal chute, but it's been closed for years, and some old cellar stairs, but they're boarded over. If there were a fire, the windows are large enough.
Christ!
Moving with the speed of a cheetah, he raced out of the parlor, across the foyer, and down the stairs with lightning speed. How could he have been so stupid? Vaulting over the rail of the stairs, he landed loudly on the cement floor and felt the cool rush of fresh air before he saw the curtains fluttering noiselessly in the breeze. The basement was dark, and he walked unerringly to a small, cozy room in a back corner where the bedroom light glowed warmly.
Ginny?
He called, feeling an eerie breeze, the premonition of doom scurrying up the back of his neck. Muscles rigid, Zack stepped into the room. A suitcase, lying open, had been thrown on the bed. Clothes dangled from hangers in the open closet. One drawer in a tiny bureau was askew, underwear and nightgowns falling onto the floor.
"Ginny?"
He called again, but there was still no answer. The hairs on the back of his neck raised as he crossed the room and threw open the door to a tiny bathroom. Red splashes were everywhere. Blood stained the walls and splattered the sink and toilet. Ginny Slade was lying on the cracked linoleum. Her tongue hung limply from her mouth. Her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, and her wrists were slashed, blood still oozing from the open wounds. A sharp knife was clenched in her right fist. Zack stepped back, recoiling from the room splattered in blood, and the sightless eyes that stared up at him.
"Call 911!"
he yelled up the stairs.
"Adria! Call the police! We need an ambulance!"
He heard the thunder of footsteps and turned to find Adria on the landing.
"Don't come down here, and for God's sake, keep the kid upstairs," he ordered.
"What?" She stared past him to the blood creeping from the bathroom and onto the bedroom carpet. "Oh, God!"
"It's Ginny. Call 911.
"Mrs. Bassett already has." But Zack wasn't listening. He forced himself to return to search for a pulse, to find some sign of life. But he knew that it was useless. Ginny Slade, the only witness to what had happened to London Danvers all those years ago, was dead. Chapter 24. "You're saying she didn't kill herself?" Adria asked after giving her statement to the police. She was seated in an interrogation room, her chair on one side of an old formica-topped table, Zack leaning on wainscoting near the door. The room was bare save for the ever-present smell of smoke, an overflowing ashtray, and a trash can half filled with empty plastic coffee cups. The man in charge was John Fulmer, an investigator who wore thick glasses and whose one vanity seemed to be to disguise his baldness by combing long, sandy-colored strands of hair from the back of his head forward. Fulmer was full of nervous energy. He smoked and chewed gum at the same time, alternately popping his stick of Wrigley's spearmint and taking a drag from his Camel. It had been hours since Zack had discovered Ginny's body, and Adria had believed that Ginny, knowing that she would be exposed as a kidnapper, had decided to end her own life. Fulmer had other ideas. Warming her hands around a strong cup of coffee, Adria asked, "But how would someone have known where to find her?"
"We're not sure yet, and we don't like to give out the kind of information that only the killer would know, but there are some clues. The window had been forced, so it looks like someone was in the house waiting for her."
He took off his glasses and polished them with the hem of his shirt. His gums snapped loudly. Zack stared at Adria.
"It's because she's left-handed," he said flatly. "The knife was in her right hand, and she was left-handed. The slashes were angled wrong."
The detective's head snapped up, and he stared at Zack long and hard.
"You know that?"
"I remember." Zack's gaze traveled to the center of the room, but Adria guessed he was miles away, lost in a time when he was only a boy. "How?" Adria asked.
"Because once, a long time ago, when London was still living with us, Ginny had a pair of scissors, used them for mending, I think. She left them out once, and I picked them up. I had to open some packages and couldn't find my knife. I tried to use her damned scissors, but they didn't work. I couldn't figure it out for a minute. Then I discovered they were left-handed. Unique at the time. Ginny caught me and had a fit, told me to leave her things alone." He shrugged. "We didn't get along all that well." His gaze focused on Adria again. "But that's no surprise." The detective drew on his cigarette, then crushed it in the full tray. "I don't have an official report on the cause of death. We'll have to wait for the ME for that. But there were signs of a struggle. Footprints in the blood and the splatter pattern.
that suggests she was killed. It looks like someone subdued her, took the knife, wrapped the fingers of her right hand around it, and opened her veins. End of story."
Adria shuddered and rubbed her arms. The detective dumped the ashtray into the trash before lighting up again. They talked for a while more, then were allowed to leave.
"Look, we know you two didn't do old Ginny in," the detective said, handing them each a card. "But we might have a few more questions."
Zach's eyes met Adria's. "You can find us through Danvers International or the Hotel Danvers in Portland," he said, scribbling the numbers on the back of a business card for his construction company in Bend. They left the station, and Adria felt drained, her entire life turned inside out. So, she was London Danvers. So she would inherit millions of dollars. So what? "Come on, I'll buy you dinner," Zach offered, though he looked as tired as she. Beneath the shadow of his beard, his tanned skin seemed paler, his eyes haunted. The strain was telling on them both, and she wondered how long they could keep up this charade, pretending that the attraction they felt for each other didn't exist. "I know a great place in Chinatown. We'll stay in town tonight, then go home and break the news." Home. Would she ever think of Portland as home? She shuddered to think how quickly Ginny's life had ended. Who do you think could have done it? "I wish I knew," he said, frowning as they stepped outside where darkness had fallen. The wind blowing in off the ocean was cold, cutting in icy gusts that climbed up the steep hills of the city. It swept through her jacket and cut her to the bone. Zach took her hand in his. She tried to pull away, but his fingers tightened over hers as they walked the 3 blocks to the space where he'd parked the rental car. Once inside the Ford, he checked the mirror, then melded with traffic. "Watch in your side view," he said, moving from one lane to the other. "You think someone is following us?" "Good guess, don't you think?" "Here? In San Francisco?" she asked, but she'd leaped to the same conclusions as he, the same one drawn by the police. "You think that we led the murderer—" Her voice trailed off, and she stared hard in the mirror, watching other cars switch lanes, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. "Obviously, there was a conspiracy of some kind years ago," Zach said, his brows drawing together. "And it didn't involve your mother or Wit. So we have to assume that whoever wanted you out of the picture then was willing to kill Ginny to keep his secret." His fingers tapped upon the steering wheel. "It makes me wonder about Kat. Was it suicide or murder?" "Oh, God," Adria shivered. "You think the 2 deaths, Ginny's and Kat's, were linked?" "Not just linked, but committed by the same killer." "But who?" she whispered. "Could be anyone." "Someone in the family." Her stomach nodded. Someone she was related to. "Maybe." "Or someone from the Polidori family," she said, though the list of suspects was shrinking. True, Anthony Polidori could have been behind the kidnapping, and she was certain that he was having her followed, but the Danvers heirs as well could have been a part of the kidnapping. Jason was power-hungry. Trisha, a wounded animal, wanting to hurt her father as much as she was hurt by him. Nelson would have been too young, only about 14 at the time. And Zach, he had been a kid too. Satisfied that they weren't being tailed, Zachary drove to Chinatown and parked in an alley. The restaurant was small, noisy, dimly lit, and packed nearly to capacity. Dishes rattled, people spoke in sharp foreign phrases, and grease sizzled through the open window to the kitchen. They were offered a table for 2 near the kitchen, and Adria didn't object, though she could barely understand the waitress or any of the patrons who all seemed to speak rapid-fire Chinese. But still, she was grateful for the crowd. It made things easier.
Being alone with Zachary was the difficult part. They ate hot and sour soup, spicy chicken, and some shrimp dish that was so hot her nose ran, and washed it all down with Chinese beer. But the food seemed tasteless, and she couldn't forget Ginny Slade's ashen face, her unseeing eyes, and all the blood in the small bathroom. After the meal, she drank a thin tea with a flowery aroma that filtered up her nose and brought back a memory, harsh and ugly. The night of the attack, she'd smelled something sweet as this blend, the underlying scent of jasmine. Her fingers slipped. The cup slid to the table and rolled, spilling tea across the varnished surface. Hot tea dripped from the table to her thighs. "Adria?" Zach asked. She knew the instant the smell of jasmine reached her nostrils who had attacked her. "What is it?" Zach demanded, staring at her with harsh gray eyes. "Everything." She started wiping up the tea, refusing to look at him, telling herself over and over again she had to be wrong. But she knew. She knew. He grabbed her hand, squeezing it, refusing to let her keep mopping the spill with her napkin. "What?" "I think I know who attacked me in the motel," she said unevenly, wishing she didn't know the truth. "What?" "The person who sent me the nasty notes."
"How?"
"This tea." She motioned to the cups on the table. "It's jasmine. The same scent that was on the person who attacked me." A knot formed at the hinge of his jaw, and he sniffed the brew. Denial seemed about to fall from his tongue before he shoved the cup of tea away, sloshing hot tea onto the table.
"Eunice!"
he bit out, his eyes mere slits. Adria nodded mutely, unable to form the words that hovered between them. That Zachary's mother had killed Ginny Slade. "I need to speak with you, alone." Eunice left the message on Zach's cell phone. "There's something important I need to tell you, and the only way you'll ever learn the truth is to talk to me. Please, Zach. I know you think awful things about me, but they're just not true. Let me explain what really happened. You're the only one I can trust." She slid the receiver into the cradle of the wall phone in her kitchen and didn't doubt for a minute that Zach would show up. Soon. As she sat at the kitchen table and read the newspaper article about Ginny Slade's murder, Eunice knew that it was only a matter of hours before Zach would come and accuse her of killing Ginny. He wouldn't believe her when she denied it. Frowning, she glanced through the paned windows to the greenish waters of Lake Oswego, as if in looking at the murky water she could figure out what to do. Few times in life had Eunice given up, and she wasn't about to start now. But who had killed the wimpy little nursemaid? Surely someone associated with the family, perhaps even a family member. One of her own children? Someone clever enough to know that Zach, and probably the police, would accuse her. Someone, perhaps, who knew that Kat's death hadn't been a suicide, that Eunice had played a vital role in the second Mrs. Whit Danvers' demise. "Bloody hell," she muttered, angry that her plans had gone awry. Why hadn't that little money-grubbing bitch left town? Why hadn't she backed off from her claims to be London, Whit's most precious baby? It made her sick. Even now her stomach roiled and filled the back of her throat with a horrid taste, and the rage she felt, the white-hot fury, pumped through her blood. She'd borne Whit 4 fine children, 4, and he'd turned away from them when that gold-digger had batted her fake eyelashes at him. Foolish, foolish old man. He'd gotten what he deserved by losing his special child and finding his arm-candy wife in bed with his son. Her knees buckled at the thought of Zach and Kat. Sick, that's what it had been. Dirty, incestuous, and now, Now he was taking up with that horrid woman's child. It was unthinkable. Eunice had no doubt that Adria was London. The girl's resemblance to Kat was eerie. It made Eunice's skin crawl. If only Zack had been sired by Anthony Polidori, everything would have been better. So much easier, cleaner. As it was. Eunice shivered and rubbed her arm, where a huge bruise had formed when she'd tackled Adria in that horrid dive of a motel. She was sore and still limped because of the attack that hadn't quite worked. She'd been so angry, so worked up, so frenzied. She remembered lying in the dark, waiting, knowing that Adria, like Kat, was with Zack. Jesus, why didn't he learn? Why was he drawn to his own stepmother and her daughter, his half-sister? Eunice thought she might throw up at the thought, and she began to shake violently. Calm down. You must remain calm. That's the only way. You need to deal with Zack, soon, and possibly London. God, why hadn't Ginny Slade kept her end of the damned bargain? No doubt Zack knew all about the kidnapping, and he would have deduced his own mother's part in the crime. For a second, she considered running. There might still be time to get to Canada, or even Mexico. And then what? Catherine will win. London will win. No, she ground out, her fists clenching so hard her fingernails dug deep into her palms. She had to finish what she'd started. The next step was facing Zack. She knew her children well and understood Zack better than the others. By now, he would have figured out that she was behind the attacks against his precious Adria, and he'd want a face-off. Well, he'd get one. She walked from the kitchen to the master bathroom and opened the medicine chest. An array of vials and bottles were lined up on the slim glass shelves, the result of her complaints of nagging aches and pains that no one doctor could pinpoint, because there had been no pain. Despite her claims to the medical profession, she felt as fit and able as she had at 35, perhaps even stronger. But she'd managed to collect samples and prescriptions from nearly a dozen doctors, and combined with her own basic knowledge of chemistry, anatomy, and medicine, she was able to create her own little cocktails. She remembered slipping a mixture of Valium and sleeping pills into Kat's vodka in her hotel room on the night of her death. While Kat had been out, Eunice had slipped into the room, compliments of a key she'd lifted from Kat's purse while Kat had been in the hotel bar. She'd entered the room while Kat was still ordering drinks. It had been so easy to doctor the bottle in the room, then wait on the balcony while Kat poured herself another drink, and eventually ended up in the shower. Kat had been weak. Losing London had nearly killed the bitch, but not quite. She'd need another push. Literally. And Eunice had only been too glad to give it to her. It had been too easy to entice the pathetic woman onto the veranda. "Mama," Eunice said now, in the same little girl's voice she'd used to lure her nemesis onto the balcony. "Mama?" Kat had been so disoriented. She'd never realized the trap until it was too late, and then her eyes had widened in terror and surprise just before Eunice sprang and pushed her over the edge. Eunice had thought she'd gotten away with murder. Kat's death had been written off as suicide due to depression and an unfortunate overdose. But someone had known the truth, Eunice deduced, as she picked up the vials and hypodermic needle she wanted and closed the cabinet door. The mirror slammed into place, and she was suddenly staring into her own haunted eyes. Yes, she'd wanted Kat dead. But she'd had to live with the guilt. And now, she suspected, someone else had known she was a murderer and was hoping she'd take the fall for Ginny Slade. Who? If not one of her own children, which she couldn't accept, what about Anthony, or someone from the Polidori clan?
Maybe this was payback for Ginny letting them take the heat for London's disappearance. No. She frowned, deep creases showing between her eyebrows and around her lips. There was no time for speculation. She still had to deal with Adria, the one woman standing between Whit's fortune and her children. If she wouldn't scare away, then she had to die. Even though Zack would try to intervene. Too bad. Eunice wasn't afraid of dying herself, but, by God, her children were going to get the legacy and inheritance that was rightfully theirs. Even if Eunice had to commit murder again. Even if she wouldn't get away with it this time. Even if Zack tried to stop her. One way or another, London Danvers was going to die. It wasn't easy, but Adria and Zack managed to avoid and outrun the press, even though the news was out. Adria Nash was London Danvers. The newspapers, radio, and television stations had already aired the story all along the West Coast, and by the time Zack and Adria arrived in Portland, the media had laid siege to the airport, the Hotel Danvers, Jason's house, and even the ranch outside of Bend. Zack had been cool, taken her hand and pulled her through the throng of reporters and cameramen at Portland International. She ducked into his Jeep and managed to avoid making a statement of any kind. If any reporter had followed them into the city, Zack had managed to lose them. Sooner or later, she would be forced to face them, Adria thought, as the Jeep rocketed down I-84, headed into the heart of the city. "You think they'd give me a minute to breathe," she grumbled, glancing in the side-view mirror and checking out the traffic trailing behind them. "Oh, yeah, right." He slid her a glance as he merged into a lane for the freeway heading south. "You asked for it with that press conference." "I suppose." "You'd better get used to this," Zack advised. "You are major news, darlin', and until someone comes along who's more newsworthy, you're going to get more attention than a single mouse in a nest of snakes." "Good analogy." "I thought so." He managed to slide her a hint of a smile. "Face it, for the next couple of weeks, you're going to be way more popular than anyone should be." "Great," she muttered, but told herself this is what she wanted. To be accepted as London Danvers, to finally know the truth about her past. He picked up his cell phone and listened to messages as he eased the Jeep onto I-5. His smile faded. "What?" she asked when he hung up. "There's a change of plan. Something I have to do. Alone. I'll drop you off at a police station." "Who called you?" He didn't answer, as he cut across traffic toward an exit that she knew led to McAdam Avenue. "Zack? Who called? And what did he say?" "Just be patient." He dialed a number, swore, then left a brief message. "Len, it's Zack Danvers. I'll need police protection for Adria. Call me back ASAP." "Wait a minute," she insisted as he pulled into the lot of a restaurant near the Willamette River. "What's going on, Zack? You can't just dump me off and leave me. Who the hell called you?" His lips tightened at the corners, and he avoided her gaze. "Oh, God," she whispered, and knew in an instant. "Eunice." "We'll wait till I hear back from Len." "Why? What did she want?" Fear caused the back of her throat to go dry. "Oh, God. She wants to meet with you, doesn't she?" "Just stay here, inside, where you'll be safe. I'll be back soon." "Are you crazy? I'm not sitting around here waiting while you go and face her." "She's my mother," he said without any emotion. "And a killer." "We think." "We know, Zack." Adria grabbed his arm. "You're not going alone. I'll come with you." "No." "This is all because of me." "And if we're right and she's behind this, then you'll be in danger. But I won't. Stay here. I'll call Len and tell him where you are. The police will come by, or I'll be back and you'll be safe." Oh, yeah, right. She threw back at him as raindrops drizzled down the windshield. Aren't you the one who said I needed a bodyguard? Round-the-clock protection? What if someone followed us here? What if Eunice, or whoever, is banking on us splitting up? What if she's in collusion with a partner and used the phone call to lure you away? Hell. Obviously, the same thoughts had crossed his mind. Isn't there anyone you can trust? So that you can dump me off? I don't think so. Who would it be? Someone from your family? Trisha? Jason? Or the Polidorys? Okay, I get it. Impatiently, he drummed his fingers on the steering wheel as the Jeep idled. I think it's better if we stick together. Instead of arguing, he reached under the seat and pulled out a handgun in a holster. You have a gun? She asked, shocked. Yeah, I've been on some jobs where I thought I might need protection. Never used it, but I have a permit for a concealed weapon. Do you know how to use it? I grew up in Montana, she said, as he handed her the weapon. Could you shoot it if you had to? Yes, but she wasn't certain. Of course, if someone threatened her life, or Zach's, just the thought of this caused fear to jet through her blood. Good. Wouldn't it be better if you kept it? The pistol felt cold and heavy in her hands. His jaw slid to the side as he shoved his rig into reverse, then wheeled out of the parking lot. I was thinking if something unforeseen happens and we get split up, or something happens to me, you'll have the weapon. What do you mean, something happens to me? He pulled out of the lot and drove south along the river. I don't know. That's the problem. There's no telling what Eunice might do now that she's cornered. She begged me to come alone and speak with her privately. But I don't trust her. Why not call the police? I will, when we get there. I don't want them bursting in ahead of time, just in case she really does have something to say to me alone. Or with you. Fair enough. Her heart pounding, her fingers clenched around the cold weapon, Adria barely noticed the forested cliffs on one side of the road, nor the steely gray waters on the other. Expensive homes peeked through the thick branches and lush shrubbery. Zach's knuckles showed white as he guided his Jeep through the commercial area of the town, then turned along a narrow, twisting road that rimmed the lake. Splashes of green water were visible through the tall trees and homes perched along the shoreline. Adria steeled herself and tucked the pistol into her jacket pocket. He glowered through the windshield, his jaw set, his lips a razor-thin line. What's the plan? I knock on her door and demand answers. With me. You stay in the Jeep. I'll park a few houses away. He glanced in the rearview mirror. No one's followed us, so you'll be safe, as long as you keep the pistol. I said I'm coming with you. Eunice is probably expecting that you'll do just what you said. Listen, Adria, I don't like this. Neither do I. But I'd rather be with you than off waiting somewhere, not knowing what's going on. Fine. A muscle worked in his jaw. Besides, I think I'm safer with you. Let's hope you're right, he growled under his breath as he pulled into the short drive of a 2-storied cottage with white siding, dormers, and black shutters. Though it was early afternoon, the day was gray and damp, and warm interior lights blazed through paned windows. Cozy, isn't it? Zach mocked as he reached for his phone, dialed a number, and quickly explained the situation to Len Barry of the Portland police, then hung up. Okay, that should give us just enough time, he said, and climbed out of the car. Adria's palms were sweating, her heart jackhammering as she and Zach walked up the stone path to a small covered porch. Flowers bloomed brilliantly in boxes, and the shrubbery flanking the house was clipped and neat, a perfect little home in a prestigious community.
the home of a killer. Zack didn't wait, but knocked loudly, his fist pounding on the door. Adria felt the gun, heavy in her pocket, as her heart pounded in dread. Would she face the woman who had tried to kill her? Ginny Slade's murderer? The door opened, and Eunice Danvers Smythe, dressed in a black velour jogging suit, stood in the empty hallway. Sweat beaded her forehead and flushed cheeks as if she'd been working out. "Zack," she said before her gaze traveled to Adria. "Oh, I wondered if you'd drag her along." She forced a smile as frigid as the bottom of the Columbia River. "Come in, both of you."
"What's this all about, Eunice?" he asked, not moving.
"I think it's time to explain a few things."
"Such as?"
"I was going to start with Kat." Adria's muscles tightened at the mention of her mother, and Zack's harsh expression turned even more severe.
"Why not Ginny?"
he asked. "Because it's best, don't you think, to begin at the beginning?"
"We don't have a lot of time."
"Don't tell me you've called the police." She was walking down a hallway, her tennis shoes silent on the polished hardwood floors, her gait a little off, the scent of jasmine wafting after her. "Oh, Zack, you're so predictable. I wish you would have talked to me first." She glanced over her shoulder, her gaze landing on Adria again. "Maybe it's better that you're here after all. Close the door, would you?" Adria, feeling as if she was truly walking into a lion's den, complied. Zack waited for her, and by the time they walked into the kitchen, Eunice was already dipping a tea bag into a cup of hot water. 2 cups stood waiting, water already steaming from their porcelain depths. "Would you like some?" she asked, dipping a tea bag into the cup. Zack shook his head. "You?" she asked, glancing at Adria, and there was a light in her eyes that gave Adria pause. Something wasn't right here. The smell of jasmine from the tea seeped into the room, and a chill as cold as all of December settled in Adria's bones. "I'm fine." What was with the tea?
"What was it you wanted to say, Eunice?"
Zack, standing near the kitchen table, didn't take his suspicious gaze from his mother as she busied herself with her teacup. To Adria, the entire situation was surreal. She stood next to Zack, waiting to hear the worst, watching a woman who was probably a killer calmly fiddle with her cup. "Sit down, Zack, and drink a cup of tea or coffee with me," she said, waving him into a chair. "It might be the last one we'll be able to share for a long, long time."
"I'll pass."
"Zack."
"Get on with it, Eunice."
He checked his watch.
"The police should be here within a few minutes. You'd better tell me what it was you wanted to say before you have to tell it to a detective."
"You think I killed Ginny," Eunice said.
"You're way ahead of me."
"I didn't do it." She looked up, set the empty bag on the table.
"Right."
"I mean it. I said I should start with Kat, or, more precisely, London. I did kidnap her, and I paid Ginny to make certain she never surfaced again. But she failed." Her lips flattened as she glanced at Adria.
"So you decided to get rid of Ginny?"
"No. There's someone who's one step ahead of me and trying to blame me for everything that's happened."
"Let's get through the bullshit,"
Zack said, stepping away from the wall, closing the gap between himself and the woman who had borne him.
"I came here for answers, not smoke screens or excuses or lies."
"But it's true," she insisted, her eyes pleading as he stood looming over the table, a big man with wide shoulders and sleek muscles, and a fury so intense his lips had flattened against his teeth.
"Let it go, Eunice. There isn't much time. As I said, the police are on their way."
"I'm telling you the truth, Zack." she swore, almost desperate, her teacup trembling in her hands. She took a long sip and smiled as if at a private joke. I didn't kill Ginny. Adria didn't buy it, knew how evil this woman was. Zach's eyes narrowed.
No?
No. Another drink of the hot brew.
Then what about Kat?
Kat, Eunice whispered, stunned. Every muscle in her body stiffened before she forced them to relax. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She committed suicide. That's what the police decided. Again she swallowed, and there was something that didn't quite fit.
I'm not so sure, he said, his gaze skewering his mother's. In light of what's been happening around here, I've asked them to reopen the investigation surrounding her death. I've come to believe that she was killed. Someone made certain she was high on pills and booze and helped her off the veranda of the hotel room. Seems to me you're the most likely candidate.
For the love of God, Zach, are you nuts? Eunice whispered, but couldn't help licking her lips nervously.
Not me.
So now you're accusing me of being crazy?
Psychotic.
She nearly dropped her cup. All of her composure evaporated. You're accusing me? Rage pulsed through her face. This is insane.
Exactly.
She was shaking, unraveling before Adria's eyes. So now you've decided to become detective, judge, and jury. And you don't even have your facts straight. I thought better of you, Zach.
All you have to do is prove that you didn't overdose Kat with pills and then push her over the balcony wall.
You just can't let it go, can you? First you were involved with that slut, and now this woman who's your half-sister. Adria cringed inside. Do you know how disgusting that is? How sick? How perverted? Eunice ranted, her composure evaporating, her eyes dilating.
Let's talk about her, Adria.
London, he said, not backing off an inch. While you're trying to prove that you didn't kill Kat and Ginny, you can make a case about not terrorizing Adria, too. I don't know what you're talking about, she snapped, her nostrils flaring slightly.
Cut the crap, okay? Let's see your hand.
What?
Your hand. The one Adria bit when you tried to kill her up at the motel in Estacada.
All the blood drained from Eunice's face. This is ridiculous. Far in the distance, the sound of sirens cut through the air. Eunice's eyes closed for a second, and when she reopened them, Adria noticed a new, steely determination in their clear depths. You're turning your own mother in. Is that it, Zach? All because of something she... Eunice motioned dismissively toward Adria. Contrived. I didn't contrive anything.
It turns out she is London, Eunice. And you tried to kill her, only you didn't get away with it. Not like you did with Ginny.
For the last time, Zach, I did not kill Ginny. She pointed toward the nearest chair and said in a voice that was barely above a whisper, Now, please, sit down.
No thanks.
Sit down and drink a cup of tea with me, she said, lifting her chin proudly. The siren screamed louder, closer. Eunice swallowed hard. She was scared, yes, but there was something else in her gaze. Triumph? Why? She stared at the woman and was met with Eunice's chilling stare. She's going to beat this, somehow. Adria knew it in an instant, but how?
Fear crept through her blood, though Zack seemed unintimidated by this woman who was his mother, this monster who had tried to murder her. "You tried to kill me," she pointed out. "You were in the way." Adria felt it then, the cold hatred whispering through the air. Eunice's angry gaze slid to her. "Of what?" "My children's rights, of course. Their claim to their father's estate." "So it all boils down to money," Adria charged. "Money is only part of it. Prestige, birthright, it all goes hand in hand." No longer did she bother to mask her loathing. "If you would have left things alone, none of this would have happened. None. The children, my children, would have gotten what they deserved from their father's estate. But you couldn't stay away, could you? Oh, no." Her lips flattened against her teeth. "I've done a lot of things I'm not proud of. A lot." "Including the kidnapping," Zack pressed. Eunice hesitated. "You did it, didn't you? And let me take the rap." "That wasn't part of the plan." "Well, it's what happened, Eunice." "Oh, Zack." "Jesus, you're unbelievable. You did it, didn't you? You kidnapped a child." "Not a child. An interloper." She shot to her feet and seemed a bit unsteady. "And later you killed Kat." "No, She braced herself on the counter as if her legs would suddenly not hold her steady. "You always hated her. Hated London." He pressed his face within a hair's breadth of hers. "I've thought about it a long time, and decided that Kat didn't kill herself. No way. She was too into self-preservation, self-promotion. No matter how desperate she was, she wouldn't commit suicide. So either she had an accident, which is damned unlikely, or someone helped her off that balcony." His lips were bloodless, his eyes dark and knowing. "You're the only person who hated her enough to do it. Probably all for the sake of your children and their inheritance. The same reason you kidnapped London." "No," Eunice said weakly. "Come on, Mother. You wanted me here to hear your confession. So let's hear it." "But I didn't." Bam! His fist slammed against the table. The teacup jumped. Adria started. Far in the distance, sirens shrieked. "Oh, God," Eunice whispered, seeming pathetic. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone." "Bull! You killed her!" "Yes, okay. Yes, yes, yes!" Eunice's eyes were filled with tears and she blinked rapidly. Adria, though she'd expected the news, was stunned. To actually hear a confession to murder. "You pushed her?" "Of course I did." Some of Eunice's starch returned. As pathetic as she was after she lost her daughter, she wasn't suicidal. Not Kat. God, she was a disgusting creature. She turned her gaze on Zack. "That surprises you? That your own mother could kill?" A muscle worked in Zack's jaw, and he paled. "It was easy, really. To slip into her room, to doctor her drink, to lure her onto the balcony." Eunice's voice turned to the barest of whispers. "All I had to do was pretend, put on a little girl's voice." She did it then, sounding suddenly like a child. "Mama, Mama." Eunice's eyes glazed for a second, her thoughts turning inward as she replayed the horrid scene. She was disoriented, believed that I was London, and I hid near the railing. You murdering bitch, Adria said, shaking all over. Eunice snapped back to the present. And I'd do it again, for my children. Adria's blood turned to ice, so it wasn't over.
Save it, Eunice. No one's buying the altruistic act,
Zack stated. I don't expect you to, Zack. But believe this, she insisted. I didn't kill Ginny. Zack's fists curled.
After that last confession, you expect me to trust you?
The sound of sirens wailing was closer, but Eunice didn't seem to notice. I didn't even know where she was.
But you admitted to having her kidnap London, paid her off.
Zack grabbed Adria's purse from her arm and poured the contents on the table. Lipstick, brush, wallet, keys, and letters fell out, duplicates of the notes she'd given to the police. Stabbing a finger at one of the ugly notes, Zack said,
You sent these.
Eunice stared at the items, and a tic developed under her eyes as Zack, furious, added,
You also dropped off a dead rat at her hotel room.
The twitch quickened. Eunice twisted her hands together. Her eyes seemed to glaze.
And you tore up Adria's bedsheets and her panties.
No. Cats, bedsheets, cats, panties.
Not Cat. Adria. London.
The same thing, she said, nostrils flaring, as if she suddenly noticed a bad smell. Cat. London.
Not at all.
She held out her hands in supplication, and to Adria, she seemed suddenly pathetic. An older woman, but not weak. One strong enough to have pinned her to the ground and tried to kill her. A twisted person who could kill a rat and drain its blood. A maniac who could destroy a room, shred clothing, smear a mirror with blood. I couldn't stand the thought of you together, Zack. Not with Cat. Not Cat! Her voice cracked and she blinked, as if clearing her head. She wrapped her arms around her middle and started to rock. I mean, not with London. Not with Cat. I couldn't let that happen. I had no choice. No choice? Adria repeated, suddenly repulsed. No choice but to try and kill me? Who was this woman? A mother, a socialite, a murderer. She took a step away as Zack zeroed in on the woman who had borne him.
Everyone has a choice, Eunice.
He turned away from her. It's not that easy, she sniffed, stuffing her hands into the pockets of her velour jacket.
Sure it is. You made it hard, by trying to kill Adria. And when you got hurt, you told Nelson you got hurt by falling when you were chasing the cat. Christ, you're something. And you expect me to believe you didn't follow us to San Francisco and kill Ginny?
She hesitated. I have an alibi.
Convenient. Who?
She let out her breath, and her shoulders slumped slightly. She dabbed at her nose with a tissue she'd found in her pocket. Nelson. On the night Ginny was killed, he was here with me.
For crying out loud, you don't think I know he'd lie for you?
Possibly, but he doesn't have to. I was here, Zack, in Lake Oswego when Ginny was murdered.
I don't trust Nelson.
Then trust his friend. She lifted her chin and met Zack's condemning stare. Nelson was with someone the night he was here. They didn't stay all night, of course, because I'm not supposed to know that Tom is Nelson's lover. But they stopped by for a few hours, just old pals, you know, and we had dinner and played cards. If you don't believe me or your brother, ask Tom. The sirens sounded so close they screamed through the house. You'll have to tell the police, and maybe they'll buy it, but I don't.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Of course it does, he said, then seemed to notice the weird smile playing at the edges of her lips. Wait a minute.
It's over, Zach.
What do you mean, over? His gaze shot to the teacup. What have you done?
What I had to, Zach, she said. I always do what I have to. You don't believe me, but everything I've done is because I love you.
Shit, Eunice, he swore. What the hell have you done? As sirens blasted outside, Zach's gaze swept the counter and into the partially opened cupboard. Oh, no! He threw open the cupboard door and picked up several vials. You didn't, he whispered, looking at her teacup as the sound of tires crunching and voices filtered through the walls. Zach swept the teacup from the table and it crashed into 1,000 pieces. You didn't have to do this, Mom. Of course I did. This is for you, Zach. At that moment, she lunged at Adria, and the hand that had been hidden in her pocket shot out. In her closed fist was a small knife. Its wicked blade gleamed deadly in the light. Adria's heart leapt to her throat. No! Zach yelled. Eunice stabbed wildly. You can't do this, Cat! I won't let you! Adria feinted and twisted, kicking upward at Eunice's hand. The knife swung downward, ripping Adria's shirt. Adria! Zach tackled his mother, and she landed hard on the tiled floor. And then she looked up at her son as he reached for the blade. Deftly, she wiggled away, and as her eyes met those of Zach, she twisted her hand around and turned the blade on herself. You know, Zachary, she said, as she plunged the knife into her abdomen. You always were the smart one. My best and brightest. No! Zach wrestled the knife free and blood smeared his hands, pooling red through Eunice's jogging suit. Oh, God! Why? He cried as the door burst open and thundering footsteps pounded through the house. Police! One hoarse voice cried. Drop your weapons! Usually, Anthony Polidori didn't like to be awakened from sleep. But when the informant called and told him that Eunice Danvers Smythe had been taken to the hospital and was charged with the kidnapping of London Danvers, Anthony thanked the man for his information. Too bad Eunice had been the culprit. He felt more than a little sense of guilt thinking of her, for he knew that she'd fallen in love with him 35 years before. He'd cared for her, yes, but he hadn't loved her with the same passion she'd felt for him, and, in truth, he'd only betted her to get back at Whit. Eunice had guessed his reasons. They'd been kindred spirits in that sense, enjoying each other at Whit's expense. The bastard. So Eunice had decided to destroy Whit's life. Although for years his family had been blamed for the deed, Anthony respected her gall. Maybe he shouldn't have been so hasty to drop her once Whit had discovered their affair. He climbed out of his bed and found a striped robe that was worn in the sleeves and tattered at the hem. His wife had bought it for him nearly a half-century before, and though it was now a rag, he had never had the heart to get rid of it. He wondered if Mario was home, or if he was with some woman, not that it mattered. Shuffling down the tiled hallway, he thought back over his life and was surprised that the deep-seated hatred he'd felt for the Danvers family had seemed to dim over the years. He rapped on the door and waited. Nothing. Knocking harder, he scowled, then tried the knob. It was locked. Mario, son, open up. He heard a groggy response. Come, open the door. Jesus Christ. Growling and kicking things in his way, Mario finally appeared, his hair wild, his beard dark.
What? We need to talk. Are you out of your mind? It's 4 a.m. Get up and come downstairs.
Mario rubbed a hand over his face and yawned. As he stretched, his back popped.
Let me get my cigarettes and slippers,
he said, then turning, tripped over something else and swore under his breath. The boy would never grow up. Anthony made his way downstairs and had uncorked a bottle of champagne by the time his only son stumbled into the kitchen.
What the hell's going on?
Mario said. He rubbed his teeth with his tongue and shuddered.
We're celebrating.
Shit.
Couldn't it have waited until a decent hour? 6 or 7 in the morning? No, and this is no time for sarcasm. Whatever you say, Pop.
Mario clicked a lighter to the end of his cigarette.
Okay, I'm dying to know. What's up?
Several things.
Come.
Anthony patted the arm of his chair and indicated that Mario should sit on it, as he had when he was a boy. Spewing smoke from the corner of his mouth, he obliged the old man.
Good. Here.
Anthony held a glass to his son, then, after Mario had taken the crystal goblet, touched the rim of his to his son's.
To the future. Yeah, right, the future.
Mario, thinking the old man had really lost it and was one step away from the loony bin, began to drink, but his father's hand stayed him.
And to the end of the feud.
Christ!
All right, to God as well, Anthony said magnanimously. What are you talking about? The fucking feud is over? How can that be? You crack out the best champagne and just make some sort of statement that it's over and all the shit that's gone on for nearly 100 years is forgotten? Just like that?
Mario snapped his fingers loudly. Then he rubbed his eyes.
I'm dreaming. That's what this is. Some kind of nightmare. There's one more thing we're celebrating. Oh, great. What's that? Your marriage. Now I know I'm dreaming. No, Mario. It's time. You need a wife. I need grandchildren. We have to think of the future and not the past. You'll be married and have children, and we will all be happy. Oh, sure. Right. What happened tonight, eh? Mario asked. When I went to bed, everything was the same, and now you're dragging me out of bed talking like a fortune teller. Did you get knocked over the head or what?
Anthony ignored his son's ravings and clicked his glass yet again to the rim of Mario's. There were many possibilities for a wife for his son, and he hadn't ruled out Adria Nash, London Danvers, as a potential candidate. She was beautiful and rich and smart. Who could ask for anything more from a daughter-in-law? Of course, there was the chance she wouldn't want him. Well, there were other eligible young women. Fertile women, beautiful, but not necessarily as smart as this London.
There's only one woman I've ever wanted to marry,
Mario said, suddenly sober, and Anthony had to tamp down his old feelings of disgust.
Tricia.
Gritting his teeth, the old man swallowed the last bit of false pride.
I won't stand in your way.
Then he took a sip of his champagne, stared up at his son's disbelieving face, and laughed, long and hearty, as he hadn't laughed in years. He patted Mario on the knee with a fondness that he'd forgotten, a fondness he'd once felt when his wife was still alive, and Mario was 4 or 5, and hardly any trouble at all.
Drink up. Enjoy. And let me tell you what happened tonight.
Zach was grim as they walked out of the hospital near downtown Portland. He'd watched without a word as the police, Eunice's lawyer, and Nelson had arrived, all arguing and shouting. Jason had shown up,
and his mood had been sour. Trisha, when she'd deigned to appear, in a full-length ermine coat, no less, had breezed past Adria and said to Zack, "Now look what you've done." A crowd of reporters was clustered near the doors. Voices shouted over one another, trying to capture her attention. "Ms. Nash, is it true that you've finally proven yourself to be London Danvers?" "It looks that way, yes." "How does it feel to finally know your natural family?" "I haven't sorted it all out yet." She felt odd about it all. Though Eunice was expected to live, she was still in the hospital under police guard. "You're inheriting a great deal of money, aren't you? What are your plans?" "I don't have any yet." Zack looked about to step in, but Adria placed a hand on his arm. "Look," she said, speaking into the microphones thrust in her direction. "I'm very tired right now. Of course, I'm glad to know that I'm London," she said, refusing to meet Zack's eyes, refusing to listen to the pain in her heart, knowing that he was her half-brother. "And I've no immediate plans for the future." "Will you move to Portland permanently?" "I don't know." "What about the charges pending against Eunice Smythe?" "I can't comment on them." "Is it true she attacked you in that motel in Estacada?" "I have nothing more to say at this time." "But now that you're one of the wealthiest women in the state, surely you—" "Excuse me." She shouldered her way through the crowd, and Zack was with her every step of the way. She couldn't meet his eyes, didn't want to think about her future. For nearly a year, she'd thought that if she could prove that she was London, if she could find her real family, her life would change for the better. She could make a difference. She'd fantasized about the money, of course, and seen herself as a shrewd businesswoman who would sit on the boards of charities as well as handle the affairs of Danvers International. Whit Danvers, little lost princess. The treasure he'd loved above all else, including his other children. She'd been a fool, a silly fool with girlish dreams. And she hadn't planned on falling in love with Zachary. They climbed into his Jeep, and Zachary nosed the Cherokee into the street. Half a dozen cars followed his lead. "Great," he muttered, eyeing the rearview mirror. "Just great." He glanced at Adria. She was dead tired, leaning against the window, staring at him with eyes that seemed to see straight to his soul. "They'll be at the hotel," he said, turning abruptly and watching the headlights follow him. He drove crazily, changing lanes at the last minute and turning corners abruptly. She sensed the change in direction, saw the towering lights of downtown fade behind them. "Where are we going?" "Someplace private." "Just the two of us?" He hesitated, his fingers curling over the steering wheel until his knuckles showed white, then nodded curtly. Something inside her, something she'd rather not acknowledge, began to awaken. "Just the two of us." Jack Logan was too old to be driving like a wild man, chasing a lunatic in a Jeep. He was tired and grumpy, and if it wasn't for the bottle of Irish whiskey that kept him going, he would have called Jason Danvers and told him to follow his own damned family. But he'd been paid, and paid well, and he figured that later he could sleep all day if he wanted to. Retirement hadn't settled well with him. He missed the action and excitement of the department. True, his arthritis was bad enough to make him limp, and he wasn't as quick as he used to be, but his mind was sharp, and he could spend only so much time gardening or fiddling at the workbench his daughter, Risa, had insisted was so therapeutic. No, he missed the sport of it all, the feeling alive, and hated the notion that just because he'd reached a certain age, he'd been put out to pasture. So he kept taking Danvers's money, not so much to supplement his Social Security and pension, but to keep his blood pumping, to make him feel alive again. He followed the Jeep, hanging back and turning off at different streets, nearly losing the rig several times, but always finding it again. He had an uncanny sense about these things,
and he guessed where the rig was heading in its crazy, zigzagging course that always led north, toward the interstate bridge, toward the huge body of water separating the southern boundary of Washington from Oregon, the Columbia River, and the marina where the Danvers yacht was berthed. The Jeep turned off the interstate, and Logan continued on driving, across the bridge, barely noticing the wide black abyss that was the Columbia. On the far side of the river, in Vancouver, just over the Washington border, he turned his car around and headed back to the freeway, this time heading south. To celebrate, he took a little nip from his bottle and drove unerringly back to the marina. Flashing his outdated badge at the guard manning the gate, he drove quietly into the parking lot and saw Zachary's Jeep tucked in a darkened space. Bingo. "You still got it, Logan," he told himself, and uncapped his bottle yet again before taking a long swallow that warmed the pit of his stomach and spread through his blood. He didn't have a cell phone, but he knew there was a Safeway store nearby with a couple of phone booths near the front doors. He'd let Jason sweat a while, have himself a couple of drinks at a topless bar not all that far away, then call the bastard. While he was at it, he might just ask for a raise. Hell, he deserved it. Chapter 25. The smell of the river rose off the water and tickled Adria's nostrils as she walked along the wooden pier that rimmed the dark water. Her footsteps echoed loudly over the rush of the river, in the wind that raced down the gorge from the east. Expensive boats, moored at the marina, lay empty, their masts spindly, their sails furled, their engines silent as they undulated with the ever-shifting water. She let Zachary help her on to the Danvers yacht, a gleaming vessel that, she supposed, was now partially hers. It was all such a waste, she thought, considering Eunice and her hatred of Catherine. Adria didn't doubt that Eunice had not only terrorized her, but killed Kat and Jenny Slade, despite Nelson's vehement claims otherwise. She glanced at Zachary, tall, rugged, troubled. The kind of brooding, dark man she should run from. She was alone with him for what was to be the last time in her life. It just had to be. The wind tugged at her hair, and she told herself this was the price she had to pay for the truth. She'd gotten everything she wanted, and more than she'd bargained for. A heavy weight had settled deep in her heart, and she thought about her future, so bright to the outside world, so barren and bleak without Zach's love. Don't even go there. Get over it, for crying out loud. It's not life or death, just heartache. You'll live. "Drink?" he asked once they climbed down a short staircase and entered the main salon, a long room decorated in gleaming teak and brass. "Why not?" She dropped onto a navy blue sofa that was attached to the wall. What would one drink hurt? It had been a long couple of weeks, and she was dead tired, but too wound up to fall asleep. She watched him sort through the bottles and felt a pain slice through her heart. He's forbidden. Off limits. Way off limits. "What do you want?" How could he act like nothing was wrong? "That's the problem," she admitted. "I have no idea what I want." "How about a glass of brandy?" "I wasn't talking about the drink." "I know, but I thought we should keep the conversation light." "Impossible, considering." She leaned back against the cushions. "Listen, the way I see it, you've got it all, London." "Don't call me that." "It's your name, the one you worked hard to have pinned to you. You'd better get used to it." "I know." She flung herself to her feet and scowled. "But not from you, okay? Just not from you." He paused, poured the drinks, and shook his head. "It just doesn't feel right." He walked across the salon and stopped so close to her she could feel his heat.
tall, rugged, unshaven, his jeans riding low on his hips, like a damned cowboy. He handed her a glass, and their fingers brushed for a split second, but Adria felt it, that same electricity that seemed to sizzle whenever her skin touched his. Damning the fates, she sipped, scowled as the liquor hit the back of her throat, then tossed back the whole damned drink. Maybe the alcohol would dull her senses, so that when she looked at him, she wouldn't feel this painful agony ripping through her heart. She'd forget the erotic feel of his hands on her, wouldn't get lost in his gaze. She held up her glass for a refill, and he cocked an interested eyebrow, but his gaze was unreadable.
Getting drunk?
Maybe.
Not a good idea.
Definitely not.
But you're not going to reconsider?
No.
Adria,
I don't think. Don't lecture me, okay? I don't need it from you or anyone else. She marched to the bar and poured herself another stiff shot. Already she felt the mellow warmth of alcohol running through her blood, and as she swirled another couple of shots in her glass, she felt bolder. So, what are you going to do now, Zach? You know, now that you know I'm your half-sister.
Run like hell.
She laughed, but felt a secret longing, deep and forbidden, begin to uncoil and stretch within her. You're still here, she observed.
Because I'm not certain that there isn't a murderer still on the loose.
I thought you believed your mother is the culprit.
I do, but there's something that doesn't ring true to all of it.
So now you're buying her story?
Just part of it.
She decided to play devil's advocate. So, because of this other threat, another killer, you're going to, what? Stick around me until he's behind bars? Be my personal bodyguard? She sipped a little more brandy.
That's the plan.
Maybe I don't want a bodyguard, she said, giving in to the impulse to say exactly what was on her mind. Maybe I want a lover.
Then you'll have to find yourself one, won't you?
He downed his drink and ignored the urge to pour himself another. Getting shit-faced wouldn't help the already volatile situation. Adria.
No, London. Remember, she's London. Keep that in mind.
Was already losing control. Not that he blamed her. They'd both been wound tight as watch springs. But he wasn't convinced the danger had passed. Something just didn't seem right.
Or is that just an excuse to be with her? To be close to her? To hope that you'll forget who she is long enough to make love to her?
His gut tightened as she regarded the bottom of her glass sullenly, then pinned him with her erotic blue eyes.
But I want you, Zach.
Just you. He closed his eyes and swore under his breath.
You can't. You know it's impossible.
Is it? Finishing her drink in a flourish, she took a bold step toward him and shook her head. Black hair feathered around her face. You want me, too.
Christ, Adria, don't do this,
he said, his voice strained. She didn't stop until she reached him, then stood on her tiptoes, ran her fingers up his chest and pressed her full, anxious lips to his. We've done it before.
Not when we knew. Oh, God!
She nuzzled his neck, then touched the seam of his lips with her tongue. His bones threatened to melt, and with all the willpower he could gather, he grabbed her quickly by both wrists.
Don't, Adria.
Zach, please. I love you.
For God's sake, you can't. I can't.
His brain argued with him.
Why not? It's not as though you haven't stepped over this threshold before. One last time, and then goodbye. Adios, forever. Take her. Take her now.
Desire thundered like stampeding cattle racing through his blood and pounding at his temples. The pressure in his crotch was already hot and urgent against his zipper. He closed his eyes to block out the anxious, loving look shining in her eyes. "We'll regret this," he ground out, feeling like a powder keg ready to explode. "Never!" And the pain in her voice broke through his hard shell. Shoving her up against the wall, he kissed her, brutally, angrily. He pinned her hands above her head as his lips and tongue assaulted her. Her breasts were heaving, rising and falling beneath her jacket, and he cupped one in his hands. "Is this what you want, London?" he said, forcing the furious words over his tongue as he wedged his pelvis between the V of her thighs, pressing hard against her mound. Her eyes widened in horror. "I'm not!" "You are! And you'd better face it." Inside, he was shaking with desire, ready to throw caution to the wind and take her willing body. The barrier of their clothing was thin, easily destroyed, and then they would be naked, alone, man and woman, brother and half-sister. No, if they didn't stop this dangerous game, he would give in to the urges running rampant through his body and take her. Hell, if she didn't stop looking at him like that. He kissed her again, and this time the kiss wasn't punishing, and he let go of her hands, dragging her body against him and losing himself in the wonder of her. He wound his fingers in the thick tangles of her black hair and felt her mouth open to him. His tongue explored, sleekly darting in and out, and she moaned so softly he barely heard it. He reached for her breast, delving into her bra, feeling the tense little nipple, hearing the sound of want deep in her throat. I can't," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I know." He swallowed back his lust just as he heard it. The sound that was out of place. Of leather against boards. His galloping heart stopped for a second. They weren't alone. Hell, slowly lifting his head, he placed his hand over her mouth and motioned for her to be quiet. Over his calloused fingers, he saw her eyebrows draw together for a second, then shoot upward. She got the message. "Stay here," he whispered against her ear. "No," she said against his hand, but he shot her a look that brooked no argument, motioned for her to go back into the cabin, and slowly, quietly mounted the stairs. Her heart pounding, she watched in mind-numbing fear. What if the person on deck was the murderer that he insisted still existed? What if Eunice wasn't the killer? Who else could it be? Her heart pounded. She couldn't let Zachary fight him alone. Quickly, she searched the salon for a weapon, found nothing, and took the stairs silently to the deck. "So it doesn't matter if she's your sister or not. You still want to fuck her." Jason Danvers's voice whispered over the rush of the wind. Adria's skin crawled. What was he doing here? Had he followed them? She eased up the stairs and spied Jason standing on the main deck, his back braced on the boom, the night wind causing his jacket to flap around his hips. Rain was beginning to fall heavily, and yet he stood, bareheaded, his eyes trained on his younger brother. Adria felt as if she were in the presence of pure evil. Was there a phone on board? Could she slide back down the stairwell unnoticed and make the call? Or would it be on the bridge? A radio of some kind? Christ, Zach, you never learn, do you? First Kat, and now her daughter. Adria froze. "You were with Kat," Zach said calmly, his back to the stairwell as he squared off with his brother. "But I didn't move on to London. Probably because you were too busy killing Ginny Slade. So, you figured that out, little brother.
Jesus, if you try a little harder, you might just get some kind of Agatha Christie award or something. You and London, have become quite the detectives. You didn't need to kill her. Didn't want her to go shooting her mouth off. I knew about Mom, knew that she was the one behind the kidnapping. He grinned, his leer wickedly cruel in the darkness. I figured I'd use Mom's plans to get what I wanted. Just go a little bit further. I even knew that she'd killed Kat. I'm just surprised the police never figured it out. They will now. Too late. I'm just lucky Sweeney finally located Ginny. I've been looking for her for years. To what end? To ensure that our little half-sister never showed up. Adria tried to slink back down the stairs. Don't go anywhere, London, Jason said, and she froze. Didn't think I'd seen you? He clucked his tongue. Come on up and join the party. This is no party. Leave her be. Can't do that. He waved Adria up the stairs, and she saw the gun, steely and cold, glistening in his hand. So this was it, the final standoff. Unless she and Zack could stop him. Tell me, Jason said, how does it feel to be the wealthiest woman in Portland? Better enjoy the feeling, because it's not going to last long. What are you doing here? She demanded, climbing the stairs and feeling icy raindrops pelt from the sky. Just having a chat with my brother. You're part of the family now, so you can join in. How'd you find us? Oh, well, that was real tough, Jason mocked as the wind kicked up. I knew you'd be together somewhere. It was just a matter of figuring out where you'd want to spend your time together. It had to be somewhere close by, but private. Jesus, Zack. I know you like to think of yourself as some kind of irreverent rebel, but screwing your own sister? You miserable son of a bitch! Zack lunged, hurling himself at Jason, but Jason did a quick sidestep and grinned so evilly Adria's heart froze. No! She cried, expecting the sharp report of a gun. Instead, Jason pushed hard on the wooden boom, and the huge beam came around, catching Zack in his midsection and propelling him against the rail. Oh, God! Adria threw herself at Jason, but it was too late. Jason tackled his brother and hit him squarely in the back of the head with the butt of his gun. Adria screamed. Zack's legs buckled. You bastard! Adria lunged, grabbing at Jason's arm, and he flung her off to slam against the railing. Crack! Pain splintered through her brain. Her head bounced against the hardwood, and she staggered, her feet slipping on the slick deck, her gaze fastened on the brothers. Zack reeled forward and kicked upward, catching Jason in the groin. With a roar of sheer agony, Jason doubled over. Staggering, Zack tried to kick his brother again. Jason was quick. He caught Zack's boot in his hands and jammed Zack back against the rail. No! Oh, no! Adria staggered forward as Jason twisted Zack's ankle. Zack roared in pain, and Adria propelled herself forward, her feet slipping as she launched herself onto Jason's back. He still held the gun in one hand, but she didn't care as she tore into him, kicking and clawing, fighting with every ounce of strength in her body as the boat rocked and the rain came down in sheets. Jason wrenched Zack's ankle again, and Zack howled at the sickening sound of tendons ripping from bone. Adria felt all the muscles in Jason's back bunch as he shoved hard, hurtling his brother into the frigid, inky waters of the Columbia. Oh, God! No! No! Adria cried, kicking harder. She couldn't lose Zack this way. Wouldn't. Jason flung her off. You've been a pain in the ass from the second you showed up in town. His gun was aimed right at her heart. But she didn't care, not when Zack was drowning. And you're a murdering bastard,
she said, fury surging through her veins. "Rot in hell!" She ran to the railing and vaulted over, certain she would hear the sound of a pistol cracking as it was fired. But there was only silence as she plunged downward into the icy water, and she prayed that she'd be able to find Zack before it was too late. Jason watched her fling herself into the river, and he lowered his weapon. She wouldn't last 2 minutes in the river. The water temperature was near freezing, and if the current got to her, it would carry her downstream in a torrent. He wouldn't have to take the rap for either of their deaths, and with the right seeds planted, the press and police would probably believe they had a suicide pact, that they were doomed lovers who had found out they were brother and sister and had decided to end it all. Yeah, that would work, he thought, shivering and wet. He thought of Zack and felt nothing but disgust. Years ago, on the night of the kidnapping, Jason had set Zack up, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He'd known Polidori's toughs would come looking for him at the Orion. Sophia, the hooker, had been bait, and Zack had been an innocent. That he'd taken the fall for London's kidnapping had been a stroke of luck, at least for Eunice. The police had bought her alibi, and Zack's was so paper-thin that he'd become the #1 suspect. Jason considered his mother lying in the hospital, possibly dying. Was there a way he could somehow blame her for this mess with Zack and Adria? Of course not. She was being watched around the clock by the police. Even Jack Logan couldn't get near her. Wiping the rain from his face, Jason scanned the Stygian waters of the Columbia for any sign of life. There was none. Maybe they were dead already, which would make things easier. When Adria had shown up in Portland, Jason had panicked. Sweeney's news that she was really London had been a hard blow, but he'd known instinctively what had to be done. Surprisingly, he'd found it easier to kill than he'd first thought. Once he'd paid for an alibi, he'd beat Adria and Zack to San Francisco, hoping to kill Ginny before they'd called the police or spoken with her. That, of course, hadn't happened, but he'd managed to sneak out of the house before getting caught. He'd learned well from his mother. Eunice would never realize what she'd taught him. He'd watched her over the years and recently seen what she'd been capable of. He'd always thought his ability to do anything necessary to preserve the Danvers name and fortune had come from his father. Of course, he'd been wrong. Eunice was the strong one in the family. He checked his watch and scanned the waters one last time. It had been nearly half an hour since Zack and London had gone overboard, long enough for the river to do its job. It was showtime. "Help!" he yelled, cupping his hands in the direction of the gatehouse. "Man overboard! Can anyone hear me? For God's sake, I need some help down here! Slip 18! Help!" He raced downstairs, found the phone, and punched out 911. He gave himself time until the first person on a neighboring boat appeared, and the sound of sirens screamed in the distance. Then he kicked off his shoes, tossed off his jacket, and dove into the water to wait. By the time the police arrived, the current would have swept the remains of the newly found London Danvers and her lover, her half-brother, out to sea. The police might suspect him, but it would never be proven. 2 more lives claimed by the power of the river. Zack coughed and drew in water, then coughed again. God, he was cold. So damned cold. His head felt as if it had been hit by a 2x4. Instinctively, he struggled upward, feeling the current pull him downstream. He surfaced, gasped deep lungfuls of air, and was swept under again. All of his muscles were sluggish, and one leg barely moved, but he forced himself to the surface and drew in another deep breath. Something was wrong, horribly wrong, but he couldn't remember what. He breathed in air and water and saw lights not that far away. With effort, He began to swim, still coughing, dragging his body through the water, feeling the icy fingers of the river try to pull him under yet again. Slowly, his memory returned. As he stroked laboriously, pieces of the night came together. He pushed himself harder, plowing through the water, wishing the dead weight in his right leg would fall off, fighting the current. Adria. She was with Jason on the yacht. Oh, God, if she wasn't already dead. Adrenaline surged through his blood, and he swam faster, ignoring the frigid cold, refusing to give in to the cramping in his muscles, and driving himself through the water. He only hoped it wasn't too late. God, please let me get to her. He was nearly a quarter of a mile downstream when he finally grabbed hold of a piling and, coughing and shivering, dragged himself out of the water, threw himself on the rocky shore, and retched, spewing water, feeling as if he would die. He'd lost a boot during the ordeal, and he kicked off the other. Pain screamed up his leg. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled up the bank as best he could. Hopping on one leg, he pulled himself forward, over a concrete embankment, fell onto the puddle-strewn pavement of an all-night service station. Hobbling, he made his way past the islands to the small office. Under flickering fluorescent lights, an attendant with the butt of a cigarette burning on his lips took one look at Zack and reached under the counter for his gun.
Jesus H. Christ, would you look at that?
He said to the empty room.
Call the police,
Zack ordered, bracing himself on the doorframe.
No shit, I'll call the police.
With the gun aimed at Zack's midsection, the attendant reached for the phone and dialed with trembling fingers.
Hey, this is Louis at the Texaco just off Marine Drive. We got ourselves a little problem here.
I told you, I don't know what happened. I was downstairs in the salon, and all of a sudden I heard something go overboard. I ran upstairs, and both Adria Nash and Zack were nowhere to be seen. That's when I called for help and jumped into the water,
Jason said convincingly. His teeth were chattering, his body shaking, his clothes wet and dripping as they clung to his body. The police had arrived, and a patrol boat was on the river, while other officers were in the yacht, questioning him and searching the boat. Divers had already jumped into the near-freezing water, and broad searchlights skimmed the river's dark, murky surface. Another squad car, lights flashing, arrived. More cops. Jason steeled himself for another barrage of questions, only to watch as the cruiser parked near the others and two officers emerged. But they weren't alone. They took the time to help a third man from the back seat. He squinted into the darkness, and as the officers and their passenger walked under the security lights, he thought he might be sick. The third man was Zack, very much alive, hobbling on his bad leg and angry enough to spit nails. Dread, hot as acid, burned its way through Jason's stomach. Somehow, he had to turn this around. Zack knew too much. There had to be a way to stop him from spilling his guts. But he wasn't the kind of man who could be bought off. Money wouldn't do it. No, his weakness was women, and the one woman who could persuade him to keep quiet was gone, her body, no doubt, floating out to sea. For the first time in his life, staring at the furious face of his brother, Jason Danvers knew fear. Real, bone-chilling fear. Using crutches, a slicker tossed over his shoulders, Zack hitched his way up the gangway and onto the yacht. He was pale, wet, bedraggled, and mad as hell. His chin jutted at a merciless angle, and his gray eyes were murderous as they focused on his older brother. "Zachary!" Jason forced himself to sound relieved when he thought he might piss himself.
Jesus! I was afraid you'd been lost when you fell over. Where's Adria?
Zack demanded.
Not here. She dived in after you, I think.
You think? You think? Where the hell is she, you lying piece of shit?
Zack lunged at Jason, dropping his crutches and nearly falling as his ankle gave out. His fists closed around his brother's wet shirt, and he rammed his face up to Jason's.
"If anything's happened to her, I swear to God you'll pay."
"Hey, that's enough. Take it easy," one cop yelled, hurrying forward. Zack didn't listen. He swung hard, a fist crashing into Jason's nose. Crunch. Cartilage shattered, blood sprayed. Pain burst through Jason's face. He tried to protect himself, to throw a punch, but it was too late. Frenzied with fear, Zack landed a jab to Jason's ribs that nearly doubled him over.
"You bastard! You goddamn murdering bastard!"
Zack yelled as a cop peeled him off his brother.
"You killed her!"
"Whoa! Slow down!" one of the cops advised, but Zack found his crutch and swung it hard. Jason ducked, and the bigger cop grabbed Zack. "Mr. Danvers reported that the two of you fell or jumped into the river."
"Fell? Jumped? No way. He goddamned pushed me in."
Zack whirled on his brother.
"So where the hell is she? In the river? Oh, God, you'd better pray that she's all right."
"Zack," Jason said, his voice full of reproach.
"I'm sorry." "The hell you are. You're hoping I'll cover for you, aren't you? Well, no way. No damned way. You tried to kill me," he said through gritted teeth. "For all I know, you tried to kill her, too."
"We'll sort this out downtown," one of the officers said.
"No! You've got to find her,"
Zack insisted, trying to reach the rail. Desperately, he searched the black waters.
"You've got to."
"It's been over a half an hour, Mr. Danvers." Zack flung himself to the rail, his eyes squinting against the darkness. He started to climb over, but felt one hand being yanked behind his back. Then the second wrenched behind him as handcuffs clicked into place.
"You can't!"
"Come on, Mr. Danvers." He tried to struggle, but his ankle gave out, sending pain jarring up his leg. The officers shoved him into a waiting car, and Zack was certain he'd never see her again. Never be able to admit that he loved her. Never, for the rest of his life, feel the way he did when he was with her. No doubt Adria Nash, or London Danvers, whatever she wanted to be called, was gone forever. Zack hadn't slept in days. One 24-hour period seemed to bleed into the next, and he had no idea of the time or the date, just lived with the sickening knowledge that Jason was behind bars, and his mother, once she recovered from her wounds and was released from the hospital, would face prosecution. Jason's accomplice, a burly man on parole, had been shooting his mouth off in a bar near Fisherman's Wharf, and some police informant had nailed him. It hadn't taken much persuasion to get him to talk, and Jason's name had come up. Nicole, already having packed Shelley off to Santa Fe, was clamoring for a divorce, and Kim had made a quick disappearance. No one had seen her, though many suspected it had been she who first told the press about Adria being London Danvers. As far as Zack was concerned, his older brother and his mistress deserved everything they got, and more. Tricia had sworn off Mario Polidori for good, telling him bluntly to get out of her life when he'd asked her to marry him. Zack didn't believe it would last. Tricia was, and always had been, a fool where Mario was concerned. As for Nelson, he finally seemed to get some backbone and was actually trying to help Eunice. For years, he'd been a lost soul, trying to balance who he was with who he thought he should be, still trying to please his father. Most people thought that Adria was dead. Pain cut through his heart and spread through his body. The police and volunteers had searched the river, dredged where they could, but the news reporters and the police speculated that her body had been washed out to sea, claimed by the giant Pacific. He closed his eyes, and felt the hot pressure of tears against his eyelids. He hadn't cried for years, and yet now he felt reduced to bawling like a baby. In his mind's eye, he saw her, a little wicked, a little innocent, her eyes round and blue and filled with desire as she'd lain beneath him, begging him to love her. She'd sacrificed herself for him, flinging her body into that ugly river when it should have been the other way around. He should have been the one to save her. He should be dead, and she should be alive and vibrant and starting life as London Danvers.
Son of a bitch,
he growled, as he uncapped his friendly bottle of scotch again and poured a long stream into his empty glass, one that he'd picked up in the bathroom of this, his albatross, the Hotel Danvers. He wondered if his father could see him now.
Hope you're laughing your ass off.
He glared at the ceiling, then thought better of it, because if there was an afterlife, Whit Danvers wouldn't be wandering around on the other side of the pearly gates. No siree, he'd be down in hell, trying to cut a deal with the devil. Zach's teeth ground together in silent fury. The press had enjoyed a field day with even more scandal, compliments of the infamous Danvers family, and still they were camped outside the hotel, the yacht, the ranch, the sawmills, logging operations, and the damned company headquarters. Zach tossed back 3 fingers of scotch and checked the clock. It was barely 10. Christ, he was a mess. His mouth tasted like crap and his guts burned. The phone rang near the bed and he picked it up, silently hoping to hear her voice, knowing that he never would again.
Yeah. You in charge now?
Who's this? He asked.
Don't tell me you don't recognize me.
Sweeney, Zach said with a sinking sensation.
That brother of yours, the one in jail? He owes me.
I'm sure he does.
Thought you might like to do the honors.
Zach found the half-empty bottle and took a long pull.
I don't think so.
Got new information?
Screw you.
It's about London. Every muscle in his body clenched. Don't fall for this. He wanted to slam down the phone, but he didn't. Just held his breath and waited.
You gotta pay me first.
Fine. I'm in room 714.
I'll be there.
Click. Zach eyed the bottle and wondered if he could finish it before he had to deal with the likes of Oswald Sweeney. Ignoring his crutches, he climbed off the bed, looked in the mirror, and winced. His face was still discolored, and what he'd thought was a 2-day growth of beard looked like it was really about 6. Shit, he muttered, as he stripped off his clothes and sat in the shower, trying not to get his damned cast wet, hoping the hot jets of water would sink into his flesh and flush away all thoughts of her. But the steamy spray did little to quiet the images that seemed to be with him always. He shaved, looked at his expression and glowered. He still looked like hell. Sweeney arrived to find him dipping into the bottle again. Balanced on the crutches, the bottle swinging from one hand, he opened the door. Without preamble, he asked, "How much do we owe you?" Oswald hesitated as he walked into the room. "I'll check it out when I see Jason," Zachary said, knowing the man was going to bluff him out of a few extra bucks. He hobbled to the desk and rested a hip on the corner. "Want a drink?" Sweeney smiled, showing off his little teeth, but something in Zachary's gaze, probably the hard, dead edge, convinced him to decline.
"I got a bill right here."
He handed it to Zach, but he didn't bother opening it. "Tell me what else you know."
"Not before I get paid."
Zach didn't move a muscle, just stared at Sweeney, glaring at him like the cockroach he was.
"The papers will pay plenty for what I know."
"The tabloids?" Zach snorted. "Don't cut off your balls to spite your face."
All right.
He held up his fleshy palms.
Look, I couldn't just give it up. The whole London thing was too intriguing. I thought, hey, I might just write myself a book, one of those tell-all exposés.
The look Zack sent him stopped him short.
Anyway, I kept digging, and guess what I found out? Your old man was impotent.
He let that sink in for a moment, but Whit's limp dick wasn't big news, not to Zack. What was Sweeney getting at?
That's right,
Sweeney said when Zack's eyes narrowed over the rim of his glass.
Whit Danvers couldn't get it up, at least not very often. Not often enough to ensure him siring another child, fathering London. I checked, and it took a while, but I found out that your stepmother, while she was supposed to be visiting friends in Victoria, really ended up at a clinic in Seattle, where she got herself artificially inseminated by a private donor.
Zack's head snapped up.
What are you saying?
Sweeney grinned that evil, little smug grin, as if glad that he'd finally got Zack's attention.
I'm telling you that Adria Nash is London Danvers, but she's not Whit Danvers' kid, not technically or biologically speaking.
The glass fell from Zack's hand, and scotch splashed on the floor in the bottom of his jeans. His head pounded.
If she were alive, she'd still inherit it all, I suppose. It would take a team of lawyers to figure it out. But since she was the kid Whit was so crazy about, she'd still be his princess, heiress to it all. And since half your family is dead or behind bars, she'd get it. No doubt.
If she were alive, Zack ground out, his lips barely moving.
Yeah, well, nothing I can do about that.
You can substantiate this, I assume?
Of course. Records could be pulled. Court-ordered, you know. And I found a nurse who's willing to talk. It's just a shame that London's dead.
Zack carried his bags down to the hotel lobby. He'd stayed in Portland longer than he'd planned. It had been over a week since he'd talked with Sweeney, and the media was no longer laying siege to anything with the Danvers name. He was still wearing a cast, but he could walk, and he wanted to get the hell out of town. He doubted that he'd ever come back. It was time to move on. On impulse, he left his bags by the lobby desk, then mounted the stairs to the ballroom, to the first place he'd seen her. He opened the doors, half expecting her to appear, but as he snapped on the lights, he found the room empty and cold and without a breath of life. He was left with only memories, a bad ankle, and the sober realization that he'd never be the same.
Fool,
he ground out, walking inside the huge room and letting the door swing shut behind him. He remembered London on the night she was kidnapped, how impish she'd been, how precocious. Well, she'd grown into one hell of a woman. Adria in the black coat, or the shimmery white gown, her eyes blue, her lips teasing. A little naughty and a little nice. He felt dead inside. But he was a practical man. At least he always had been. Whether he liked it or not, he'd have to face the fact that she was gone, that he'd loved her, and that he'd never love again. It was probably all for the best. He wasn't cut out for emotional entanglements. Again, the hot tears stung his eyes, and he swore at himself. He didn't believe in grieving. It didn't solve a thing. Angry with himself, he switched off the lights and left the room. He would drive to Bend, and then get so drunk Manny would have to drive him home, but he wouldn't go looking for a woman. Not for a long, long time. He had parked on the street, and as he carried his bags outside, he felt the pale heat of the winter sun filtering between the towering office complexes and past the leafless trees that had been planted in front of the hotel. Sunlight danced on the wet streets, and he slipped a pair of shaded aviator glasses onto the bridge of his nose before he rounded the corner and stepped toward the jeep, only to stop dead in his tracks. She was there, one jean-clad hip propped against a fender, her eyes as blue as the sky, her witch-wild hair catching in the breeze. A vision. What the? You gonna stand there all day with your mouth hanging open? Or are you gonna take me home? She said, and her voice cut a slice right out of his heart. Adria. It couldn't be. His heart kicked into double time, but he wouldn't believe the image. He couldn't. Well, cowboy? His throat worked. He dropped his bag and took a step forward. With a laugh, she ran to him and threw herself into his arms. Telling himself that she was real, he held her as close as he could, letting the warmth of her body seep into his, ignoring the pain in his bad ankle. But what happened? She kissed him with a passion that burned through his skin. I couldn't stay away, she said, her voice husky. I tried. Her face was serious now. I dragged myself out of the river and told myself that the best thing for you was to think I was dead. I had enough money in my pockets to rent a cheap room, and I even managed to buy a few clean clothes. I waited, trying to figure out how to get my car, my ID, and go back to Montana without you ever finding out. His jaw grew rock hard. You would let me think... Shh. She pressed a finger to his lips. I still thought we were brother and sister, and, well, when the story came out about Catherine and the fact that I wasn't Whit's biological daughter, and I thought... She smiled up at him, love glistening in her eyes. Well, I thought we could do something about that. His voice was hoarse. Why didn't you come sooner? I wanted to be sure. And I didn't want to come back as London Danvers, she said, tossing her hair out of her face. I found out that I like being Adria Nash, that I don't need a birthright nor any of the Danvers money. Her throat worked and she lifted her chin, daring him to argue with her. I'm back here because I love you, Zachary, she said bravely. I want to be with you. No strings attached. He regarded her for a heart-stopping moment, and his lips slowly curved. Well, how about that? He said. I've loved you from the first time I saw you, and I've gone through hell and back for you. Believe me, there'll be strings, lady, and plenty of 'em. Grinning, he lifted her from her feet, and hobbling a bit, carried her into the hotel. She laughed that throaty laugh that made him tingle inside, and her black hair nearly swept the ground. People turned and watched, eyebrows raised. Women gasped as he shouldered open the front door of the Hotel Danvers and climbed the stairs to the ballroom. Zach hardly noticed. Once inside the dark room, he dropped her to her feet and locked the door behind them. Taking her into his arms, he kissed her on the neck, brushing his lips over her soft skin. She wound her arms around his neck. Now, Ms. Nash, let's start over, he suggested, as he toyed with the top button of her blouse. Adria smiled at the man she loved. She wound her arms around his neck and knew that she'd come searching for her past, a life of luxury and wealth, only to discover that love was the richest treasure of all. And let's not stop, she suggested. Good idea. He winked at her as her blouse parted. This time, darling, we're gonna take it real slow and do it right. Trust me. I do, cowboy, she swore. I do.
This recording of See How She Dies by Lisa Jackson was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 1994, 2004 by Lisa Jackson. Sound recording copyright 2017 Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Kensington Publishing Corp. Thank you for listening. Please check www.dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.